The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club.
Players are battling over the boards at the 2021 U.S. Juniors and Senior Championships here in St. Louis. Tail-enders after 3 rounds are looking to make up some ground, while the leaders are hoping to separate from the pack. Number 1 seed Annie Wang took sole lead in the girls' junior, with Hans Niemann and Christopher Yu splitting the lead in the junior championship. For the moment, Gregory Kaidanov maintains a commanding lead over the senior field. Round 4 of exciting chess coming up next.
Welcome back, everybody, to Day 4 of the 2021 U.S. Junior Girls, U.S. Juniors, and U.S. Seniors. 3 of the most exciting championships held here at the St. Louis Chess Club. We start the day in the Q Boutique, where you can shop for all your chess needs. We have a lot of exciting games for you guys. Let's go to the studio and start the action with Yasser and Sharon.
Welcome to Day 4 of the National Championships, bringing together the prodigies and the legends of US chess. I'm Sharon Carpenter, your host, alongside Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan. Yasser, we're back.
We are, and it's been so much fun calling all of the action with you and Christian.
So much fun.
My goodness, everybody. Welcome to our live coverage of these national championships. The first 3 days of competition featured some incredible thrills and spills, I want to say, with lots of decisive games. Sharon, let's take a look at our standings, beginning with the girls.
Let's take a look. So exciting. Here they are. So Annie Wang with a perfect score there of 3 consecutive victories.
Absolutely. In the chasing pack, 1 point behind are Talia, Rochelle, and Ru Yang, along with Sheena at 2 points. And in the juniors?
All right, in the juniors, we have 2 leading the pack right here, Hans Niemann and Christopher Yu as well with 2.5 apiece.
And our defending champion, John Burke, trails closely by half a point, along with Praveen and David Brodzky. And in the legends,
so Gregory Kaidanov, 2.5 for him. So he's got the edge over Larry Christensen. And Leonid Sokolin, both with 2.
Exactly, half a point behind. And at the 50% mark are Igor, Alexander and Alexander again. And how
all
about
the Alexes?
All the Alexes in a row. And the format, sure.
All right, here's how the format works, guys. So it's a 10-player round robin, so 9 rounds, 90 minutes for the first 40 moves, 30 minutes for the rest of the game, with a 30-second increment from move 1.
No draw offers before the 30th move. I would draw by repetition as possible, but you can't make an offer.
Absolutely, and 1 point for a win, half a point for a draw, 0 points for a loss.
And our schedule.
And here's the schedule. So, of course, round 4 today, followed by round 5, a rest day, and then 4 more days to finish out the tournament, unless
there is a tie. We will have playoffs on the 26th. In case of a tie, no co-champions.
No co-champs, only full champs, right?
Exactly.
1 champ per tournament. And speaking of champs, let's head over to a champion right over there, the Count himself, Christian.
Thank you, Sharon. It's such a pleasure to be back in the commentary booth with you guys. I've had so much fun calling all the action of these amazing players, mostly because I'm spending so much time with you guys, but also because these games are just ridiculously fun. We've had so many decisive games. We're off to a great start. 24 decisive games out of 45. That's a 53.3% decisive games. That's just unheard of for a classical event. Let's look at how the leaders of these sections have gotten to where they are. We're going to start in the junior girls section. Annie Wang, the rating favorite, she is just dominating the field right now. She won in round number 1 against Marta Samadashvili with the black pieces in round number 2. Also, with the black pieces, she defeated Morris-Suzuki. And in round number 3, she just demolished her opponent with the white pieces In a strategical masterpiece, she won against Susanna Ulrich. In the junior section, we actually have two co-leaders. We're going to start off with international master Christopher Yu. He is the youngest participant in this junior section. He won in the first round against Andrew Hung with the white pieces, a beautiful strategical play. In round number 2, he threw all his forces at his opponent against the defending champion, John Burke. Fortunately for him, he was not punished. He managed to get a draw in that game, a very important draw in that game. In round number 3, with the white pieces, he just simply dominated the wildcard Ben Lee. And his co-leader is Hans Niemann, one of the fan favorite here in St. Louis. In the first round, he drew with the black pieces against David Brodsky. In round number 2 and round number 3, he won against two of the main favorites of the event. That is Praveen Balakrishnan, a 2,500 FIDE rated international master with 2 grandmaster norms with the black pieces. A very important victory for Hans that was. And in round number 3 against the rating favorite, that is Nicolas Cheka. Such a beautiful attacking masterpiece. But what happened in the senior section? Well, we have one very dominant leader, and that is Gregory Kaidanov. He won in round number 1 with the black pieces against Leonid Sokolin, and in round number 2 against James Tarjan. And he cooled off a little bit towards round number 3. He drew with the black pieces against Melik Kachia. Guys, we've had so many amazing games so far, and I'm sure we're not going to be disappointed in the future either.
Absolutely, Christian. So
many incredible games. And
set the table for us. What's going to happen
here's
today?
What you can expect. All right. Here are the matchups
for the girls.
For the girls, so we have Sophie Morris-Suzuki up against Susanna Ulrich, and then Rochelle Woo, and our leader, Annie Wang.
Yeah, that will be a huge matchup, as will the board right below them. Talia versus Martha, as Talia is trailing, needs a victory. Sheena versus Ru Yang. And
Sanjana Patel versus our youngest, Alice Lee.
And for the juniors.
The juniors. All right, here's how things are heating up. We have Praveen Balakrishnan versus Nicholas Cheka. That's going to be a big one as well. Andrew Hong versus Hans Niemann. Our eyes are on that. John Burke.
Our defending champion versus David Brodsky. That will be a key matchup. Ben Lee, Brandon Jacobson, and finally Justin and Christopher Yu. Christopher Yu is doing very well. And we see at the board, Christopher Yu, he's zoning in, getting ready for his matchup.
I wonder what's going through his mind right now. What do you think?
Win. Just win, baby.
I can do this, yeah.
Just win, baby. And for the senior pairings.
For the seniors, here's face-off. So we've got Gregory versus Joel Benjamin, our defending champion. Obviously, Gregory in the lead right now.
Alexander versus James Tarjan, Alex Yermolinsky, Igor Novikov. And this is the key matchup right here.
This is the one. Leonid Sokolin versus Larry Christensen. Leonid doing really well so far.
Absolutely. Melik Set versus Shabalov. Think about it again, that Gregory Kaidanov, our leader, defeated Leonid in day 1, round 1.
Yeah.
And how big a match that was, because Leonid, after the loss, came back with back-to-back victories. There you see Leonid and Larry Christensen. I wouldn't say facing off. It seems to me like...
I'm like, is Larry giving himself a knee massage? Maybe not.
Maybe. He's very relaxed, though, isn't he?
Looking very relaxed.
Yeah.
And one of the things about Leonid, I mean, we love it when he comes in here with a win because he's just so enthusiastic. A lot of the others, very serious. They feel like they've got something to prove. Leonid just wanted to win 1 game, and now he's won 2. Could it be a... What do you think is going to happen between Leonid and Larry Christensen? Because another aggressive player, just like yesterday's.
I'm looking forward to a swashbuckling duel. I honestly don't know. I mean, Leonid to me is a bit of an unknown, and he's coming with just, all the enthusiasm in the world. It's sort of like I've been released from my day job. you know,
can tell,
30
look
years.
at the smile on that face. It
He's
says
just
it all.
happy to be here. Look at this guy.
And it's infectious. He's from New Jersey, so neighboring to my state, New York, with a rating of 25.47.
And there you
All right,
go.
they're off.
He's just
About to be off.
starting.
All
and
right.
Look at that enthusiastic opening move, Christian. Just like, okay, E4, let's
With
go.
force.
Let's
yes,
go.
he's coming after
Let's
him.
go.
He's coming after him.
And
We're
for
going to
L-
have a good fight on this one.
For Larry, he is, I don't care what kind of chess duel he's got on the other side of the board. He's not backing down. He'll play his most aggressive thing, and whatever happens, happens.
Yasser, but look at those beautiful boards and tables.
Exactly.
They're so nice.
These boards are custom made. There was a furniture maker here in St. Louis who we actually brought on the show, and he explained to us what his concept was when he made the inlay table.
Okay.
He was thinking about
Because they're going to
the
want
elbow and
that's
the
thoughtful
felt,
of him.
the
Yeah.
green felt, and they have these pull-out tables for drinks and stuff. It was really, really, really beautiful tables.
So these are one of a kind, or I guess however many there are.
For
These
the St.
specifically
Louis
for the
Club.
St. Louis Chess Club.
And I do believe that now other clubs around the world are saying, "Hey, you know,
We
these
need
tables
to
look
do-
really good.
yeah.
Can we imitate? Can we pick up some of them?"
All
And
right, so
there,
more pictures of-
below on the side, you can see the electronic. How do you say picture? No,
From
it's
those headshots.
Yeah, no, it's the
Oh,
electronic
no.
Screens.
Okay.
Right, they're inlaid there.
Very. Oh, okay. State of the art.
State of the art.
I like that.
That's what I'm talking.
So I have to ask you guys, because
Mm-hmm.
so many decisive games so far, you don't normally see this
Mm.
in a tournament. What's happening here? Why do you think we're seeing so many decisive games, Christian?
Well, I think the players, specifically being off, inactive for so many months, they really feel like they need to prove something. They've also had so much time to hone their weapons, hone their skills, and this is what we're seeing right now from the juniors, from the junior girls, from the seniors. And they're all very eager to play and show their best chess. They don't want to go out there and just make a quick draw, get a repetition at move 15. We've had so many of those chances that the players just refuse to take. And the combativeness that we're seeing from these players is just amazing to have the chance to do commentary on these games.
For me, I think it's one of the things that happens in the tournament is players pick up what's going on. They feed off one another, the energy. If like everybody is more or less playing really tight, you know, they're not taking a lot of risk and there's nobody breaking away from the pack. It's almost like in cycling, everything's kind of going slowly. But then somebody breaks free and
and
you
the
know,
others
lays down the
feel
challenge.
more confident.
And then, you know, they kind of pick up. It's like the rest of the field picks up. Well, from day one, Sharon, we've been seeing smackdowns, you know, each and every day.
Yeah.
And so, like, the players are saying, because first prize is so meaningful that they don't want to leave it until the very end.
Yeah.
Let's talk about first prize and talk about money for a second.
Exactly. This
What are
is
they
one of the
playing for?
reasons they are playing so hard, and I don't blame them either. Because for the girls, $10,300 up for grabs. $3,000 will go to first place, $2,000 to second place, and then even all the way on 10th. $250, but then there's an added bonus if you win, right?
Oh, definitely. The college scholarship. Big shout out to the Wayne Barber Foundation and U.S. Chess for these sponsorships of the player's choice, $10,000 towards their education fund, along with an invitation to the U.S. Women's Champion. The girls' junior champion gets a direct invite to the national
So this is a
championship
big
for women's.
qualifier
Exactly.
tournament.
And in the juniors,
All right, in the juniors, we are working with a bag of $20,600. First place, $6,000. Second place, $4,000.
similar story here, $10,000 in college scholarships, along with a seeding into the U.S. Championship. And trust me, that U.S. Championship seeding is really amazing because the prize fund there is so much greater and everybody gets a prize. And for the seniors.
Deal. So much to win for. And the seniors, cha-ching, $50,000 is the total prize fund. $12,000 at first place, which makes up for the fact that there is no, what's the word I'm looking for? Scholarship, yes!
And I think that's ageism. You know, it's terrible. We can't allow this. I say scholarships for the seniors as well.
Maybe they've learned everything there is to learn. But no, you can always learn something every day, right? Life
Absolutely.
is over when you stop learning.
Let's jump to the game. Let's start with our tournament leader in the girls, Annie Wang. She's playing black today against Rochelle. Rochelle Woo, one of the youngest participants, opens d4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight f3, d5, a queen's gambit, and with the move bishop e7, a queen's gambit declined. One of the oldest and most stable defenses for black. It was a big favorite of Brodzky as well as Anatoly Karpov. Two key moves here. The first is castles, just bringing your king into safety, and the second is h7, h6. We say, putting the question to the bishop. I'm attacking the bishop. Are you intending to capture and trade off, or are you intending to drop back? Usually bishop h4 dropping back is the most tried and tested, if you will.
Can I ask you to
Please.
explain, and of course there's the TV show about it, the Queen's Gambit you just mentioned. We did have you explain the King's Gambit last time. Can you just break down the Queen's Gambit
Sure,
as well for those who don't know?
Exactly. So from the opening move, you can almost say, okay, I have my space. I have my 32 squares. You have your 32 squares. And then we can do it in quadrants. So this quadrant over here, where white's queen is sitting right there, that's considered the queen side. Mm-hmm. Okay, the quadrant on the other side, or the square on the other side, is from this square, and that's considered the king side.
I'm learning.
There you go. So with this move, this is called the queen's pawn opening. Ta-da! Okay. Very, very logical.
Yeah.
And when your opponent answers in turn, then we have the queen's gambit. So the idea is, I invite you to capture my pawn with the queen's gambit. When black plays the move e6, this is the queen's gambit declined. You did not capture the pawn.
I don't want your pawn.
Exactly.
I don't want it.
Exactly. You don't want it. And in the queen's gambit declined, one of the motivations for this line of defense by black is to get the king into safety as soon as possible. In fact, if you think about it, black castles as quickly as possible in the queen's gambit decline. Black is looking for king safety early.
Okay.
And then there's a big fight for the center afterwards.
Is there such thing as castling too early?
No, Christian.
No, Christian?
I would say no.
No, probably not. But
Okay.
I just wanted to kind
Please,
of
jump in,
also
please.
mention the Queen's Gambit accepted.
Accept it.
Oh,
because
yes, please.
That's basically what the Queen's Gambit is, at least for the beginners. The first thing that we're learning about is to take the pawn, right? To accept the sacrifice and accept the gambit. Because a gambit is when you give up a pawn for initiative, for a different type of compensation, right? So for example, this is the game between Balakrishnan and Chekhov. They started with knight f3, knight to d5, d4, knight to f6. So they have these two extra knights on the board compared to the line that Yasser presented to you, Sharon, with c4 first. But it's also considered the Queen's Gambit if you play the move c4. And now he took on c4. He decided to take on c4, e3. Now, you accepted this pawn sacrifice, but I will be able to regain that pawn quite quickly. Now I have a lot of options in which I can do that. I can just simply attack it with something, as we've seen in the game with this move e3, right? Opening up the bishop, attacking this pawn on c4. I can also do it much faster and much more aggressively and not give you absolutely any way in which you can defend that pawn by playing the move queen to a4. Check. Now, the problem is this is a double attack. That's a check to the king, also attacking the pawn on c4. So there's only one way you can defend both of them with b5, but unfortunately, this doesn't stop me from picking another pawn because that pawn is not protected, and then you're losing another one. So I gave you one, but I took two in return. That's not a good trade for black, right?
Right.
So instead of that, usually the players play either c6 or bishop to d7, knight to d7, a lot of ways, usually c6, and then that allows the queen to recapture. Nevertheless, this is considered to be more or less okay for black because this queen is kind of wandering around a bit too early, right? So you have ideas of starting to attack that queen with b5 and then opening up the position with c5. So players with the white pieces in general don't go for this line. They usually go for a different approach as to how to recapture this pawn. One of them is, of course, this move, e3. You don't want to go to e4 because that square is protected by knight. You would love to go to e4, but unfortunately that's not possible. And speaking of going to e4, starting from the classical line in the Queen's Gambit Accepted, the one that Yasser mentioned to you, Sharon, taking on c4, now you have this option of playing the move e4. And you see how these pawns are controlling the center. Because the knight is not yet on f6. Now, of course, knight to f6 leads to a very complicated battle, very complicated strategical battle in which black kind of plays for overextensions, white's overextension. So it asks the question, hey, you're taking the center. Do you want to come even further? Come. That's going to leave some squares behind. So then you start getting this strategical discussion, of course. But the one that we currently have on the board is with this move e3, e6, bishop takes e4. The pawn has been recaptured. Right now, we have equal pawns, and the position we get after c5, castle a6, d takes c5, it's a very symmetrical position. Nevertheless, since we can actually count, white's position is a bit more developed. I managed to get the bishop out. I have one extra piece out. I also managed to castle, right? So that's like almost 2 tempes extra compared to black. That gives white a slight advantage. Nevertheless, given the fact that it's very, very symmetrical, it's also very close to remaining balanced. So this is the type of discussion we have right now. Whenever you're opening up with the Queen's Gambit, is your opponent going to accept it? Is your opponent going to decline it and just try to keep the tension as it is in the center? Yesterday, or actually in the first round, we saw that King's Gambit. Well, whenever that pawn is being taken in the King's Gambit, it's much more difficult to recapture it, to get it back. That's why it's considered to be a riskier approach, the King's Gambit. Also, it's next to the king, so you're opening a couple of lines and diagonals next to your king, which is usually not faring very well. But yes, those are kind of the differences between the King's Gambit, the Queen's Gambit, accepted, declined, and so on.
Wow.
And we're just beginning just to scratch the surface.
This is like super
the iceberg is really, really, really deep. Again, I had what we call the ECOs, the Encyclopedia of Chess Openings, the ECO. Encyclopedia.
That was before the engines.
Before the databases, before the engines, absolutely. It was a 5-volume series. It was published in Yugoslavia. And those volumes are really, really thick. And all they were table bases of the opening moves, the opening sequences. And I tell you, I mean, you could get lost in those encyclopedias.
How long did it take to make your way through that?
Fortunately, I didn't. In my particular case...
Good bedtime reading.
Yeah, exactly. In my particular case, and I suspect for every other grandmaster, what we did is we used those books just to focus on what we played.
Okay.
And go through the tables and the games that we played. I'd just like to turn our attention to the senior games for a moment. I saw that was a game between Praveen and Nicholas there that Christian was looking at. It's Gregory Kaidanov, our current tournament leader in the seniors. He is playing the white pieces against Joel Benjamin. Now, Joel is our defending champion, and d4, Gregory opened with d4. Now, intriguing for me is that Joel, who has a pretty wide variety of defenses that he can employ, has chosen the King's Indian. Again, this is not the most popular defense on circuit, but if you remember, there was a game between Alex Fishbein in this very position where Alex had played a6 and h5, h4, h3 against Igor Novikov. Yeah. And so today, Joel actually deviated with a much more standard move. He played the move knight to d7. I'm expecting either bishop e3 or knight g3. With the pawn on f3, this is called the Samish variation. There was a Grandmaster Samish. Samish, okay. Yeah. And he liked this setup for with white, this pawn on f3, buttressing the central pawn and also stopping this knight from jumping. In the opening, what's I always found incredibly intriguing about chess, and in particular the opening theory, was this extraordinary battle of ideas that you come to the game and you say, look, my strategy is going to be X, Y, and Z. And I say, well, my strategy is Y, Z, X. And how we can mix and match. You'll borrow a page from another opening, another defense, and you'll apply it to a position. And I go, I'll be darned. That works here as well. And for me,
so interesting.
I'm stunned how openings that I know inside and out, they'll come up with new ideas, you know, and these openings have been established for hundreds of years, and the modern grandmasters come up with something I've never seen before. And I go, I'm stunned.
Wow. Do you think that to be a chess grandmaster, to be at the level that the two of you are at, is that something that, are you born with a sort of innate ability or gift, or is this something you believe that anyone, if they put their mind on it, their focus, they put in the years of work, anyone can
I'm in that category.
Yeah.
I definitely do not in any way think that champions are born.
Okay.
At all. No, 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 no. I think that champions are made, and you are driven internally and externally. Maybe you got a little help, a little boost, but to become a grandmaster, you really have to, you know, work hard and study and be motivated, right? I mean, in some ways, we almost think we're a little bit obsessed. You know, it really gets into our minds.
Oh, you're definitely obsessed.
Exactly. It's easy. And it doesn't matter. It could be dance.
Yeah.
It could be mathematics.
Whatever it
could
is
be
that you're
music.
passionate about.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I'm
passion,
definitely...
I'm sure, is key.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm one of those in the 10,000 hour, you know, do something really passionately for 10,000 hours, and you're going to be great.
And actually, it's interesting because we spoke about this the other day, but Gregory was somebody who wasn't a child prodigy when it came to chess. He put in that work over a couple of decades, and then look at him now, leading the pack.
Exactly, exactly.
So do you think the most important elements, I guess, you know, the ability to be able to focus for long periods of time, a great memory, there are certain things that...
All of that stuff, strong stomach.
But the strong stomach, you did say that yesterday.
I remember a wonderful story from Grandmaster Florin Gheorghiu from Romania. It was during the Cold War, and the great Romanian Communist Party had sent this Grandmaster to Mongolia, to Ulaanbaatar, the capital of Mongolia, to their communist friends. And he was doing this goodwill tour. And the local Mongolian said, please, 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 Florin, could you play one of our great champions? He says, well, that's why I'm here. Exploit me. So they put him in a Jeep. He traveled for a few hours out into the plains. I think it's called a yurk, the tent.
Okay.
They had presented tea, and he waited, and this guy rode in furiously on a Mongolian pony. Jumped off the pony, they played a game, and Florin lost to this Mongolian herdsman.
Okay.
And the guy said, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, jumped on his pony and went back to his flock.
Rode wildly away again.
And he said to me, Florin said to me, Yasser, it's not enough to have talent. you need to have opportunity.
Good point.
This was a guy who will never get to play in the European Championships because he's landlocked in Mongolia, couldn't go anywhere. So all of these wonderful things we talk about, but you also need opportunity, Sharon.
Absolutely, that's a huge point.
Yeah.
So should
Jump
we
in
check
here,
out? Christian,
you've got
what
games and stories to share, Christian?
I do have some stories. I mostly have a lot of games to share because the action is definitely heating up, and I think we should jump into some of these games to kind of analyze and understand what's happening. I was actually chatting with Yarmolinski. He was upstairs when I first arrived at the club today to start the broadcast, and he was just kind of getting ready for his game. And he told me that he's playing against Igor Novikov. Apparently, they've been playing for so many years, but he never managed to beat him in a classical event. It's one of those type of matches where the styles just don't favor Yarmolinski, and he knows that. So he was like, yeah, I don't know what's going to happen today. I'm not that confident in this matchup. It seems like Novikov is just one of those guys that I can never beat. I think he told me they have somewhere around 7 draws, and he has like 4 losses against him. And we can see they're 63 years old from South Dakota, 25-75, and a 2-time U.S. champion. So he's a legend. I mean, we all know about Alex Yarmolinski. He is also a tremendous coach as well. But let's see what's happening in this game, because the action is pretty wild. So they, of course, Igor Novikov decided to go with the Najdorf. And in the Najdorf, against the Najdorf, we have so many options. You can play knight b3, and we actually have a lot of examples of how you can explore your options in the Najdorf in this round, because this is not the only game in the Najdorf. He decided to play this idea with h3. This opens up the possibility of black playing e5 or e6. Usually, I do believe that, in general, e5 should be the move that creates most problems for white, but e6 is also definitely one of the principal options. g4, h6 to stop you from going g5, so an immediate attack on the king side. White is not waiting at all. He just wants to launch an attack, kick this knight away, and just like create this pawn avalanche on the king side. Black says, no, wait a minute. I have some pawns there. I'm going to stop you. h6. Bishop to g2. And now we see this move, g5, immediately taking control of the dark squares, or at least trying to get some property on the dark squares with this move, g5. Bishop to e3, knight d7, queen to e2. And this is actually not the position we currently have on the board, because we had not queen e2, my mistake, b3 we had in the game. Developing the bishop on b2. This is quite atypical of the Najdorf. We don't see this very often. Usually this bishop goes to e3 and then supports f4 or h4, attacking the pawn on g5. But Alex takes a much more cagey approach, because, of course, this construction is going to be very useful when black's attack is going to come on the queen side. With the bishop on b2, the king is going to be extremely safe. This is what we're seeing right now. Knight to e5, queen to d2. This is the current position that we have on the board, and we're expecting, of course, from the Najdorf a very tactical and sharp type of play. This one is going to be more of a strategical approach, because black has this beautiful knight on e5. White will probably try to open up, so let's say something along the lines of bishop d7, long castle, of course. Both players are trying to finish their development. White's idea is going to be to open up the f-file. This is key. The f-file is key. Once you move this pawn to g5 and this pawn on e6, this pawn on f7 is going to become a target, because you cannot move it to f6. Of course, that's where the knight is standing right now. You cannot move it to f5. So that's the backwards pawn, and that's going to be the target that white is going to try to focus its attention on, with probably moves such as f4, as I was mentioning, opening up the f-file. But then we will have this type of discussion. Okay, we both put our kings on the queen side. Now we're turning into a more strategical discussion. Is the f-file and the control that you have on the f-file more useful than the control that I have in the center. Also, this pawn on e4, the target that's going to be the pawn on e4, this isolated pawn from the pack, from his friends. Which one is going to play a more important role in the development of this position? Well, we're about to find out in this one, but this is going to be one that we're going to have our eyes on for sure.
Thank you. Sorry.
Oh,
Sharon,
just a quick
please.
question, because you described the knight on e5, I think, as beautiful.
Oh,
is
yeah.
that because he's right there in the central square?
It's in the central square, and this is a very powerful outpost because it cannot be attacked by any pawns. So whenever we're attacking a piece with a piece that has lesser value, obviously you're not going to want to trade your piece with higher value with my piece with lesser value, right?
Yeah.
The pawns, well, that's 1 point. The knight, that's 3 points, right? So if you attack the knight with a pawn, you're going to be almost forced to move that knight away in order not to lose material. Unfortunately, you cannot attack, well, unfortunately for white, you cannot attack that knight with a pawn. That's why it's such a powerful piece. You can only attack it with another piece. So in the best case for white, it's just going to be a trade-off. And then this pawn from d6 is probably going to take the knight's place on e5, and it's still going to be a very beautiful outpost in the center. So that's why that knight on e5 is so important for the position.
Got it.
It seemed to me, Christian, as you were showing us the game, how it was unraveling, you were following the precepts of theory. So the players
yes.
are still in their preparation, I would say.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure whether they are aware of the variations around here because, of course, this b3, bishop b2 approach is quite unnatural and unusual. It hasn't been played too many times. I do see a few games, I think somewhere in the vicinity of maybe 10 games total played throughout history. So it's not that much. Probably they are aware of the ideas, but I wouldn't say they analyze this position that thoroughly.
It's in their prep. I'd just like to turn our attention to another game because I'm going to tell you up front, we're going to choose who we think are going to win the tournaments. That's a competition that we always do. You've got to figure out who you want in the girls, the juniors, the seniors.
This will be
I'm
fun.
going to tell you up front that even though Gregory Kaidanov's winning, and my guy doesn't believe in himself, I believe in Larry Christensen. He's going to be my pick.
Okay.
He's up against Leonid today, and it just happens, it's coincidental, that these two players are both tied for second.
Yeah.
So this is a really big dog matchup. Larry has the black pieces, and e4 was the opening in this game. Larry essayed the Sicilian, that's with the move c5, and then after knight c6, an invitation to a open Sicilian, Leonid said, no, I'm going to play the Rosalimo. And in 1972, Bobby Fischer won the World Chess Championship and then disappeared for 20 years.
Wow.
In 1992, he came back to chess and played a rematch with Boris Spassky.
Okay.
They played this variation, the Rosalimo. Bobby was white, and Bobby shocked the world. He absolutely stunned the world with a gambit that he made on the queen side with the move b2, b4. And as we're about to see from this game, Leonid, essentially he borrowed a page from Bobby Fischer in that 1992 match as he plays the move b4, and he says, please take my pawn. That's a gambit. Leonid is saying to Black, go ahead and try to take this pawn if you want to, but that would be a huge mistake because when my bishop comes to a3, I'll have this superb diagonal and I will have not just great compensation, but it will give me a huge advantage. Larry said, look, I'm not interested in your pawn. You keep your lousy pawn. I'm just going to get my king to safety, and this is what I mean about building a fortress.
Yeah.
So when you build a fortress, you do what we call a fianchetto. You put your bishop in front of your king, and you can see these three pawns are a great pawn shield. The bishop in front of your king, the knight. Sharon?
Why is the bishop so important in front of the king?
It's just that, like that extra guardsman.
Okay.
Oftentimes, like we'll see in Annie's game, in the Queen's Gambit declined, she put her bishop in the center of the board, not so close to the king as it is right now. We'll just catch up with the players. I think we have, in fact, caught up with the players. That looks like the live board. Yeah, and I'm expecting Larry to want to recapture that pawn with his knight. The knight on f6 is not that great a shake, but the knight coming to c5, I'm trying to do this. Knight takes the pawn on c5, and to reroute the knight to e6 would be my best guess. Anyway, I didn't finish my thought. My thought was I am choosing Larry in the seniors.
Okay, you've got Larry.
I am choosing Annie because she looks so formidable in the girls.
She does.
Yeah, and my final prediction, and this one is really, really tough because my guy, he came in as top dog.
Yeah.
Nico.
With all the confidence.
With all the confidence. It's been shattered. He lost yesterday, but I'm going to go not with Hans.
Oh,
I'm taking because there's so many games left to be played. Think about who you want.
I'm going to think about
You've got to jump in, Christian, and then we'll all laugh.
You're taking a page out of Maurice Ashley's book. You're ambushing us with these predictions.
Hey, I got to go first.
You're going first.
I got to go first.
Are we betting money on this, by the way?
No, but serious ego points.
Okay.
Serious ego points.
I'm going to take Annie Wang.
Yes, that's
I have to take Annie Wang. She's so dominant, and I think she's just leaps and bounds ahead of her competition right now, and she's playing great. Annie Wang in the junior girls. In the juniors, I'm actually going to go with, Hans would be the easy choice, but I'm going to go with Christopher. I'm going to say that the 14-year-old is going to produce a big surprise.
That would be a huge upset.
And this is mostly based on the fact that, as Christopher was mentioning yesterday, they had this match with Hans. I see them as the two main competitors right now. And Christopher won quite handily that match. Of course, that was online, that was very short time controls, so it's a completely different story that we're going to have on our hands with this one. I'll take Christopher. And in the seniors, well, this is a difficult one. I have to say, Gregory is such an imposing threat to this field, and he's dominating so far. It seems like he was never in trouble in any of his games. That's a difficult one. Let's go with
drum roll.
Igor Novikov. I don't want to take Gregory Kaidanov.
Interesting.
No, I'm not going to take Gregory because that's the easy choice, and I like the underdog. I'm going to go with Novikov.
Sharon.
All right, well, listen.
On your debut, hold on, we got to give you the list of the girls first of all, so just to remind yourself.
Yes, please.
Of your
all right.
options.
Well, here's the thing.
You can't choose Magnus Carlsen.
Darn
it.
All right, you ruined my plans.
Okay.
I mean, I would say Annie, but you both went with Annie, so I'm going to switch things up a little bit. And I'm going to go with Talia because I think now she's got a fire lit under her butt after yesterday. And I think she's just going to, release the Kraken, as they say. Okay.
Excellent.
So I'm going to go with Talia. Plus, she's a native of St. Louis, so we'd all love to see that. The juniors. All right, I'm going to have to go with Hans.
I know, because he's such a great interview.
It's such a great interview. I want him in here. Exactly, on the final day. And he has killer shirts as well. So I'm going to go with Hans, and he just has that confidence. He's got what it takes. And in terms of seniors, all right, I'm going to surprise you here. All right. Leonid, Sokolin. I am betting on the underdog, who's not so much of an underdog at this point in time.
Two victories in back-to-back.
Because I feel like sometimes when you don't put so much pressure on yourself and you go into something and you really allow yourself to enjoy it, you can really excel that way. So I'm going to go with Leonid.
It's not about the goal, it's about the journey. Enjoy the journey.
Exactly.
Okay, so once again, I have picked Larry in the seniors.
Yeah.
I have picked Nico Cheka in the juniors. He's the #1 seed, even though he lost. And I went with Annie.
Yes.
So
Annie, Larry, and Nicholas.
Christian?
In the juniors, I got Christopher Yu.
Right.
In the junior girls, I got Annie Wang. And in the seniors, now I feel like we're insulting Gregory because nobody picked him. I really feel like we're insulting him.
Just don't tell him,
Can I change my prediction? I thought I am going to give it to you, Sharon. I'm going to
After
give
the drum roll, after that whole thing.
I was trying to give you Gregory.
Too late.
Sharon.
It's too late. No, you got to stick with.
I have to stick with Igor.
It's
I
like
guess.
once you make that move,
I
and
just
you take
feel
your
like
hand off the piece.
I'm shocked.
If
that you
Gregory
guys-
watches the show, he's going to be infuriated. by our
Absolutely.
picks.
I'm shocked by your behaviors.
We just don't want to be too obvious, right?
And you have to
So I'm going
remind
for
us.
Talia. I would have gone with Annie, but I'm going to go with Talia. I think she
To
does.
be different,
Yes,
right?
to be different.
Hans, because he's such a great
'cause
interview.
yeah. And then Leonid.
Because he's such a great interview.
Exactly. I like great
explains it.
interviews.
We're good.
I am a journalist, after all.
Right. Okay. Back to the games. What do you have for
Well,
us, Christian?
let's get back into the discussion of the Najdorf. Because
Okay.
the Najdorf is such an important opening. Everybody plays the Najdorf, everybody knows. Well, whoever doesn't play it and plays white e4 is afraid of the Najdorf. So
I don't know the Najdorf.
the Najdorf
Sorry.
is a scary beast. Very, very
Oh.
scary beast. So the Najdorf is this move a6 in the Sicilian, in the open Sicilian. So
Okay.
you started off with e4, c5, knight f3, d6, d4, take, knight f6, knight c3. And now this move a6 is going to take us into the Najdorf. Now, we saw the move h3 in the game between Alex Yermolinsky and Igor Novikov. But there's, as I was mentioning previously, a lot of ways in which you can treat the Najdorf. Another way in which you can do that, and by the way, this is the game between John Burke and David Brodzky. So John Burke decided to go knight to b3, taking this knight off the center. Why are you taking the knight off the center? Well, there's a very clear reason why you would do that, and that is because you're trying to give the move to black. Because black is going to have to make a commitment on how to get this bishop from f8 out. After knight to b3, there's options. You can go e6, e5, g6. These are the three ways in which you can open up the avenue for the dark square bishop. Now, if you go g6, then we're going to get into something that we call a Dragendorf, if I'm not mistaken. That is a combination between the dragon and the Najdorf. It's considered to be quite okay for black, especially against knight to b3. It's not okay to play, for example, in this position against the main lines, usually bishop to e3, and now g6. This is not considered to be a very good version of the Dragendorf. But if my knight already left the center, then that is considered to be a good version of it. Instead of that, David Brodzky decided to open up the position with the move e6. Now the big difference is if you go e5, with this move knight to b3, we see this combination very often whenever black attacks this knight on d4 with e5, I'm going to retreat the knight to b3. But right now, what's extra for white is that he hasn't committed the placement of the bishop on c1. So one of the ways in which white can take advantage of this nuance is to go bishop to g5 instead of bishop to e3, pin the knight directly. And this is considered to lead to some very interesting novel type of positions. This has been discussed recently in top-level competition. So bishop to g5 is one way, but again, if you took already the knight off from the center, black can also play the move e6. And we're seeing once again a very similar thing to the game of Alex Yermolinsky and Igor Novikov with an early g4 attack on the king side. Now we see a different approach from black. We've seen in that game the move h6 early on and stopping the advancement of the pawns with g5. Now we see b5 immediately taking advantage and advancing the pawns on the queen side before this bishop is placed as a sniper on the long diagonal, because once bishop g2 comes on the board, you have to meet that action with the move bishop to b7. So b5 is very, very important to do it as soon as possible. a3, we have on the board bishop to e7, g5. Once again, a completely different approach. I'm coaxing you into pushing your opponents. I'm saying, okay, yeah, come, g5, play your moves, come at me, and then I'm going to try to take advantage of your overextension. Let's see how he does that. f4, h6, immediately targeting this pawn on g5. h4, defending that pawn on g5. We're seeing some exchanges on the h-file. And now there's no more rooks on the h-file. That's a very different type of position. We see this position on the board. Queen to f3 is the last move. Right now, it seems like white is definitely for choice because bishop to e3 is going to come targeting that queen. Everything seems to be coming with tempo. Of course, you can go something along the lines of queen g1, but right now I'm not even forced to exchange the queens. I can take advantage of the fact that this knight is actually protecting the rook on a1, the knight on b3. So I can move the king up. Your queen is kind of lonely in here on g1. If you leave it on g1, well, after bishop to e3, she's not going to have any friends around, and she's going to get lost or at least harassed all the way to h8. For example, you can go queen to h2. Now I'm going to go bishop to g2. And the only way to save it, because my rook is coming to h1, that's going to capture the queen, that's going to trap it, and you're going to lose it. You don't want to lose your queen. Absolutely not. So you have to go all the way back to h8, and then you will have to go all the way back to d8 and swing it back to b6. So it's just like this Tour de France almost, Tour de Najdorf of the queen, going from d8 to b6 to g1 to h2 to h8 to d8 to b6 to get back to b6. Of course, you don't want to do that. You're going to lose too many tempis. So you don't want to venture too far with this queen. Queen to g1. Probably a very normal move would be to just go knight to c6 or knight to c5. But then white's pieces are starting to come with tempo. I'm going to go bishop to e3. I'm going to go castle. And I do believe at one point, probably earlier than you guys might guess, I'm going to try to take advantage of the h-file. The h-file has opened up. That's an avenue for my pieces to invade your pawn structure and kind of harass these pawns, g7 and f7. This is looking really good for the defending champion, John Burke.
Thank you, Christian. I'd just like to turn our attention to the game of Sanjana and Alice Lee for just a second, because I think somebody got tricked. I'm just a little bit unsure who. In this position from a Sicilian Rossalimo, bishop b5, the knight was provoked to jumping to the d4 square. Just a second. Let me see if, yes, there it goes. Knight to d4, knight to f3. So far, everything is pretty normal. And then we get to this position, and white captured this knight on d4. Normally speaking, I'm more used to white having castled. Now, maybe this was a trap that Alice had set for her opponent with this move d7, d5. You can't capture this pawn on d4. Knight takes d4 would be a blunder. That would result in a double attack. The bishop would be under threat, as would the knight. So, but that was okay. Sanjana said, no, I wasn't interested in winning the pawn. I was interested in getting this and forcing a resolution on the c3 square, like d4 takes c3, b takes c3, play d4, and white has a good bishop and some space for her pieces. Instead came this move d3. Now this was a huge move, and normally speaking, you don't see a black pawn going all the way up the bone, all the way up the board, right through the center, d5, d4, d3, kicking a knight on e2, and after, yes, so this is her problem. I'm sure she had intended or had wanted to play the move knight f4, figuring she was going to pick up this pawn either with the knight or with the bishop. But the problem is, like, if knight f6, bishop takes, the only defender of this bishop is the knight. So if I play a move like g5, the knight can't move because the bishop is captured by the queen. If the bishop moves, the knight is captured, and the bishop can't go to b5 with a check, rescuing both pieces because the pawn is on a6. So it means that Sanjana had to play knight to g3, and that pawn on d3 is simply a huge strategic bone in white's throat. And after the move knight g3, I would anticipate that black would just play the move knight f6. Why is this so important?
Why?
Exactly. Why? Look at white's queen side for just a moment. This bishop on c1 and this rook on a1. are saying, Sharon, come on, coach, get me into the game, develop me. I'm stuck. So
because you have to, like you said yesterday, you have to talk to all your pieces.
He says, and the bishop is crying, and the bishop is behind this pawn on d2, and that's stuck because of the pawn on d3. So the only avenue for the bishop will be on the queen's side, and that pawn on d3 is really aggravating White's development, making White's ability to develop her pieces much, much more difficult. So I think Alice Lee tricked her opponent out of the opening. What do you have for us, Christian?
Well, I've been looking at this very important game between Andrew Hung and Hans Niemann. Let's not forget, Andrew Hung is doing really poorly right now.
Exactly.
If I'm not mistaken, I think he has 3 losses in a row.
Wow.
So he's playing against Niemann. Niemann is definitely looking to put a 4th zero, a 4th donut next to Andrew's name. And we get this Caro-Kann with c5, very early c5. So we see the advanced game in the Caro-Kann, the advanced variation with e5. Of course, White can play knight to c3. White has a lot of options. Taking on d5 is also considered to be quite an interesting option nowadays. The exchange Caro-Kann, it used to be considered a very drawish, equalish variation, allowing black to get back into the game very quickly. But nowadays, it seems like it might actually give White some chances for an advantage. But still, e5 became kind of the latest fashion and the way to go if you want to create any sort of imbalances and create get a lot of space in the center and put the pressure on black. c5, immediately attacking the pawn chain, the very early pawn chain, knight to f3 and c takes d4. Queen takes d4, knight to c6, queen to f4, and now g6 in the position. This is, by the way, a novel move. e6 was played before, h6 was played before, h6 with the idea to go g5 and try to target the defenders of the pawn on e5. There's a lot of ways in which you can combat that, but probably the best is to go h4 and to actually defend against that g5. g6 is a novel approach, immediately getting ready to get the bishop to g7, but also maybe targeting the queen via bishop to h6. So we're going to have to wait and see how this one is going to develop.
We do have 2 moves, knight c3
knight
and
c3
d4.
Exactly.
Knight c3 and d4 have both been played.
Oh, we do have some moves.
Yes.
Excellent, yes. Knight to c3 and d4. And knight c3 is a very important move because, for example, if you try to develop your bishop first, well, you're actually losing this bishop.
Oops.
On c1. You have to move the queen, you lose the bishop because it's not protected. With the move knight to c3, sure, you're developing the knight, but also protecting that bishop on c1 with the rook. So d4 we have on the board, and right now Andrew Hung is in a deep thing because he's already down almost 30 minutes on the clock, 58 minutes against 1 hour and 22 minutes. So Hans is definitely very well prepared. Now Andrew is going to have to answer a very important question. Where do you put that knight? Well, it seems like you want to go to the center.
Well, that was my question for you, Christian. Is like today, you know, we're seeing in, gosh darn it, the Joko piano, bishop c4, and all of these marvelous things that I used to love to do as a junior, which was to attack f7. Nobody, I mean, nobody gets to attack f7 anymore.
Why?
Because they're too good. Their defensive ability is really great. But I'm thinking to myself, look, White has brought his queen to f4. And look, I mean, fool's mate may be fool's mate, but scholar's mate still rocks. Bishop c4.
I agree with you, Yasser.
Let's go checkmate the guy.
Bishop c4 is indeed a beautiful move, and let's just show the checkmate because it's so
maybe it's not a checkmate,
so graphic.
By the way,
it is.
Oh, it is.
It is.
It is.
It's a pawn checkmate.
Oh,
it's a pawn checkmate because
nice.
This king is kind of like trapped in the center. This queen is taking control of this diagonal.
The diagonal.
That's very visual. Of course, it's not going to happen. This is what he's thinking right now, pondering his options, knight to e4, moving the knight, or going aggressive taking advantage of the consequences of this last move, d4, opening up this a2, g8, very important diagonal. So bishop c4 is indeed a very intriguing move.
And I think that's what Andrew's contemplating. Because
and what is he going? How is he going to respond to that?
Because if I move my knight to e4,
yes,
instead of bishop c4, then the pawn is on e7, and it protects the squares f6 and d6. But if we take the move back and we include bishop c4, if I can provoke that move, then my knight on e4 looks a lot more handsome, shall we say. Yeah.
Exactly, because now you have, and I've been telling my beginner students always, do not open up the bishop on f8 or on c8 on both sides. Don't do that. Don't open it on both sides. He played knight e4.
Without the inclusion of bishop c4.
He did not play bishop c4.
Darn it.
That's a big miss.
Maybe.
Miss.
I'm sure there were other things that Hans would have done, but I did like the inclusion of bishop c4. We'll see how Hans responds.
Is that a purple suit?
That's what I was just going to say. What is Hans wearing? It looks like a purple blazer, right?
That looks like a purple blazer.
He's quite the fashionista of...
You know?
Yeah. Do you give the purple thumbs up, thumbs down? You like the purple?
No. No.
Not your style?
Purple,
I kind of like it. It's different.
Purple was the imperial colors of Rome and China. So there was this great story of this Chinese general who had himself buried in purple when purple was reserved for the emperor. And the emperor found out and had the general's entire family wiped out.
Oh, no.
For burying himself in purple. The purple was exclusive.
Only for the emperor?
Only for the emperor.
Well, maybe that's why he's wearing purple.
Exactly.
He's feeling very powerful right now.
Yes, kingly.
I think a really interesting pairing is going to be Christopher versus Hans. Christopher
No
was
question.
in here yesterday.
Those two
They've got a rivalry, haven't they? A friendly rivalry because of a blitz game that Christopher won against Hans the other day. And Hans now wants blood, so that's going to be interesting to watch.
I just wanted to turn our attention to our Ben Lee, our wild card, because this is... when I was growing up, this was considered this King's Indian attack, where you get this avalanche of pawns on the king's side, this chain of pawn from c7 all the way to f4, and what you would do is you get to go g5, g4, and blast open the white king. And Brandon has done that, but there is one peculiar difference. This bishop is residing on h2, that kind of extra protection for white's king. That part is very unusual. So it's not the normal crushing King's Indian attack that you might get with f4, f3, because this bishop means that the king can actually reside on h1 thanks to the bishop being on h2. That's a very peculiar double-edged position. And normally you would say, oh, black is just killing it. And here I am not that sure.
You're kind of liking that.
I very much like the fact that bishop is on h2, giving this added defense. And we'll just keep our eye on this one. So,
I wanted to ask.
Yes, please, Sharon.
Ben, I believe, he's an international master. Brandon, a grandmaster.
Yes.
Is there a big difference between the two skill levels? Obviously, once you're an international master and you're progressing, you're very close
on that
to,
step.
Yeah.
They can be.
Yeah.
There can be a very large difference. And one of the very rare cases in the world was Larry Christensen. Larry Christensen actually never became an international master. He just skipped the class and went from senior master to grandmaster just like that. He's that good. He just had an extraordinary year where his results propelled him to the grandmaster title, and he just blasted past the international master.
The only person in history who's done that.
No, I think others have done it as well, but I mean, he certainly stands out to my mind. But because he did it, he inspired so many kids like myself, like I thought of Larry as kind of a rival and said, "Can I do that?" No. Larry was
You had to
very
take the
special.
long route,
Exactly,
the local.
exactly. I took the pedantic route, but he was very, very impressive. So yes, the answer to your question is there is a difference, and it can be very large, or as in the case of Larry, let's just call him a grandmaster.
Now, I know we were talking on day one about the fact that some of these juniors, they may have a certain rating and a certain title, but because of that past year, 2 years that's gone by,
Exactly.
if they've really been, studying the engines and playing
hard at work.
virtually, they may be playing at a level way above
Precisely
what their
so.
rating and what their title reflects. Have you seen that with any specific players? Has
I
that
think
sort of stood out to
it
you?
really has not at this moment, Sharon, but what has stood out to me is that in both the girls and the juniors, they're playing really theoretical stuff.
Okay.
They are coming and they're showing their prep. We'll see more. We don't have enough of a database, but yes, I think that a lot of the juniors, they may come in here and say, well, it's my studies and my karate lessons that are keeping me away from my, I haven't really looked that much at chess. And then they come and they blast out.
It's like,
20
yes,
moves
you
of theory.
have.
Yes, you have. You've done some homework. I'm not believing it.
Exactly.
But yeah,
proof's in the pudding.
I'm seeing that. But the whole point is, yes, in this pandemic, this 12-month, 14-month, 16-month period where there's not been over-the-board play, how much work have you been putting in? And
that's going to be reflected in this tournament.
And also there's that rusty factor too, right? That to get back into that over-the-board swing of things, that's not so easy, and maybe even more harder for the seniors.
You said it takes you 10 hours.
Oh, yeah. Back to you, Christian. What do you have for us in the game with the queen on b6?
Well, also to start off with answering Sharon's question, it's so difficult, and as a coach, as a recruiter, because I'm always looking for new players for my university team, and these players are actually at that age. Skipping 1 year of not playing chess is so important because they're in that development stage. In 1 year, they can make huge progress. We're seeing that with Hans, who decided not to skip that year and go and find tournaments that he needed to play. And we're seeing him go from like 2470 when at the beginning of the pandemic to like 2608 right now. FIDE rating in the live rating list. That is a huge leap. That is a leap that sometimes takes a lifetime to achieve. And some people don't even achieve that. So we're seeing this development or lack of in a lot of these players. And it's very interesting to see which ones adapted to the new circumstances better than the other ones. And I'm definitely having some very close attention watching these guys, because again, I might just write some scholarship letters for them. So I might as well see who's the best out there.
But and if they win, it's paid for.
Making it even that much nicer.
We're getting some 10,000, yes.
Yeah, exactly.
10,000.
Exactly.
That's very helpful. But
very helpful.
One of the games that we were kind of analyzing previously was the one between John Burke and David Brodzky, and I was mentioning that John is definitely looking as the favorite in this matchup because he's just way ahead in this development, especially in the development with the pawns. Well, the pawns are extremely extended on this side and they're ready to create a lot of damage on the king side. And this is exactly what we're seeing right now. He decided to not go queen to g1. Well, that's a safe decision, as I was pointing out in the variations that we looked at with the king coming to e2, not the queen trade after queen to f1. Very, very important. So knight to c6 was played, bishop to e3, attacking the queen, supported by the queen on f3, knight to c5, and now g6, taking advantage of the fact that you're tied up under this very, very annoying pin. Also, opening up the position on the side where you don't have a lot of defenders. Both your important defenders, the knights, are on the other side. On this side, you only have a lonely bishop that cannot defend a lot of light squares. And this is what this move g6 creates, a lot of light square weaknesses. we see this move g6, and for example, if you venture and take that pawn, well, that's not good news for your king, because after queen to g4, now it's going to be extremely difficult to defend both of them. And by the way, g6, this is a very typical way of opening up the structure. So if you are studying the Open Sicilian at home, if you're studying the Najdorf and this type of expansions, keep this pattern in mind. Playing the move g6, well, offering this gambit almost, right? You're giving up a pawn. But I'm going to take it back with interest, because after king to f7, for example, I can just simply go e5, give you another pawn. Take it, sure. Show me your defenders. Where are your defenders? I'm ready to go queen to g6 and checkmate you in the next couple of moves. How are you going to defend that? Well, the answer is you cannot anymore. You don't have any pieces next to your king. Your position is busted. So right now, John Burke is definitely heading to a very violent victory in this game.
Wow. Busted is one of those wonderful chess expressions that we use.
I like it.
To describe a bad position.
And David had a good time yesterday, didn't he? He was very happy about his win. May not happen again today.
Exactly. I'm looking at your pick, Hans, Niemann's game, as normally speaking, when we play the move g6, the intention behind the move g7, g6 is to make a square for the bishop. That's the fianchetto bishop. Here, actually, Hans went for bishop h6. I kind of call this the advanced fianchetto. And he does this for a very specific reason. He wants to gain a tempo against the white queen and force the white queen to move. But Andrew said, no, remember when Andrew was taking all that time to decide whether to bring the bishop out or to move the knight? Well, he played this move. And this move is a real challenge, and that was why I was looking at Hans on our cameras there, because he was kind of taken aback.
Oh,
he took a deep breath and he was kind of like,
body
yes,
language.
absolutely. And the reason why he was taking aback, first of all, it's a very aggressive move. It trips him up. If his idea was to win a tempo, he didn't win the tempo because the knight and the queen are now combining to make a direct impact and crash on the f7 square. Yeah. So unfortunately for black, defending this pawn by blocking really isn't that good an option, because that invites g4, and again we're trying to crash through on the f7 square. So black will likely have to play the move f6. Now this opens up a whole different kettle of fish. After takes, you want to take with the pawn so you can drive this knight away, but white is going to toss in this intermediate queen check.
That protection's gone now.
Yeah, and the king is suddenly and surprisingly exposed. And I don't think when he played that novel move that Christian said back here, excuse me, I've hit the wrong thing. Back here, up to this moment, this, as Christian was mentioning, this is all in the theory books. That is to say, previous games have continued with the move e7, e6. This was the new move g6, and Andrew has said, okay, your new move is going to be met by some very aggressive play by myself, and put you to it, like show me what you got in answer to this very blunt and direct attack against your f7 pawn.
I want to start a new segment.
Please.
Fun facts about Yasser.
No.
Yes.
No.
Fun facts about Yasser.
Very short segment.
Short segment. Very short
very
segment. But a little birdie told me you were actually Cosmopolitan Magazine's Bachelor of the Month.
That is true. What else is going on in the games, everybody? Let's see. Look at that bishop. Sharon, look at that bishop.
I'm not saving you, Yasser.
No,
I'm not saying it.
I think that's a very prestigious title.
Well, thank you.
Along with Grandmaster.
Well, thank
Do you
you.
want to tell us about that, or perhaps not? I've embarrassed you now, haven't I?
It came at a remarkable time. I was a bachelor, yes. And I was being interviewed for Cosmopolitan, and they sent out some photographer, And what was the unexpected thing was I was living in a condominium building at the time. You know how those condominiums, you got your little mailbox thing?
Yeah.
You know, you got a little slot.
Yeah, it's got your name on it.
Yeah. And maybe on a good day, 10 letters can maybe fit in there. Certainly not a newspaper. It's a small box.
It is.
I got over 2,000 letters.
Oh, wow.
Over 2,000. You know what my mailman went through carrying it? Like each day I would come, and this mailbox would be stuffed, and it would be all over on the lobby, like all my mail.
Oh my
and
gosh,
it was hilarious.
female suitors. What's the word for female suitors? Maybe
female
it's suitors.
suitor?
Yeah.
I don't know. But it was hilarious. My mom read every letter. It was really funny. And she would have her glasses. Oh my word, this is terrible.
We won't ask what was in those
Exactly.
letters. All right, moving
That's why I was
quickly
saying
ahead
the bishop
to
is so exciting. While I was talking, I was thinking about this position because Hans may want to play the move Queen d5 as a way of defending the pawn on f7. This is a actually it's a very unusual, novel position, and I think the players are really very much on their own here and playing a double-edged, very sharp position. Our leader, or co-leader, pardon me, Hans, I suspect we're going to see some really slow, long thinks as any move, no mistakes can be made at this point. Any move could be very, very costly for either side. Christian, what have you, what's caught your eye?
Well, another leader that right now is looking in pole position to extend his lead is actually Gregory Kaidanov in the senior section. He's playing Joel Benjamin. And it seems like today it's a day of, well, move G4.
Whoa.
We're seeing this G4 move in every single line. In the Najdorf, now we see it in the Zaimish. This G4 has been played before, of course. It's not as popular as just simply taking the pawn with C takes B5 and accepting the sacrifice, but my assumption is that probably Black did prepare this sacrifice. He was spending only like 2 minutes. So if you take, C6, knight to C3, then we get a position such as E5. Black is trying to open up the lines and the diagonals for his pieces, and we're going to get a very complicated battle in which White has an extra pawn, but Black has a lot of compensation for it. Gregory decides not to allow that and to actually offer his own pawn sacrifice by leaving this pawn unattended, the pawn on C4. So you're going to play this move G4. What this move does is it gets this pawn in front of the knight, which is going to land to G3. That's going to allow me to later on create an attack. Also, I have ideas of G5 and kicking this knight off of F6, which is considered to be a very good square. So G4, quite a typical move in this type of positions. Now we see the move E5, D5, knight to B6, knight to G3, and right now, Joel Benjamin decides to sacrifice a piece. Bishop takes G4. The computer hates it. Computer says White is completely winning right now. I mean, you're just going to take the piece and there's nothing that Black can do about it. I mean, you're going to take another pawn. I was looking at lines such as this. Of course, you can also play moves such as bishop to E2, which are going to lead to a very normal position in which I'm a piece up. Of course, you're going to try to do something related to F5 and an expansion on the king side, but it's not going to work. I mean, it's just, it doesn't work. You don't have, the requirements of the positions are not asking you to sacrifice your piece with bishop takes G4. It's just not a good move. Also, I can just play moves such as bishop to G5. This is going to require a bit more calculation, and after F6, bishop to H4, it seems like you're trapping your bishop on H4, but after bishop to H3, you're actually completely winning. because black cannot take on h4. That would allow my rook to go to the g file and attack the bishop on g7. These are more of a mechanical approach, an engine approach to this position. I don't think we're going to see that, of course.
No.
I think we're going to see much more of a practical approach after knight takes g4, which is on the board, not before first. Now I can even take another pawn if I want. Why not? Let's take another pawn. I'm going to take, and I'm going to take back. You can take my bishop, that's fine. You got my dark square bishop, but it's not the end of the road.
No.
There's absolutely no reason for black to sacrifice in this position. It's a very poorly timed sacrifice. And this just kind of goes to show that Joel is not in the best shape of his life right now. It feels like he's hesitating. He's taking rash decisions sometimes like this one. And he took the pawn. He doesn't see it, and I don't see it, and the engine doesn't see it, and I'm really curious to see what Joel sees in this position and why he decided to sacrifice this piece.
Sure feels like an error of judgment, to be sure.
Yeah.
Sharon.
I was going to say, so Joel won last year. It was a virtual tournament
Online,
last year.
remote, yeah.
Do you think that he may be better in the virtual space?
No
than,
question about it, that especially I think a lot of the juniors, they play online.
Yeah.
And they play a lot of blitz games. Blitz, we mean they get 5 minutes or 3 minutes or even 1 minute for the entire game. So they
1
use
minute for the entire
The,
game?
that's bullet. Yeah. And they're great.
I've lost already.
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly. And they could play 60, 80, 100 moves with 60 seconds. So they're literally playing faster than 1 second a move.
Is there an increment?
No.
Oh, no. Oh.
They're incredibly
Oh, no.
fast. And you kind of drill yourself, you train yourself, you start looking at a 2D board. And your input is with your mouse. It's not you're making your moves and pressing your clock. So you start to drill yourself and train yourself in a way that playing remotely is much more comfortable than coming to a club and getting on a suit and shaking somebody's hand and writing down your score sheet.
Yeah.
In fact, when you're playing remotely, you never write down your score because that's all
recorded
automatically.
Yeah.
So this starts to become unnatural to write down a move. So
and throws you off, probably takes you out of the game for a couple of seconds. Yeah.
Perhaps.
Yeah.
So it's entirely possible that, rusty, bad form, bad judgment and whatnot is somehow afflicting Joel because he's not looking good. And this was a really big error of judgment. I just had a funny thought. Gregory Kaidanov, we lauded him as a great chess coach, which he is. And I can just imagine him as he's playing this game thinking about his students. And he gets this position and he doesn't take the pawn. He makes another move. And then all the students said, "But Grandmaster, you told us to take the pawn. Why didn't you take the pawn?" And he's sitting there thinking, what an idiot I am. I'm going to have to answer this question 20 times. So I'm going to take the pawn just so my students won't be able to ask me the question, why didn't you take the pawn? So he took the pawn.
Yeah.
Brave and correct decision.
Okay. Well, we're going to do something that Gregory can't take right now, which is a break.
Very brave decision.
A brave decision on our part as well. So we'll be back in a few, guys. Stick with us.
Can you hear it? It's the sound of hope. And health. And strength. It's the sound of compassion. Of open doors. Where people and machines are in tune and miracles occur. It's the sound of personalized healthcare and active communities. It sounds like life, and it's what you hear when you really listen. Listening to you, caring for you, we are Ascension.
Founded in 1839, the University of Missouri is steeped in tradition. The recently founded Mizzou Chess Program is a partnership between the University of Missouri and the St. Louis Chess Club. Collegiate chess has been experiencing a meteoric rise at the national level. Through its tradition of excellence, Mizzou has always strived for the best. Mizzou Chess is working towards raising the bar by bringing our institution's ethos of respect, responsibility, discovery, and excellence to the chessboard.
A St. Louis Public Radio journalist's most precious possession isn't a notepad, camera, microphone, or recording device. Their most precious possession is credibility. A journalist's work revolves around the truth, finding it, verifying it, and reporting it. Great journalists work hard to find the facts and put those facts into context, examining all the arguments and including differing opinions, amplifying fascinating voices from our community, telling captivating stories, offering facts that may have been omitted. We work every day to earn your trust. For news, turn to St. Louis Public Radio.
We're back, guys. Yasser, what are the updates?
Yes, well, now that I've officially picked him, I've been keeping
Larry's
my eye
your
on.
guy.
Yes, exactly.
You're hoping and fingers crossed.
Something like that. I've been looking at the game of Larry Christensen. He's up against Leonid. These two players.
That's my guy.
Exactly.
Right? My money is behind.
Are trailing Gregory Kaidanov by half a point in the seniors, and with the move bishop a3, Larry was forced to move his queen, and this move knight to d2 set up a very nasty idea of knight to c4, attacking the queen, hitting the pawn on e5, which of course provoked Larry to play bishop e6, defending the square c4. And that's a hugely important move. As long as that bishop patrols that square c4, the knight's not jumping into the game. Leonid continued queen b1, tickling the pawn on b7. Larry dropped back with the queen. It was sort of like the black queen was exposed. So I really like this maneuver that Larry has done. He's developed his bishop, he's dropped back with his queen, everything. He's safeguarding all of his squares, essentially. With the move queen b4, Leonid is making his intentions perfectly clear. I'm going to land on the d6 square, and Larry says, well, just a second. No, you're not. Rook a d8, rook b1, and we're caught up to the players. The move rook b1 obviously attacks the pawn on b7. I'm anticipating that Larry will just move his pawn to b6. He's got a good piece development in the center. He's got the two bishops. White's pawn structure has been, let's say, a little bit compromised. So long term, Larry has a good endgame prospects. What do I mean about a compromised pawn structure? So the idea is you want to keep your pawns cohesive, so as in a chain of pawns. So if you look at black's king side, h6, g6, f7, e5, no double pawns. They're all in a chain. On the queen side, a7, b6, c6, a second chain. So these are what we would call two pawn islands. And it was Jose Raul Capablanca who introduced this concept of pawn islands. And he said the more pawn islands you have, the weaker your pawn chain becomes. And in this case, we can see that white has three over here, 1, 2, 3.
Yes.
1, 2, 3 here in the center, and one over here. This
Is that an isolated? That is an
Yeah.
isolated pawn. Okay, I thought I spotted one.
Okay.
I'm picking up a lot.
I need a new co-hostess. This is we've gone too far.
I'm too experienced now, grandmaster level.
Exactly. Nice. Yes, that's right. So long term, the player who has more pawn islands usually has a compromised position, according to the precepts of Jose Raul Capablanca, and I think he's right in this case, that long-term Larry has good chances. Short-term, Leonid's the one who's kind of pushing the action, calling the initiative. Again, we have to keep a close eye on these two. And Christian, I'll turn it over to you. What game has caught your eye?
Well, I just want to go around the horn and look at all the junior games and kind of catch up to what these guys have been doing. So let's start with the game between Balakrishnan and Nicolas Cheka. This one was that Queen's Gambit accepted, and we have this position, this very symmetrical position, which doesn't seem to be going anywhere. And in fact, it didn't really go anywhere. A lot of trades have been happening. We have this position, very symmetrical, very balanced. I don't see anybody making any mistakes at this point to create any imbalances. My, I guess my suggestion is these players just agree to a draw. So we have John Burke versus David Brodzky. This one was a crazy one, right? Where white just went g6, and that was a good way of breaking up the pawn structure on the king side. g6, b4, e takes f7. So as soon as black saw this move g6, he understood that things are not looking good. I need to create some sort of counter chances. And he decided to try to open up the position as soon as possible on the queen side with the move b4. Take on f7, king takes f7. This is currently the position we have on the board. Knight to a4 seems like a very natural choice. You're going to be able to take on c5, then play a move such as queen to h5. Now, of course, black will not want to go g6, which seems like the natural choice, but rather hide his king as soon as possible, because, of course, g6 would allow queen to h7, and now I can just simply take a pawn. This is looking really, really good for white. John Burke seems to be cruising towards his victory, his second victory in a row. Yesterday, he beat Brandon Jacobson with the black pieces, so he's starting to shape his tournament the way he wants it to look like. So warming up for sure. And then in Hong versus Hans Niemann, we had a lot of interesting things happening. So I think we left it at this point where he played the move knight to e4, bishop to h6, and knight to g5.
That's right.
And now we were debating how much time will Hans spend on this, calculating all these very complicated variations. Well, not so much. He played the move f6 quite quickly. Take on f6, take on f6, queen to e4. Of course, you have to get out of this pin with the move queen to e4, which is a tempo on the king. Now, black, of course, has a couple of options. He can immediately play queen e7 and trade the queens, but he doesn't want to trade the queens because the way this position is shaping up to look like right now is white. If you trade the queens, you're going to be able to target this weakness on d4. You're going to have the much better structure as white. You don't want to go into an endgame with that. What this pawn on d4 gives you is a lot of dynamic opportunities. And that's why, as black, you want to keep the queens on the board so that those dynamic opportunities are going to be amplified by the presence of the queen. King to f8, knight to e6, bishop takes e6, bishop takes h6. This is currently the position that we have. I'm not really sure. I guess he's thinking also about king to f7, which is also a move. Knight takes h6 is an opportunity as well for Hans to probably get a better position, because after queen to a5, it seems like white has to go king to d1. Knight to d2 is not fast enough, obviously because of rook e8, and that just gets the queen on a pin. You have to go king to d1, but after king to g7, with this knight joining the defense on f7, covering the king, it seems like black's king is actually extremely safe. White's king, not so much. You don't have the connection between the rooks possible anytime soon. Also, this queen is going to be a target for my pieces. As they come towards the center, rook to e8, where are you going to run with the queen? Is going to always be attacked, and it doesn't seem like white is doing very well. Hans Niemann definitely in pole position in this one. Justin Wang versus Christopher Yu. So Christopher played e5 at the beginning, if I'm not mistaken, in 2 games ago. In the game between him and John Burke, he played e5, and we got that Joko piano variation. Right. Now he decides, as he sees that Justin Wang only has half a point into this event, so he's definitely struggling, he decided to try to find a more complicated avenue, try to extract more information from his opponent. Knight to f6, knight to c3, knight to c6, knight to b5. This variation, of course, d6 leads to the Sveshnikov. After e5, bishop to g5, a6, and then we have plenty of ooh, my goodness. That's not good. Plenty of theory in that one. But he decided not to go for that. He decided to go after knight to b5, bishop b4. This is another way of handling this position. It's considered to be quite harmless for white. White generally gets this nice position with the two bishops, yeah, but also with the isolated pawn, especially after taking on d5. Black generally is the one on the defensive end. He decided to not take on d5 and create that isolated pawn. He allowed the move d4, which came on the board 2 moves later, d4, knight to e2, e5, and now we get a much more complicated position, and I'm sure this is what Christopher was definitely aiming for at the beginning of the game, because right now, after knight e5, queen h5, f6, I believe we still have a couple of more moves on the board, b4, bishop to e6, rook to c1, a6, bishop to d2, b5, bishop to e1. This is currently the position that we have on the board. It does feel like it's very imbalanced, but I do like this knight on e5. I really, really enjoy the outpost of this knight. Of course, you have a very good square landing square for your knight on g3 on f5 as well. But my bishop for the moment protects that. So whenever you go with the knight on f5, I'm going to snap that knight off the board, and we're going to get a pair of knights against a pair of bishops. It's going to be a very intriguing challenge to assess those type of positions. So this one, still plenty of room to grow. And let's see what we got in this one. I think you were having your eyes on this one as well,
This
Yasser.
was the King's Indian attack where the bishop got chased to h2.
Yes, exactly. The Ben Lee versus Brandon Jacobson. And the bishop did get chased all the way to h2, opening up this g file. And it seems like black's attack is just coming much faster. This is currently the position that we have on the board. I don't see how white is going to develop his initiative on the queen side. c5, not possible right now because you're going to lose that pawn. If you take on b6, which just arrived on the board right now, well, the problem is that after c takes b6, you don't have anything coming on this side. There's no more pawn storm on that side. And my play on the g file is going to come very, very quickly. Not only that, but at the right moment, I'm also going to put this bishop on g3. And that's going to create a lot of problems around your king. So I really like black's position right now. It seems this one is going Brandon's way. And it's quite interesting. Brandon is playing really well with the black pieces, but really struggling with the white pieces. Quite a strange event.
Sometimes that contrast is really bizarre how it happens. Like I had a tournament in Nikšić, Yugoslavia, where I kept winning with the white pieces. I won one day with the white pieces, came back, and I lost with the black pieces. Like, darn it. Come back, I win with the white pieces and lose with the black pieces. And like, it was like, you know, only one muscle was working or something like that. And sometimes it works the opposite way, that you're playing really, really well with black.
Has that happened to you?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. I like I said, Sharon, I believe in making every mistake at least once, usually twice and thrice. And yes, that has happened with me a lot.
You know, I do want to go to a part two of Fun Facts with Yasser, because look what we have. That's my baby. Bachelor of the Month.
Yeah, but that picture was from Sports Illustrated, not from
Oh, that wasn't
Cosmo.
your Bachelor. That wasn't the.
That wasn't the Bachelor. Okay, well, I was the Bachelor of the Month, but no.
Yeah, but that wasn't the picture that was used.
That was the one.
Loving
from,
the hair, by the way.
Oh, well, thank you very much. I had
and the
an afro.
moustache.
Yeah.
Or mustache, as you'd say.
There you go. Now, back to the game, because this is really, really important. No, Gregory Kaidanov.
awesome.
Let's just jump into Gregory Kaidanov, because what happened was we left the position right at this point, and we said Joel had sacrificed a piece completely unsoundly, unnecessarily, and Gregory had just captured this pawn on b5 and said, show me. And when we left it, knight takes e3, queen takes e3. These moves are new. And here in this exact position, I really liked the decision that Gregory made, because remember, I'm the president of the Pawn Grubbers Association,
Yes,
and
you are.
here we are. We could grab this pawn on a6 and say, you know, like, I keep taking pawns.
Yeah.
But we're fearful. We're fearful that black is going to play the move f5, f4, forking the queen, forking the knight, and I'm going to end up giving back the piece that I so hard
You worked so hard to
earn, right? So Gregory should and could have played the move queen f2 and just sidestepped that and said, hey, look, I've got an open g file, I've got this game under control, I'm not going to give anything back. But then he looked a little bit deeper and he said, you know what? Phooey for your threat of f5, f4. I don't consider it a real threat. I will capture this pawn on a6. That's another pawn in my pocket, and I challenge you to win my piece. And what Joel realizes now is that when he carries out his threat of f4, queen will drop into e4. This is a huge square in the middle of the board. And notice that white has a light squared bishop, and black has a dark square bishop. So there's bishops of opposite color. And as Christian was saying, when you have bishops of opposite color, it means that pieces can't oppose one another.
Yeah.
So you're like shadows that pass
In the
by.
night.
And in this case, white says, look, I've got a huge, powerful play on the light squares. You've just opened up my rook. I'm threatening queen takes h7. If you block my threat of queen takes h7, I'm going to follow up with bishop to d3. I'll drop in with my queen. And frankly, white has a lot of material advantage as well as the attack. So in short, Gregory correctly understood that the move f5, f4 was not so fearsome and said, go ahead, complete your threat, help me win the game. And he's just taken yet another pawn on the queen side with b5 takes a6. And Gregory's cruising, and Christian's right. He's going to come down here and admonish us for not choosing him to win the tournament.
Now we all regret that.
Now we all
biggest
regret.
regrets
Yeah.
life.
Speaking of winning, players who are leading on winning their tournament, let's just take a quick gander at
The girls.
Annie's.
And Annie, yes.
Yeah, let's see, where did I put her game? She's
There
on
she
my
is, that's
list.
her.
This
Yep.
is our list. Okay, when we left it, she was in a conventional Queen's Gambit declined, and she did, by the way, play the move h7, h6, the Tartakova variation of the Queen's Gambit decline, castles e2, e3. Now, in this position, Emanuel Lasker, former world champion, introduced the move knight e4, and that, therefore, that variation bears his name, the Lasker variation. But Kaidanov introduced this move. So it's the Tartakova Kaidanov system.
How do you remember all of this?
Because I play it on the white side.
Okay.
And this became known as the TMB because it was the Tartakova Kaidanov Bondarevsky variation of the Queen's Gambit declined. And it was played in 1972 between Boris Spassky and Bobby Fischer. And I played it also against Anatoly Karpov. So I'm rather familiar with this variation, and after c4, queen a4, I think we've just about caught up with the players, and it's still, to my eyes, it's theoretical. I think both players are more or less on their own, but I think that Annie is satisfied with the outcome of the opening. She has a protected pass pawn on c4. Her bishops are pretty well placed, so I think she's happy. Christian, you've got much more interesting game going on your board.
Not so interesting because this game was just agreed to a draw.
Oh, wow, already?
We do have a result, and that is a draw between Yermolinsky and Igor Novikov. And let's see how that happened. As we were thinking, both kings are going to land on the queen side. This is exactly what happened. Rook to f1, bishop to e8, queen to d2, setting up this pressure on the f-file. Knight, king to b8, rook to f2, knight to d7, rook to f1. This was the first proposition of a repetition. He decided not to go for that repetition. Bishop to g5, attacking the queen, queen to e1, and now Yermolinsky found the repetition with the move knight to f5, proposing this, knight sacrifice. Are you going to take it? Of course not. If you take it, that's going to open the avenue for my other knight to attack your queen. Also attack the bishop if you lose that bishop and destroy your pawn structure in the process. Is just not a very good look for black's position. So black had to retreat with the move bishop to f8, and we saw knight to d4, bishop to e7, knight to f5, bishop to f8, knight to g3. So he was kind of proposing maybe that I'm going to go to h5. He was taunting him almost. Bishop to e7, knight to f5 back, and now the players agreed to a draw. Shook hands. We have the first result of the round. That is a draw between Yermolinsky and Igor Novikov.
That's
Thank
a
you.
quick game.
It is. But sometimes the strangest thing happens is you play these really, really, really sharp openings. And so both players are going what we would call a narrow path. They can't deviate. Any deviation of this narrow path will give them a big disadvantage. So they play this really sharp game. They play all of these great moves, and it leads them right to a moment where they're just repeating the position, and then suddenly you get these short draws. We call them grandmaster draws.
Okay.
So it's like, I respect the fact that you've done your homework. You respect the fact that I've done my homework. Let's go have dinner. Very good. I just wanted to turn our attention to the game of Talia for a moment. She's playing against Martha. She's white, and she's trailing Annie. And really, as the number 2 seed, Talia wants to come in and really do some damage with the white pieces.
And my money is behind her too, so
okay.
come on, Talia.
Ego points. Big ego points. I mean,
even more important than money.
Absolutely. Yeah. And in this particular case, I'm not that impressed by what Talia has done in the opening as white. Her opponent has the 2 bishops. Well, very safe king. There's no attack against Black's king. Black is ready, Martha is ready to just double on the C line. This bishop is looking good on B6, eyeballing this pawn on E3. And, well, frankly, if I had to choose one side, I would prefer to play Black's position. So I think that Talia is going to go back to her study and say, I've got somewhere I have to improve my play from today, because she's not getting an advantage in this game.
Do you think she may have been thrown off by the loss yesterday?
No question about it. Okay. I mean, I've always said this, and I maintain it to this day. Chess is really a game of confidence, right? Yeah. Like, if I'm playing well and I'm really feeling good about how I'm playing, like, for example, Hans is feeling really good about the way he's playing, come the next game, he's carrying that confidence into the next match and the next match, and it just sort of like, it builds. It almost like it's the avalanche.
Too,
oh
yes,
yeah. You get this impression like the guy's coming and he's going downhill, and you're like, wow. Garry Kasparov, it was really wonderful playing in tournaments with Garry. So like, we would have the drawing of lots, and Garry would choose a number, let's say number 3.
Yeah. So
what you want to do is you want to follow Garry, because Gary's just knocking his opponents down like bowling pins, right? So if you're the person behind him,
so you want to get them next,
exactly,
where their confidence has been shaken,
broken
is fine. Down.
How about shattered? I mean, because Garry wasn't just
obliterated.
Happy. Yeah,
I like that word.
Garry wasn't just happy winning against you. That was important, of course. But then in the post-mortem, you would look at the game afterwards. He would like crush you there as well. Like, no, that's bad, that's bad, that's bad.
Oh,
so it'd make you feel like you don't know anything about chess. And that's when I wanted to follow Garry in the tournament.
Smart move. Well, it's all about strategy, isn't
You're right,
it? And
exactly.
you have the right strategy there.
Those pairing of the lots, man. Those were very important. Christian, over to you. What games have caught your eye?
I was looking at this game yesterday.
The Larry Christensen game.
Yes,
Leonid, yes.
I have to say you're looking good on your prediction, Yasser.
Well,
because
that means I'm looking bad.
Well, I mean, Sharon, it comes with the territory.
I know.
You've got to.
It's a zero-sum game in this one. It's a zero-sum game in this one.
No game. Okay, just think about that. No pain, no gain.
Guys, where did we leave it? I think we left it somewhere around here, right? After castle, b takes c5. And you were mentioning, Yasser, that you would be thinking about the move knight to d7 and not take immediately on c5 because of this a4, bishop a3 potential.
We had actually gotten all the way to where the rooks had come out. The queen had landed back on c7, in fact.
Okay. So you got, all right. So queen to b1, queen to c7. This is the position. Got it. And we have queen to b4, rook to d8, rook to b1, b6, obviously defending that pawn. And now not playing the move a5, not sacrificing that move. He decided to go with the move knight to c4. The problem with this is that right now it becomes much more difficult to play that move a5. For example, if you go queen to b3, knight to h5. Now the problem is every time you're going to play the move a5, I'm going to respond with the move b5. That is because I have this bishop on d7 supporting that pawn on b5. And we've seen this type of situation when we have opposite color bishops, when one bishop just simply controls very well certain squares. That is the case in this position, not opposite color bishops, but rather I have the bishop pair and you don't. So I have the light square bishop, and you don't. So there's no way to defend and to control this b5 square, this light square. So unfortunately for white, he will never be able to play the move a5 because of this move b5. So he played the move bishop to c1, knight to f4. This is currently the position that we have on the board. It looks balanced, but who has the active plan available? That is black. Black is the only player, by the way, I think knight f4 was not played. In
Your
fact,
suggestion.
that was my suggestion. He did not play that. He played the move bishop c6, if I see it correctly on the board right there, which is still a very natural move. The thing is, it's going to be a long game. The question is, who has the active plans in the position? And it seems the answer is black, because bishop c6 is one way, but also another idea is to bring this knight all the way towards the d4 square via the move knight to f4, then knight to e6, then knight to d4. Now, you're trying to provoke certain weaknesses in white's position. And of course, for example, bishop to d2, knight to e6. Now, this square d4 has to be protected or not. If you try to protect it, the problem is, once you play the move c3, this pawn on d3 is going to be a perpetual target for my pieces. I'm going to go bishop to c6, then I'm going to double up on the d file, and you're going to have huge problems. So you're kind of in this dilemma as white. Are you going to allow that knight to jump on that beautiful square on d4, or are you going to try to stop it and create a weakness of your own? The problem is you don't have any active plan on the queen side, which would be ideal for white. You would love to play the move a5. That's not a possibility anymore. And that, I think, was the nuance that escaped Leonid's vision when he allowed this move bishop to d7 and c5, c5 and bishop d7. So Larry Christensen is definitely looking really good in this one.
Thank you for that,
I'm in
Kristen.
trouble.
And let's just revisit our predictions as here we go. You had Talia.
I had Talia. Yeah. Oh, am I allowed to switch things up?
No,
Okay.
no. You're stuck.
I'm sticking with Talia. Okay, I have faith. I
yeah,
have faith.
yeah.
I do.
We both had Annie, and well, we're not patting ourselves on the back for choosing the clear leader at the moment. But in the juniors,
Okay. So in the juniors, I went for Hans. I'm still,
looking
I'm
good,
very,
looking good,
exactly.
looking good. I went with Nico, and
I went with Christopher.
you're going. You
like
two
my
guys, you
chances.
took the leaders. I mean, come on.
I like my chances.
I mean,
Yeah, but you took the
nobody's
top seed.
I'm taking a great risk. A great risk. Think about it, Sharon. And in
Not
the
really.
seniors,
And the seniors, okay.
nobody
So Colin, see,
predicted.
that's a risk right there.
There
I
you
took
go.
the biggest risk out of
Leonid.
all of you.
That's true.
Both of you.
Because he's the newbie to the tournament.
Yes.
But Igor was the veteran, and
Well,
shame
Igor
on
was
all of us
also-
for not choosing Gregory. I mean,
Igor
we've
was
got
also
Gonna get
1 point
scolded.
behind.
a big time.
Igor was also 1 point behind the leader, so I took some risks also there.
There are not that
Okay.
many.
Now that we got that straight, I have got to take you guys to a game that is just wild and woolly, and that's the game of Sanjana and Alice Lee.
Yes.
We've always said that when the kings are on opposite flanks, it just gives an open invitation to the players to attack on those flanks, and you can throw the pawns up the board.
So is that a good thing
That's
for
a good
both
thing.
players? Okay.
And the player who lands there firstest with the mostest is going to be the winner.
Okay.
So Alice has put her king on the queen side. And then Sanjana says, thank you for telling me your address. I'm going to go hog wild pushing my queenside pawns. C5, B5 is on her agenda. Alice is like, she had got that wedgie in, that pawn on D3 early, and she is, pardon me, that was an arrow. She's looking to get her king side rolling with the move E5. And it's very, very rare to see a game of such incredibly clear, sharp contrast of what the two players are trying to do. This bishop looks good, but it's only a temporary look. The bishop is eyeballing this long diagonal, but with the move E5, E4, Alice intends to shut down that bishop. But I've got to tell you, this is a Donnybrook going on here.
Donnybrook?
That it's actually the Irish the Irish, like when they'd have these festivals and a fight would break out. But it'd be like this glorious fight, and everybody jump in and fight it. You know, the Irish, you know.
Their idea of fun.
Exactly. It's a Donnybrook. It is a festival to fight. Do you remember The Quiet Man with the Western guy, the cowboy, John Wayne? The Quiet Man. There he was a boxer in Ireland, and he got into a Donnybrook, and everybody jumped into the fight. It's a wonderful movie, The Quiet Man.
Wow.
With Rita Hayworth. Was it Rita Hayworth?
So what was their condition after the Donnybrook? Probably not a great one.
Oh, well, I mean, everybody's bruised and battered, but then they go and have a drink at the pub together.
Takes away the pain.
Exactly.
Okay.
Well, everybody was happy afterwards because they had
worked off their frustration,
and
probably.
defended their honor. It was great. Ooh, look at this move by Sanjana. Bishop D5, eyeballing an opportunity to bring the rook. What she wants most especially is this. If black were to try to defend this pawn on D3 with this move E5, E4, white has this gorgeous move, Queen A1, attacking the diagonal, but in case of trades, then a rook is ready to come onto the c-file. Notice the queen and king are kind of caught like a deer on the c-file, as well as the rook on h8. This would be a winning maneuver for Sanjana. So this is a great shot by white with this move, bishop d5. We'll see if Alice can hold on. Over to you, Christian. What have you got for us?
Well, I was looking at this game because I don't think we spoke too much about it.
No, that is a lot of games we have missed out on.
I think this one we actually haven't looked at all. So I'm just going to start it from the beginning. We got the French from Shabalov. So it seems like in the first couple of games he was choosing all these offbeat openings, the King's Indian, then that Knight F3, B5. Then yesterday he played the English, which was more or less natural, and now he's playing the French. So he's playing much more principled chess. But the French,
You're not a fan of the French, you
Not
said.
a big fan of the French opening.
Yes.
The French is very important.
We need to make that clear.
It's very, very important.
He's right there.
So we get this position: bishop to e3, queen to b6, queen to knight to a4, queen to a5, check, c3. Take on d4, b4, queen to c7, and we get this very crazy position in which black is trying to open up the position on the king side. White is trying to take advantage of the overextension of this b pawn on the queen side and target it. That's the key battle that we currently have on the board. He decided to eliminate and exchange these two pawns, but now the knight comes back into the game, probably via b6. Let's see what happened. Knight to c6. Queen to d2, take on e5, take on e5, bishop to b7, decided not to take this pawn on e5. Not sure why. Actually, that is a pawn. Nevertheless, of course, white still maintains a lot of play due to the fact that this knight on e5, first of all, could potentially get pinned via bishop f4, so it might stay for too long on that e5 square. Also, the f file opens up. Also, there's a big problem defending this pawn on e6. It's not that easy to defend it. Of course, if you try to defend it with the knight by moving it and opening up the action of the bishop on c8, well, the problem is that after bishop to f4, you no longer have this knight on e5's friend on d7. So now you're in big trouble. So he decided not to take this pawn on e5. He decided to just wait. We have bishop to b7, and now knight to d4 came on the board, attacking this pawn on e6. I'm starting to like white's position at this point, because once you take on d4, and you might be forced to take, unless you can take on e5 with the queen. Nevertheless, once you put the queen on that square, I'm immediately going to attack it. Bishop to f4, and who knows what's going to happen then, because, for example, queen to e5, bishop to f4, queen to f6 seems to be one of the only squares you can also go to e4, but then that queen might get trapped with bishop to d3. And after queen to f6, first of all, I have all sorts of discovery ideas, but I also have moves such as bishop to g4, targeting this square e6. This is quite an important square in this position. Right now, Shabalov is thinking he's down to his last 27 minutes, while his opponent, Melikset Kachyan, is down to his last 46 minutes. So a big time differential in Melik's favor in this one. So it's looking good. I really like what White is doing. I don't like the quality of Black's pieces right now. I much prefer White's, and I do think that White is building that important advantage.
Okay, but take the pawn.
Take the pawn.
Take the pawn. That's
pawn.
my attitude. Speaking of taking the pawn, I would like to turn back to the game of Gregory Kaidanov versus Joel Benjamin for a moment, because it seemed to me that Joel spent a lot of time after Gregory just threw down the gauntlet, took the challenge, said, I'm going to take the pawn on a6, b5 takes a6. Are you going to play this move f5, f4, allow me this attack? I'll return the piece on g3, you can take the knight, but with after queen e4, White is the one with the initiative. And after a long, heavy thought, well, Joe played the move queen h4, and Gregory said, okay, now I will step back with my queen. I'll sidestep the single threat of f5, f4. From a material point of view, it's overwhelming in Gregory's favor. The other problem that Joel is having is White is going to take over this G file and attack Black's king. Conversely, White's king can either castle or, if necessary, even just simply walk by hand to the C2 square, where it will be very safe, kind of covered by friendly pieces. And Gregory is in cruise control in this game. Back to you, Christian.
Well, I was actually looking at the same game because we did have a lot of developments. The one between Vital Sanjana and Alice Lee. We have this position, so I think you left it after, was it c4, the last move? That
Bishop
put on the
d5.
board?
I think bishop e6 and bishop d5 is...
Exactly, bishop to d5. And in this position, she did not take on d5. She decided to not allow the opening of the c file, which I'm not 100% sure was the right decision, because you could just sidestep that attack on the c file, and now you also need to defend this pawn on d5 somehow. If you take it, then I'm just simply going to go e4, and now I have a very nice position. I'm going to exchange this dark square bishop, and you're going to be left with this knight on g3, which is not a great piece. Also, I'm not going to hurry up with taking with the rook on d5. I'm actually going to introduce this knight into play with knight to f6. So for example, if you go queen, rook to c3, then I'm just simply going to go knight to f6. I'm going to take back with the knight. Your rook is going to get attacked, so you might actually end up in trouble with White. But Alice Lee decided not to take on d5, and in fact decided to retreat with, well, to play queen to e7, defending that bishop on e6, rook takes d3, now take on d5. But now this might be a little bit too late, because e4 is no longer an option due to the fact that I have this big blow, d6. She might miss this. She might actually miss this. She might go for this e4 move and not realize that d6 just wins on the spot, because after queen to d7, first of all, I can just simply take, but also queen to c2 followed by queen to c7
That's the monster.
Is also a beautiful way of finishing up this game, because now I can just take on g7, I can take on d8, I can give you a check if I want. All of them are going to lead to the same place, and that is a winning position for White. I think she missed that d6, and right now she might be realizing that d6 is coming on the board and she's in trouble.
Right. Just looking at the game of Annie for just a moment, when we left it, I called the position kind of even, but I did feel like Annie would favor her position, as she's established a very powerful protected pass pawn on the c4 square. The game actually continued h2, h3, excuse me, h3, and then after h3, bishop takes, pawn takes, and Annie is pawn hunting with the move queen e6. She's hoping to just gobble up this pawn, and that's an extra pawn. And if her opponent defends the pawn with the move f2, f4, then she's looking at f6 with the idea of opening up a frontal attack against the pawn on e3. So I feel like whether it's true or not, Annie is feeling good that she's the one pushing the action. She's the one with the initiative.
Here.
Exactly. And at chess, having the initiative is considered a very nice advantage, that you're the one who has the ability to make threats.
You know, I wanted to ask you,
Yes.
I noticed that some of the girls have women's titles. I know Annie is an international master, but you also have women's international master, woman candidate master like Alice Lee. Can you explain a little bit about how that works with the women's titles versus sort of the general?
So in a sense, just like we have this juniors that is open to boys and to girls, we have titles like a woman's grandmaster. We have a grandmaster. And
so you do have a women's grandmaster as well.
Exactly.
Okay.
So many women have gotten the overall, you might say men's grandmaster title, but no, the overall title. Many women have earned that. But there's also a woman's grandmaster title that is less difficult to achieve.
So you don't have to reach the same rating. Do you know what the rating is?
Not offhand. I mean, and one of the things that the World Chess Federation does is it very, very carefully calibrates the titles and the qualifying number of points and how you do that. And unfortunately, at least for me, I find that the formulas to be a little bit more complicated than I really want to learn. If you tell me you're a women's international master, I will give you my hearty congratulations. I don't know how you achieved it, but well
I don't know
done.
what it means, but congrats anyway.
There it is. So we do have these different category of titles for women, these women's candidate masters. So usually it's lesser than just being a candidate or an international master, but trust me and I assure you that women have earned all of the men's
general titles as well. Okay.
Exactly.
Good to know. Thank you.
Yeah, not at all. Not at all. And because that does throw people off, because we have here the Cairns Cup, and this is a really nice tournament. Jeannie Sinkfield, the wife of Rex Sinkfield, she got a little bit angry with Rex. He had created this really great tournament, the Sinkfield Cup, where he had invited all of these top grandmasters, Magnus Carlsen, world champion and stuff. She said, "Where are the ladies?" So her maiden name is Cairn, from the Scottish, a pile of rocks. Is what cairns means. It's a pile of rocks, and oftentimes at funerals you would have these piles of rocks to indicate that somebody was buried there.
Okay.
Anyway, so she took her maiden name, said, "I'm going to make the Cairns Cup." The Cairns Cup, and she invited all the top ladies from around the world, and they play here in St. Louis.
Yeah.
And it was a little awkward because some of the ladies have the women's grandmaster title, and some of the ladies have just the general overall grandmaster
and that
title.
can get very confusing.
So we're tripping over ourselves all the time introducing these players as grandmasters and women's. Look at that! Stop it already! It's crazy.
Is that still going on? The Cairns
Yes,
Championship?
the Cairns. We are looking forward to next year's in February. Fingers crossed that the pandemic, et cetera, because we missed it last year. There was no Cairns Cup last year.
Okay.
Or actually, there was. Just a second. No,
there
it was
wasn't?
Cairns.
Okay.
There was
There was
no. 2019, I think that was the first edition and the only edition of the Cairns Cup, and that was live. And then, of course, there were discussion about holding it in person versus online, but in the end, it was just simply postponed for the next year. Yes.
That's right.
Hopefully next year.
Hopefully 2022.
Yeah.
That's the
The
plan.
ladies will be back.
Yes, the ladies will be back. Christian, our co-leader, Hans, what's happening?
Yes, I was looking at these games, well, mostly at a couple of games, but I think we left it at this point in Hans's game, and he had the option of either taking knight takes h6 and giving up the light square bishop, or playing the move king to f7. He decided to keep this imbalance, this opposite color bishops on the board, king to f7, bishop to d2, but this now allows white to cover up with bishop to d2 and then long castle later on. So we were looking in all the other variations after knight to h6. The idea behind this move, knight to h6, was that you can follow it up with a very quick check. And this is going to force the king to go to d1 because you cannot stay on this file. The e file, rook e8 would come and pick up the queen. So you have to go king to d1, and we would get that type of imbalance where the kings are kind of awkwardly placed. Nevertheless, it feels like white's king is much more awkward than his peer on g7, which is going to be very well protected by the knight coming to f7. So instead of that, he decided to go king to f7, bishop to d2, bishop to d5. Once again, these players love the tempo. These players love to play with an attack. Every single move they play with an attack. I'm going to attack that queen. I'm going to attack that pawn. I'm going to force you to react to my moves. And this is what we're seeing from these players. Bishop to d5, queen to e2, knight to e7, castle, rook to e8, queen to d3, queen to b6, queen to b5, and now a trade of queens was proposed by white, accepted by black. Not a lot of options. At that point, you don't want to retreat. You just want to keep going forward. Queen takes b5, bishop takes b5, bishop to d3, and now another major decision by Hans, taking away that knight off the board and entering this position with a very interesting strategical imbalance. I'm having the two bishops, the pair of bishops. You have the pair of knights. Which one is going to overpower the other? Well, let's see. G takes f3, knight to e5. Currently, this is what we have on the board, but I'm starting to like how white's position is looking. Mostly because what happens if I just go bishop to e4? My guess is that he wants to play the move f5. And if you take on b7, well, I'm not sure where that bishop is going after this move.
Continue the line bishop f4?
You have to go f4 at this point.
Bishop
to f4. Yes, yes, bishop to f4. Let's see.
Opening up, eyeing also the knight on e5 and the pawn on d4.
So what
double-edged.
What if I just retreat here? Do you still have where to put that bishop?
It's not an easy. I don't spot the square. The bishop looks trapped.
The bishop looks trapped indeed. So I don't think you can take on b7. Maybe you have to start. This is what I think Hans is calculating and has calculated. That after bishop to e4, we're going to see the move f5 on the board. But I'm not sure how to assess this position after bishop to f4. Now, of course, I don't think you want to go back because then I'm not forced to take this pawn on b7. I can actually take this pawn on d4. This is not looking good for black. The position opens up. My bishops are going to be extremely strong. You want to keep the position as close as possible. Of course, that's kind of a difficult thing to do as of now. So after f5, bishop f4, maybe what he has been calculating is this endgame. Take on f3, and now how do we assess this position? Also, I'm not 100% sure that I'm forced to do that. I can go to take this pawn, but let's just recapture the pawn. Let's see how this one is. This pawn on f3, definitely looking threatening, but it could also become a liability in case this rook manages to go to d3 and attack it. It's not that easy to protect it. You don't have a lot of pieces. And this queenside majority, if we exchange the rooks, could potentially become a problem for black.
I'm forcibly reminded, Christian, that today, over in Sochi at the World Cup, there was a match of Sam Shanklin, and it was two bishops versus two knights. Sam Shanklin on the black side with the two knights. The game ended in a very, very eventful draw. Good luck to Sam Shanklin as he has tie breaks tomorrow. But yeah, the players have the same material in this game.
We're seeing that, yes. And I was also having my eyes on this. Oh my goodness, a lot of things have happened since I took my eyes off of it for like 5 minutes.
You take away, take your eyes off it for a second.
That was like, I don't know, 3 minutes, 4 minutes, and a lot of things have happened. I think we left it after knight takes b6, c takes b6. This position, I was trying to understand what are the plans for both sides, and I could only understand what the plan for black is up to a certain point. I did not see what white can do. Again, c5 didn't seem like something that you would be able to do because I just have more forces controlling that square, right? There's absolutely no way to target that pawn on b6. These squares, e3 and d4, are controlled by my pawn, so you cannot bring that queen there. I don't think you want to get the queen all the way to a3, a4, b5. That's going to be using too many moves, too many tempis, and you're going to get checkmated on the king side. In the meantime, for black, it's very easy. I'm just going to double up on the g file, maybe triple up on the g file, and then I'm going to try to arrange that tripling on the g file with the queen behind the rook. That's the plan in the position. Let's see what happens. Rook to g7, queen to a3, rook to g8. So we see that this tripling on the g file. The problem is that the queen is in front. You want the queen behind the rooks. c5, oh, and this is what happened. He decided that, and I was looking at variations like queen c3, just staying like this, queen a3, queen c3, and queen to h6, and I was moving like this, and queen to c3, queen to g7, and I still, of course, right now you're in trouble. Yeah. So if I already got to g7, then you might be in trouble. Nevertheless, I can still drop to c2. One square that you need to keep in mind is this e1 square. So for example, if you try to defend with the rooks on the second rank, boom. This bishop comes out of nowhere, goes to e1, and you're dead. Right. So you have to be very careful with to the square e1. After queen to c2, of course, you have to consider moves such as knight takes b4, maybe. Yeah, knight takes b4 seems definitely like an interesting idea. Of course, I'm not 100% sure whether it works. The onus would come on Brandon, who is playing the black pieces in this one, to calculate everything and decide whether he wants to go with knight takes b4 or not. So, well, I don't know if fortunately or unfortunately for white, he decided that he's not going to stay put. He's just going to open up the position. He decided to blast it open with c5, but I'm not really sure what's happening because this knight is protecting b7. Right. What did you accomplish by giving me a pawn? You allowed me to get my knight in play. Yeah. Other than that, I don't see anything else. You didn't activate any of your pieces. You haven't improved the quality of any of your pieces. So I'm really puzzled by this decision. One thing in chess that is very difficult to do is just sit and wait. Right. Sit and wait for your opponent to finish his plan. It's so frustrating because you understand you have nothing to do. You just have to move back and forth, and your opponent is going to improve the position incrementally. And that's staying put at that point is a mark of a very patient and very strong player. And it seems like Ben Lee just lacked the patience in this one because the way this position looks right now, I see black has all the opportunities to finish this game off and win this one with the black pieces.
Exactly. I like to say, chess is tough and then you die. But chess is also suffering. It's not just tough, it's suffering. I just want to show you some footage.
There's a lot of suffering going on today.
Yeah. Hans was like really toiling. Look at that, toiling over his decision. After this move, bishop e4, what should he play? And water, let's take off the mask. You know,
he's guzzling that.
Guzzling, yeah, he's feeling it.
He's thirsty.
But his, grasping of the head and the hair and like, oh, look at this torture.
Yeah.
What am I going to do? What
head
am I
in the
going to do?
hands.
Yeah. So chess is tough, then you die, but before you die, you have to go through a lot of suffering as well.
Wow. And what's he toiling over right now?
The decisions. Yeah. The decisions are really tough. He's got this very awkward material imbalance of the two knights versus two bishops. We have in chess, which is the better minor piece, and it's the eternal question. And whenever you think you know the answer, your very next game twists and turns in such a way that you go, I thought the knight was better, now it's the bishop, and so forth and so on. So right now he's really struggling with this material imbalance of two knights versus two bishops. Usually it favors the two bishops. Bobby Fischer was a big proponent of the bishops, as is Magnus Carlsen. But Vishy Anand, former world champion, five-time world champion, liked the knights. So he's sitting there, and Christian was showing whether or not what he should do after f5 and then this crucial move, bishop f4. And he's been calculating for some time. We'll keep our eye on the clocks in this game. By the way, only one result, it seems to me, so far, and that was in the seniors. That was the draw between Yermo and Igor, the repetition. But everybody hard at work at this moment.
Focused.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like in this tournament, and maybe this is normal, we haven't seen a lot of pawns being promoted.
That's
Is
right.
have we seen any? We haven't seen...
I think we saw queens getting promoted, but it often happens that whenever you're promoting your pawn for queen, I'm going to sacrifice whatever I've got.
Yeah.
To take that queen off,
take that right
and
away.
usually it might cost me a rook or something else. But you're absolutely right. Promotions, when they come at the end of the game, they're so powerful that if you're not able to take away the promoted queen, even at the cost of a minor piece or a major piece, you're toast. You usually will lose.
That's it.
Yeah, that's it.
Interesting. So you're going to do everything to try to stop that pawn in the first place, obviously.
Exactly. Yeah. I just tell you a quick story. I was actually a class player, meaning that I wasn't an expert or a master or anything. I was just a class player, and I was playing in a tournament in Santa Monica, California. It was called the American Open. It was a big tournament. I was playing against a guy, international master John Watson. And I was going after his queen side. He was going after my king side. Unfortunately, my king was over on the king side. And I was going to promote my pawn, but I was checkmated. He came and checkmated me.
Oh.
So I didn't know the rule, even though I should have known the rule. I promoted my pawn to a king, which is illegal.
Wait. Oh, okay. I was going to say, you can't do that,
You can't do that. You can't do that. So he took my king, the original, and we continued the game. And then all of his pieces came back and checkmated my other king. So he checkmated my second king. And then I went back to Seattle, and they said, well, how did you do? I said, I did this, I did that, but I lost to John Watson. Oh, show us the game.
Why did you promote to a king anyway?
Because I was checkmated on
Oh,
this
so
side.
you're like,
I figured that he would tell me, I'm sorry, you can't do that. Because he was the more experienced international master.
Double the fun, he's thinking.
And he decided to play the joke on me as well. So I got checkmated twice at the same game. I mean, I think that's a record. I don't know, but that's my story. I'm sticking with it.
Absolutely hilarious. That's got to be a record right there. All right, well, what do you think? A quick break? And then we'll come back? Let's do it.
Break.
Okay.
Let's do it.
Stay with us.
No matter your age or skill level, chess is a great game to learn and play. The St. Louis Chess Club offers affordable memberships for families, students, and individuals. There's so much going on at the club with lectures, classes, ladies' nights, and tournaments. In addition, there's always a grandmaster in residence to help teach, learn, and play. Come join us at the St. Louis Chess Club and see what chess has to offer.
We're the Manos! Welcome to our show! Go, go, go! That's our show! Now go plan yours at visitmo.com!
everyone, and welcome back to our live coverage of the national championships, the girls, the juniors, and the seniors. Here we have a live shot of the playing hall. They're on the east wing. I believe the juniors are on this wing of the building. The girls are on the west wing, and in the boardroom are the seniors. And here we're getting a look at all the juniors, Sharon.
Hans over there taking a little stretch, stretching his legs.
Well-deserved stretches. He's in a tie for first. During our break, we've been looking at some of the games. Again, it looks like Gregory is he's just doing so very well. It's like, I think our defending champion, Joel Benjamin, is just, you come to these events, you just hope you're in great form. You just hope that you can play on your muscle, everything's going on. But it just seems like all the wheels have come off for Joel so far in the tournament, as he is just a vast amount of material down. He's trying to throw some tricks at Gregory, his opponent, but there's just nothing to be done here.
You think Greg's gonna take this one eventually?
Well, not just eventually, but immediately. He's going to he's going to give up his queen, what we call a sham sacrifice.
Okay, why?
So a sacrifice where you instantly get it back. So he just gave up his queen for the rook. Queen takes rook, queen takes queen, and then I say, promote me. And yes, you can take my pawn with a discover check against my king. After I move, I've just reduced the material. You will make you'll take my queen, I will take your queen, and at the end of the day, all of those sacrifices that Joel made will come back to haunt him, as he'll be a queen down, and that will be the game. And Gregory will go on to an impressive 3.5 out of 4 score. That's
amazing.
A really, really good result. And here we go. I think I have the players caught up with me, or is this my analysis? Yeah, it looks like they've done exactly what they've done.
That's it.
We're probably going to see a resignation soon.
Yeah, we're about to see a resignation very soon.
Look at that time difference as well, by the way.
Yeah, unfortunately for Joel, the clock is the least of his worries at this moment. Normally, I always get in one cheapo each and every broadcast. When the players properly follow Christian's analysis or my analysis, I get to say, these guys are really good. They really know their stuff. I mean, they've been working hard. And that one was easy for Gregory. By the way, Larry Christensen, he came on in day one, and he was talking about his victory over Joel Benjamin. And at the end, he kind of got in this gratuitous insult, child's play. The rest is child's play. So, and unfortunately, yes, exactly. And unfortunately for Joel, child's play again. And Joel was like, oh, what am I doing? What's going on? The wheels fell off.
Maybe if
Christian.
we can watch that position on your board just to pinpoint one last trick.
Yes.
Trick. It's not really a trick, but you
trick?
can just finish the game by playing the move king to d2, I think, instead of the move king to e2.
It makes a difference because you don't get to promote with
you
check.
promote with a check, and then you can drop back your bishop to d8.
I see.
And then you don't exchange the queens. And then you can claim that, maybe in some dream I will get some sort of a perpetual.
No question, king d2 is far more precise.
Because once you take on g1, I'll exchange the queens first, and if you go bishop to d8, then I get 2 rooks instead of 1.
You're absolutely right. By the way, this correction that he's making, this is something that grandmasters really pride themselves on. That you should be accurate even when you're absolutely overwhelmingly winning. Practice being as accurate as you can at all times. So
that's the commentator's curse right there, because he played king e2, of course.
These guys, and you don't forget, these guys are really good, Christian. I don't know what you said.
As soon as he heard me, he was like, no, I'm going to play king d2.
That's right. I think you're right. I think king d2 was the better choice, actually.
And he will be taking with a knight on g1.
This is actually very rare. So this is called an under promotion, because we're so used to promoting a pawn to a queen that it's very rare when we choose anything other than a queen. In this particular case, after the move king e2, Joel promoted the pawn. He captured the rook, but he promoted the pawn not to a queen, but to a knight, because that was a check to the king. And that forced Greg to capture the knight. He would have loved to have captured the queen, of course, but since the knight was checking his king, he captured the knight.
Now
here's where
what he's doing is he's just offering up a bit more torture to his opponent. Because King D2, oh, there we go. No more torture.
There you go.
Joel
got
said
it.
enough. I quit. That was
What do you think? How do you think Joel's feeling
terrible.
right now? Because
Terrible.
This is game 4.
Exactly.
And hasn't taken one of them.
The worst thing that can ever afflict a grandmaster, the worst thing is a loss, a loss in chess. What's the next worst thing? 2 losses and more
so on
losses
and so forth.
Yeah. So when you're having a bad start, a really bad start like Joel is currently, it's sort of like you go, okay, wait a minute, this black cloud has to pass. You know, like, what do I do to get out of this spin cycle that I'm in, that something has gone wrong? And it's very, very tough.
Is there any way to get back in the tournament after
Yeah, you just have to win a lot of games.
series of losses like this?
That's it. The only answer is a series of wins.
Yeah.
Christian.
Yes, we do have some breaking news because I have a feeling we're going to see another decisive result finishing very, very soon. And that is in the game between John Burke and David Brodzky. John seems to be heading towards that consecutive victory in this game. I think we left it somewhere around here. G takes f7, king takes f7, knight to a4. And this was actually the line that we were looking at, with knight coming to e4. And he decided to throw in this check, forcing my king to go to d1, and now with the queen on d8, after you take on c5, I'm going to take back with a check. White said, okay, no problem. Do it. I'm just going to continue running with my king. I'm going to put my king to safety, and at the end of everything, we're going to count how many pieces do you have to hide from my attacks, because this knight is ready to jump to c5, take a pawn. This queen is ready to jump to h5, give a check, and also attack the bishop on h4. Your position is in complete shambles right now, and this is what happened. He took on a3, rook takes a3. That rook on a1 was not playing an active role with the king on c1. Well, thank you very much. I'm opening it up. I'm joining the attack with the rook as well. Knight to d4, queen to h5, king to g8, take on c5, rook to d3. Absolutely every single piece is coming with tempo. Queen takes h4. That's an extra piece for white. Queen a1, king to d2, queen to a5, king to d1, queen to a1. The bishop drops back, hiding the king behind him. And this is going to be game over very soon, because it's not black who's giving the checkmate, despite the fact that we're seeing all these checks happening against the white king. But it will be white who's going to give the checkmate after rook to h3. Slowly but surely, all my army is corralling your king. And right now, you're in deep danger. We might see a resignation coming very, very soon for black, because he simply just doesn't have a good way to continue this position.
What's he looking at?
I think they have a monitor in the room so they
do.
can see, let's say, all 15 games.
Okay, so
he
he's
can
checking
just
out
look
what the others...
what's going on in the other games. Also, one of the things that sometimes it's like the weirdest thing, you're keeping a score sheet of the game, and it's sort of like, did I fail to write down a move? Did I skip a move, in other words?
Yes.
And so I can look at the monitor and I can say, oh, it's move 35. Yeah, my score
Okay.
sheet says move 35 as well.
So you might
Let me
be
just
double-checking his
double-checking
own
the
game.
time control.
I also think he's just disgusted with his position.
That
he's
could
like
be the
ready
other
to
issue,
get
too.
out of here.
You can't stand to look at the board, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, at some
That's
point
rough.
when you're down so much
Exactly.
material, you feel like that. Instead, some people just take a walk, you know, and
Yeah.
then just wait. They wait for their opponents to make the move and execute them. And some people just feel disgusted, not looking at the position at all.
That's
Exactly.
hard. Well, Christian, I know you have a special guest with you right now.
Absolutely. I'm with a very dominant Gregory Kaidanov. Gregory, welcome back to the show. Another victory, 3.5 out of 4. How would you rate the start of this tournament?
Pretty well.
Pretty good indeed.
Yeah.
Today, he seemed like he's taking so many unnecessary chances. You surprised him with this Zemish. How did you feel during the game? Was he surprised, or did he respond?
I think we both surprised each other. Yeah, because Joel doesn't play King's Indian defense very often, and I'm not sure he prepared for Zemish or not, but I'm pretty sure we found ourselves in uncharted territory pretty quickly because we both played this opening relatively rarely, and I think I maybe played inaccurately in the opening, just a little bit too aggressively. I worried about my position, but we know each other for so long that I was prepared for his sacrifice on g4. I know Joel likes this type of sacrifices, and
maybe we can go to that critical moment on Yasser's board, because we were completely shocked by this bishop takes g4.
Yeah, I thought it was a little bit too early. I think Joel just forgot about c takes b5. Yeah, I was expecting him to take on c4 first, like knight takes c4, bishop takes c4, right here. B takes c4, and here I was debating what to play, like maybe queenside castle, maybe bishop h6, but I knew that bishop takes g4 is coming. So, but I think he just forgot about c takes b5, because otherwise it's a good sacrifice, but it's just too much.
Were you happy with this imbalanced position out of the opening, given the fact that Joel definitely doesn't feel like he's within his comfort zone in this tournament?
I think it's not only in this tournament. I think Joel is a great player, and he prefers positions which he can control. Yeah, so when the position becomes wild, yeah, he usually feels a little bit uncomfortable. So, yeah, I definitely like this type of position.
Guys?
Greg, first of all, congratulations. I know you're anxious to go and look at your game. I teased our viewers at your expense. At this exact position, I consider this a critical moment because obviously you're facing this move f5, f4. You could sidestep the threat or you could take the pawn. And I said, because you're a great chess coach and you were going to tell your pupils, take the material if you don't see the refutation, that you were obliged to take the pawn.
Actually, it's quite opposite, Yasser.
Okay.
I think majority of my students suffer from materialism. So I more often than not have to tell them that material is not the most important thing on the board. So.
Sacrilege. Out. Sacrilege. Pawns, Gregory. We love.
I know.
You're the soul of chess.
Yeah, I know. You love pawns, and there is another player in this tournament, my friend Igor Novikov, who loves pawns too. So,
okay.
But yeah.
You're telling your students material isn't everything.
Yeah. Usually,
initiative.
Usually the problem is that majority of club players, they like material too much. There are not many players who sacrifice left and right. So they always go for material. So.
Then of course you must be very familiar with the famous quote of Michael Tal after he lost the return match against Botvinnik. He was asked how he feels, and he said, well, I'm very happy for the Soviet children, because now they can go back to protecting and defending their pawns and pieces instead of learning how to sacrifice them. Gregory, thank you for joining us, and congratulations on your great start. Keep it up.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Quick question, Gregory. I just wondered if you have a game day process. Like, is there a ritual, maybe a big breakfast you have every morning before a game, or you listen to a certain song, or you need your quiet time? What do you usually do before?
Very good question. I think almost every professional chess player has a ritual. So I definitely don't listen to songs, because if I do, then they stuck in my head, and during the game I hear. So actually, before the tournament, I love music, but before the tournament, I try not to listen to song, and even more so during the tournament.
You need that quiet time, do you?
I mean, I can listen podcasts. Okay, but not songs. So, Oatmeal for breakfast always.
Okay.
Used to be Raisin Bran for almost 30 years, but now oatmeal, so less sugar.
Got it. Oatmeal goes a long way. Well, thank you so much, and congrats again, Gregory.
Thank you.
All right, and let's see what's going on as we've just been told that Alice Lee's in big trouble. When we had left it, we just left it in this exact moment, and we were talking about this open C file. Well, for sure, she just crashed through, did white, and after this move, rook C6, yowza. You can't take the rook because that's a checkmate in one. If you take with the pawn, oops, there's no defending the mate, the king.
And Yasser, also breaking news, John Burke did win his game against David Brodzky. So we're going to have him in the studio shortly.
Right.
Okay.
And after this move, d6, what white did is preserved her bishop. So she's going to play bishop a3 to c5 and looking to creep in on that a7 square and deliver checkmate. This game looks lost. So let me go to the game you just mentioned. Brodsky, did you say? Where is that game?
Yeah, John and David.
Oh, right there.
Yeah.
Okay. So I just, oops. Sometimes my keyboard gets a little frozen.
And we should be here with John in just a second as well to chat with him.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, that's just the final moves.
Okay, well, Christian is actually there with John Burke right now.
Thank you, Sharon. Yes, I am here with the defending national champion, John Burke, after another very dominant victory. John, take us through the game. How did you feel going into this matchup against David Brodzky? He's also a collegiate player, so you guys maybe have a rivalry brewing?
I guess. I mean, I think we have more of a rivalry because, we've been playing together in the same tournaments for a long time, a lot of the scholastic tournaments, and we're very familiar with each other, and I know he's very strong, so I definitely wanted to take my opportunity if I got it today.
Did you go into this game with a very aggressive approach? We saw that G4 coming early on, G5. Well, did you feel like he expected that?
I don't think so. I've never played Knight B3 before, but it's a move, and I'm sure he knows it. But yeah, I thought it was interesting for today just to try and get an interesting game.
And let's go to the critical moments. In my opinion, I think that Queen F3 was a very important move for you because you allowed that check on G1. Were you afraid of that check, or why weren't you, in case you weren't?
Well, I think I just played King E2, and then he doesn't really have a follow-up, and I have Bishop E3 next. He can play Queen B6 and claim that it's worth it to spend 2 tempi to make me move my king, but I don't think it's really such a big deal. I just play Bishop E3 and continue. I find it hard to believe that he can afford to waste 2 moves in such a sharp position.
We were actually looking at ideas such as Queen G1, and then even getting the Queen to H2, H8, then D8, then B6, and getting back to B6 in like 6 moves.
Yeah, it's possible, but I don't know.
Definitely very bad.
Intuitively, I felt like he couldn't do this.
And when did you feel you were taking complete control over the position?
Well, actually, after Knight C5, G6 already, I felt like it's quite pleasant for me. I wasn't sure how good it is for me, but he just is not in time to castle and get his king safe. And probably he shouldn't do what he did. It looked like he kind of ended up almost losing by force, but already it's already tough for him. Yeah, and Bishop H4, maybe not the best, but again, I'm taking on C5 anyway, and I have various ideas with Queen H5 check. And yeah, now he has to play Queen D8 because his bishop is loose. And the only difficult moment is after DC5. It's a lot more natural to play King E2, but the only difference is Knight D4 comes with check now. And I figured even though with my king on C1, it looks like my rook on A1 is not really in the game, but I saw eventually the A pawns would the A and B pawns would get traded, and then my rook would start playing. So yeah, it already looked basically lost at this point. And yeah, B takes A3 kind of helps me as well get my rook out, but probably there's not a lot he can do already.
This feels like a very, very smooth game, John. Nice. What to say? You needed it.
Yes, yeah, I'll definitely take it.
Absolutely. Sharon.
I'm asking everyone if you have a game day ritual. What do you do sort of before the game, after the game? Music, a workout, sleeping in if you can? What do you usually do to make sure you're ready and raring to go?
At this tournament, I would like to sleep in, but it's not working out for me. I'm always waking up early, even though I don't want to.
Are you going to bed late as well? Are you up studying your opponent the night before?
Yeah, not that late. I do
Okay.
some prep at night and some in the morning. But at this tournament in particular, I'm just watching the World Cup games. Because the
Okay.
time zones, they kind of work out, and I'm able to at least follow it. And maybe one
And that
day...
gets you in the right mindset to...
Yeah,
commentate.
it gets me in a mindset. I get to analyze some chess already, and maybe I'll see an idea in one of the games that I'll be able to use. But yeah, it's just, I guess that's my ritual for this tournament.
Okay, good ritual to have. Thanks, John, and congrats.
Thank you.
Okay.
And we just saw there Alice Lee resigned. A player that's about to resign is actually Andrew. Andrew's going to go down with this loss to 4 losses in a row, which is, it's like really, really tough. In a tournament this strong, you can't have that target on your back. When people, they're sharks, and
Yeah.
they see blood in the water, they say, okay, you're going to be next victim. And Hans, for him, this victory, and it is inevitable as he stands a rook to the good. There's nothing really that Andrew can do. Andrew's just hoping that somehow his pass pawns on the queen side will do something, but no way. This rook is going to end up just capturing this pawn, and it's just going to be all she wrote.
Can we look at the time as well,
As
Andrew?
that's a big factor.
56 seconds. Meanwhile, Hans has 35 minutes.
Yeah.
How did this happen?
I don't know, but it all went wrong for poor Andrew. Really, I don't know. It just looks really, really bad. And c2, c3 just forcing the rook to h4. So Hans is
killing it.
your pick.
He is.
You have to.
I know. I don't know if my other picks are doing so well today.
Annie,
but
let's take
I
a
mean,
look
we've
at
still got
Annie.
more
Thank
time.
you.
We've got more rounds, thankfully. Yeah. And then Talia.
Yes, because when we left it, I thought Annie was doing really good, that she had just played this move Queen e6 when we left it, and I thought that her intention was to go ahead and try to pick up this pawn, but somehow she didn't follow through. Bishop g6 is a surprising move. Okay, she saw, of course, that if she takes, that this pawn on c4 could be recaptured, but she could also have considered knight to c6, and knight takes e5, but now her opponent is really right back in the game. And what's the time factor situation here for Rochelle? Remember, Rochelle is trailing only by 1 point.
8 minutes and 19 seconds, yeah, and counting. 10.5 minutes.
Very hard to see
for
that,
Annie.
but yeah. But I'm saying that this is a huge, big-time matchup. I mean, Annie wins, she gets rid of a rival. Rochelle wins, blasts open the tournament, and double-edged position. Lots of things can happen. Christian, over to you.
Maybe we can jump also to Brandon's game, because Brandon's game seems to be finishing very soon as well. I think we're going to have a cascade of results coming our way.
All at once.
Is it going to be 5 decisive games again?
It looks likely. It looks likely. We do have that game between, I think, Praveen and Nicolas Cheka, which is kind of heading towards a draw, but still it's not over. Even that one is not over. Nevertheless, it doesn't seem like any of the sides will break through.
Right.
But all the others are looking, I mean, especially that one. Especially that one.
This one?
Yeah, the Brandon Jacobson one against Ben Lee. That queen coming down the board all the way to h1. Probably some knight f3s are coming.
Sacrifices.
I think we see a resignation right there.
Hans just
All right, Hans did it again. Yes, my pick.
See what I mean about the ego points? I can just see you're glowing.
Don't we all wish we picked Gregory as well?
Yeah, self-satisfaction. We're not going to talk about that right now, especially with Gregory still in the building. He come back and chase us down.
He's watching this right now. We wanted to. We just didn't want to be too obvious.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
All right. Well, Christian has another special guest.
Thank you, Sharon. Yes, I'm here with Sanjana Vital after a very, very important victory against the youngest competitor in the event, Alice Lee. Sanjana, welcome to the show. How do you feel after this victory?
Thank you. It was an interesting game. So in the beginning, I wasn't so sure about the position. Wasn't sure about the pawn on d3. And then
were you surprised by that pawn coming down so fast?
A little
all the way
bit.
To d3?
I was actually expecting a different, not the Sicilian, so it was a little bit surprising for me. So I hadn't exactly prepared that. And then after seeing the pawn on d3, I wasn't sure whether it was something known or something I should figure out.
Before we go into the game, because we will look at the game, how does it feel to play chess after, let's say, a period of inactivity of 1 year and a half?
It feels really great to play over-the-board chess again. I've played online, but it's not the same at all. Being able to physically see your opponent and discuss the game, or even like on a 3D board, it's very different. And I definitely like playing over the board much more than online. So,
what would you say the biggest difference for you? Because everybody seems to be thinking of different things, but what is the biggest difference for you between online and face-to-face chess?
I think the way you think somehow is a little bit different with over-the-board chess and online. It's you to get used to the 3D versus 2D. And then one of the most important things for me personally is being able to meet the other players and other participants and being able to analyze or discuss after the game. That I feel is also a very important part of tournaments.
And let's go to the game right now. Which moment did you feel like is the most critical moment in the game? When did you feel you took over the initiative, let's say?
I think after I started playing b4, I was feeling a little bit better, but not yet. And then after bishop g7, things started turning up a little bit more for me because the diagonal, before my bishop wasn't so good, so now it's starting to look a little bit better. And then now there's a little bit of hint that maybe I can attack.
So we saw bishop e6, bishop d5. Were you surprised that she did not take on d5?
Yeah, a little bit. I was expecting that, so.
And I believe king to b8 was the move we were looking at, just sidestep the c file danger. After queen to e7, rook takes d3, take on d5, take on d5. Do you feel like she wanted to play the move e4?
Maybe. I feel that might have been what she was thinking, but after
and what's
queen
the problem
takes,
with e4?
Here, I was still a little bit low on time, so I had to figure out exactly what I was going to do. But even moves like bishop g7 look interesting, so I was considering that that might have been, with rook c3 and maybe queen c2 afterwards.
Definitely a very interesting game. Sharon?
Yeah, I would love to know, because historically chess has been a very male-dominated game, of course, but we're seeing the ladies representing, including yourself. How does that feel?
It feels great that I'm able to play in a tournament with other girls who are also, just as interested in chess as I am, and it's great. Like you said, it's generally a male-dominated sport, so a lot of the tournaments I go to locally, I'm one of the only girls. So it is nice being part of a tournament where there are other girls.
And you're making some new friends here?
Yeah.
Okay, nice to hear it. Congrats again on last
Thank you.
Yasser, did you?
Sanjana, just our congratulations. Very nicely done, and I really liked the finish at the very end. I thought that was just great.
Thank you.
Good stuff. Thanks, Sanjana. All right. So do we have something, a new result that just came in?
Well, we had Talia.
Okay.
I believe Talia has made
Tell me something good. Okay.
Has made a
All
draw.
right.
So she's really hoping that Rochelle Woo will be able to upset our tournament leader, Annie, who's been, as we know, on a tear.
Yes, she has.
She's the only perfect player
She
in this.
is.
She had 3 out of 3. Gregory's doing great with 3.5 out of 4, but Annie has started with 3 out of 3. Sorry.
Is she gonna make it a 4?
I think she's in trouble, though. That's the point.
Okay, she's in trouble now.
Yeah. From my point of view, I think that White has some initiatives here. Moves like knight d6, hitting this bishop. I see White as being the upper hand. That's why I was so intrigued by the clock. And, what was the time control?
Now it's 5 to 7.5, so, almost 6.
Yeah.
Yeah.
5 to 7.5, and White could go, seize the initiative with a move, for example, like Queen C7, hitting the knight on E7, and again, if you put the knight on D6 or you put the knight on C3, you're going after the D5 pawn. Lots of things happening in White's favor, but we also have another special guest in studio.
We do. Christian, take it away.
Thank you, Sharon. Yes, I'm here with another dominant victor. That is Hans Niemann. Hans, 3.5 out of 4. Rate your first 4 games.
The last 2 games were very good. First 2 I'm not that happy with, but it's going pretty well. You could say that.
And I have to say, on the camera, your suit jacket looked much more purple. Now we see that it's actually blue.
Yeah.
We thought it was like purple and velvet or something.
I'm not that much of a...
That's a big difference compared to what you wore yesterday on the show. How did you get to this attire?
Well, I've been I wanted to wear the suit for the game against Nico, but I dropped it off to be pressed, like to dry cleaned.
Right.
And they were closed on Sundays.
Oh man!
So I'd already forgot once. Then I thought, I'll just go the next day, and then it was closed. So I went in right before the game. I got the suit, picked it up, and it's like today's it's a good day for a suit.
Take us a little bit through the opening because we were surprised by this move, G6. Was that your preparation?
Well, I spent a lot of time on it, didn't I?
I think you did.
Do you think it was
8
preparation?
minutes. 8 minutes all the way. It felt like your preparation, definitely.
Yeah, but I guess, I'm not sure. This is a very fresh position, so, G6 just felt natural to me. But now knight e4 felt a bit off.
We were looking at bishop c4 first.
Yeah, bishop.
What was your plan against bishop c4?
I had intended to play bishop to f5. And then I was expecting knight to g4. Yeah, that I wasn't.
Yasser is a very aggressive.
Yes,
very aggressive mood. Today.
Only in analysis.
They're not your pieces. They're not your pieces.
I'm happy to sacrifice Hans' pieces. Exactly. I'm not happy to sacrifice my pieces. Sorry. And bishop f5 was your intention, and.
Yeah. So here I was expecting knight to e2.
Knight to e2.
Yeah, that's what I thought
was.
If I did know anything about this position, I would definitely think that knight e2 is the best move.
Okay.
So, now bishop h6, queen h4, or there's queen g3 as well, and it remains very complex. But,
right.
Definitely.
Okay, so your intention in any case was the move bishop f5, and after knight e4, you spent a lot of time. I mean, we were all expecting you to immediately capture on h6, but you spent a lot of time to make the decision you did, which was king f7, because I'm sure at first your intention was just like a knee-jerk. Yeah, I've got to recapture the bishop. Then you started thinking about king f7. How did you come to that reach?
So, I personally was expecting queen takes e6.
Right.
Before. And then here my intention was very clear. Bishop takes c1, rook takes c1, queen a5 check, forcing king d1, followed by rook e8. And then after, there's a few, mainly queen d6 check, I entered a king g7. And here I thought, okay, my development is good. The king on d1 is not bad. I don't see how I can ever be worse here.
Right.
Positionally, I have this isolated pawn. Maybe the end games aren't that great for me. But if I can keep the queens on the board, I feel confident, right?
Right.
And tell us what the critical moment was when you felt like you take the game away.
So after queen e4, king f8, knight e6.
Sorry.
If I play bishop knight takes h6, the issue is after knight takes h6, queen takes e6.
Yeah.
Queen a5, king d1. This is why I spent so much time. Is that if I play king g7, he has queen d7 check, and then after knight f7, bishop c4 with tempo. And then the rook could come, and then b7 is also hanging. So it felt, still I thought I was fine here, but I wanted to get a more dynamic position to give him an opportunity to make more mistakes.
Okay.
So king f7 I thought was very imbalanced, and I also thought it was just the best move. Although optically, it's not the first one that comes to mind. Yeah, so now bishop d5, queen e2, knight e7, rook e8, queen b6. Yeah, so this trade is great, and now bishop d3, this is where you sort of, I think it's interesting. Sometimes when you're about to be into time pressure, you make the most mistakes. Because you see 19 minutes, you're like, oh, I'm getting low, and then you feel, okay, I need to make a quick move, and then now this is, I don't think it's still equal, but after, this was the turning point for sure.
Okay.
After Bishop D3.
Hans, quick question. Do you have a game day ritual, listening to a certain song, a certain kind of breakfast, a workout in the morning? Like, what's your ritual?
Sometimes I start dancing before my games.
Do you? Can you show us?
I need the music, right?
Yeah, of course.
If you had a
What
speaker
music?
in here and I could pick my songs.
Yasser's gonna sing.
Okay.
What kind of music
You
do
don't
listen
want
to?
that. You definitely don't want that. Trust me, you do not want that.
Who do you listen to?
Yeah.
So, like before my my third round against Chik, I was so in the zone preparing. I was just really feeling it, like an MJ, Michael Jackson song came on, and I was just vibing. I was like,
So you were doing the moonwalk.
I was doing the moonwalk. I was like, I'm so ready for this game because I was so confident in my preparation. I was like, because honestly, like, I look forward. I love playing chess so much. Like, I just look forward to playing it.
All right.
Nice.
Well, our congratulations. We just have a lot of games in time trouble, so we just have to move quickly to the games.
We do, but congrats, Hans.
Thank you.
Congrats. So happy he didn't say "Push 'em, Baby" was his favorite song.
I don't even know what that is.
It's my hit song on Shopify.
Okay.
This game, oh boy, it looks like Nico. This game, my pick, looks super balanced. This looks like a draw of Nico's
Nicholas
game.
and Praveen Balakrishnan, who turned things around late in yesterday's game.
Right, both players needing a win to keep pace with Hans. Hans is really setting it, and this looks like a draw. Let's continue what games are going on at this game.
So that's Christopher Yu and Justin Wang.
This is a crucial game, of course, because Christopher was tied for the lead, and he needs a victory to keep pace. Golly, this is an exchange, another crazy imbalance.
What are you thinking? Like,
well, I love the exchange. I'm a materialist, regardless of what Gregory Kaidanov said. But it's still going to take some work here. I'm supposing that I think Christopher is for choice, but it's not cut and dry. Let's just put it like that. It's not cut and dry. We do have a special guest.
Well, in the meantime, we'll see what moves they make. But yes, Christian is here with another special guest.
Thank you, Sharon. Yes, I'm here with 14-year-old from California, Ruyang Yang. Ruyang, welcome back to the show. How do you feel after another very important victory?
I feel good. I mean, what else am I supposed to feel?
Absolutely. How would you rate your performance in the first 4 games?
I feel like I did pretty good. All my openings are okay. Well, except against Rochelle, but yeah, I feel like I did pretty good.
Speaking of the openings, let's go to your opening today, because it felt like your opponent, playing with the white pieces, took a very passive approach in the opening. Were you surprised by that?
Kinda. I think she was trying to so I played like against Rochelle in this line. My opening was bad, so I think she was trying to take advantage of my lines, but I kind of like improved on what I played last time.
And when did you feel you're taking over the game?
Maybe like after Bishop D4 and then E takes D4.
Oh, very earlier, much earlier.
Yeah.
Okay, so you had already thought your position was doing great right here.
Yeah.
And the rest was just technique for you?
Yeah.
Okay. I really liked your H5, H4 a lot, and I think this was a very convincing game, so I just have to say, well done.
Thank you.
Congratulations again.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well done.
Look at that. Wow. Okay. I believe we have
Annie
still
and
going,
Rochelle.
and it's a 3-result game. Anything can go on here. And again, I apologize for keep asking about the clock, but I do think that that's going to be a crucial factor.
I think we need a larger clock. 2:16.
Okay.
Rochelle. Okay, there we go.
2 minutes to 3 minutes. That's really talk about the tension. And I tell you, we've got to keep an eye on this. Except for, is Larry Christensen? How's Larry doing in his game with Leonid?
I'm not sure about that.
That was the matchup
but
of the two players.
A big one is Brandon Jacobson, so maybe we can put that on your board, Yasser.
Brandon's game?
Brandon Jacobson board, yeah. Because he is cruising towards a victory.
Oh,
and
this
that
looks like
white king is naked.
Absolutely. It looks like Black's king's Indian attack, in this case, is crashing through with decisive effect.
Absolutely, and it feels like after king to g2, which might be the only move in the position.
Right.
We see Ben Lee right now pondering his options. He doesn't have many, fortunately for him. After king to g2, it feels like rook f8 maybe just defending that knight and getting ready to jump with the queen in fray on h2 might be decisive.
Looks really, really good.
And queen to h1, I think the problem might be some things along the lines of knight to e1. Is that it?
Knight to e1.
Knight to e1. I think
so
you have.
You're opening up this file so you don't have the chance to capture the knight, but you still got to prove it.
You do have to prove it. You have to go king to h1. And where is the win right now, Yasser?
King to g1. Not quite sure, but it does feel to me like Black is definitely breaking through on this one.
And he did play rook to f8 after king to g2, so we have that position.
That position is on
right
the board.
now.
We're expecting queen h1. Only move maybe
knight to h4.
Yeah, that was it's bingo. Two minds thinking alike there. We should play hand and brain sometime together, because I think we understand one another.
Hand and brain.
You make the moves, but I tell you what.
Oh, okay. So you just tell me what to do.
No, I say knight.
Okay.
And then you have to figure out where the piece goes. I say queen, and then you have to figure out.
Well, that's not that helpful, is it?
No, but it's a challenge, because as you're playing as a team, sometimes you get completely at cross purposes with one another. You want to kill your partner. You know, what's wrong with you? Again, Christopher, that's a very important game, because again, Christopher trailing.
He is. He's trailing right now.
You're right. They came into today tied.
Oh yes,
Hans,
trailing. Yeah.
Hans and Christopher, and Christopher's nursing an extra exchange. He is looking at capturing this knight. There's also a knight check, forking king and bishop. So I think Christopher's for choice here. Again, I apologize, but I do want to keep an eye on this Annie game, because if Rochelle was to win, she just completely turns the
that would be quite the
upside
upset,
down.
Wouldn't it? Yeah.
Yes. And Rochelle, remind me again how young she is. Like
she is
14.
14.
14
I
years
believe
young?
she's 14.
She's around
is that
14.
right?
Yeah, she's around 14.
Wow.
And Annie is 19. She's the oldest.
And Annie has played in the women's championship
Yeah.
and performed as well, well. She's actually taken second place. So here she's such an overwhelming favorite. And for Rochelle to come in with the white pieces and upset her.
And Annie took second place, but in such a dramatic fashion.
Yes.
She actually lost in a tiebreak against Nazi Paikidze.
Exactly.
In which tournament?
In the US Women's Championship.
Okay.
Yes.
But she won that first game in the tiebreak. So she was like 1/2 point away from finishing the job and clinching the title. So it was just such a dramatic finish to her aspirations, but she has so much time left in her career.
Of course.
She's just starting up, and she's having all these amazing results. Also, she's the only international master in this event.
And she also told us that she hadn't actually dedicated too much time to chess
because of her
over quarantine
academia.
because of it. She's been focused on school, so all the more impressive, really, isn't it?
Truly. And this position, I'm sorry, just which move number? So they still have a lot of moves to go, it looks like to me. After rook takes c4 was the last move. Annie's clock is ticking down, right? She's down to like
yeah, Annie's
1
1
minute and 20
seconds.
She's really been thinking for a while on that. She doesn't have much time here, and it looks like to me she wants to jump in with queen to g3. She's just analyzing, calculating the ramifications of this move because she's eyeballing.
She just made a move.
Did she?
Yeah.
She played rook to d8, so she didn't jump in with the move queen g3 because that would have threatened queen e1 check, threatened queen takes e3. Instead, she's played rook to d8. Now, there's a pileup of pieces along the d file after this move, and I must say, this looks really strong as well, Christian. I mean...
Yes, but we have to keep an eye on the clock. Both players have 1 minute and a half left right now, and ticking.
1 minute now,
but
yeah.
1 minute for Rochelle right now.
I'm thinking Rochelle has this really crafty move, queen a5. The idea behind the move, queen a5,
she's going for it.
There you go.
She's done it. Wow.
This move helps her defend the rook on d2, which was critical, but simultaneously, it's like one of the most beautiful moves you can make in chess is the move that both defends and attacks.
Okay, how is the end
dual purpose move?
Oh, that's a nice move.
Of queen a5. What ending is?
After
what
queen
are
to
you
b6.
thinking? Pardon me?
Queen to b6.
Queen to.
This is the move that I'm looking at.
Okay,
Queen
that
to
would
b6,
force.
and I'm offering the queen trade.
Okay,
it
that
feels
would-
like the endgame might be imminent.
Trade.
We're gonna trade that.
Trade.
I'm gonna trade that.
But I'm thinking White will embrace this ending, unless I get mated. You put your pawn on
So I'm
h4 and knight on g3. Unless I get mated, I am going to take this pawn, and this bishop's looking pretty good, Christian.
No, that is true. That is true. That is a bishop against the knight in the endgame. In coordination with the rook, the bishop is generally much stronger. And you're actually a pawn up going into the endgame.
Exactly. She played the move rook takes c4 just a move ago. Annie on the back foot after this queen a.
What?
15 seconds. Ooh.
Oh.
She really let her clock
She got that
burn
30
down.
second
You see what
increment
happens to
though.
us?
Makes a big difference.
I'm telling you, this. I mean, this is tough on the old ticker watching people in time trouble.
Listen, we need you, okay?
Yeah,
Let's
thank
go
you,
around
thank
and
you. Right. Like,
get
hello.
too stressed out.
I mean, you know, what do they have? Those machines that shock
what's it? Defibrillator.
Yeah,
we probably need one in here, don't we?
just to be sure, you know. So rook c8, there was a really quick trade. It was like Rochelle was expecting that move.
It seems like she was,
Wow.
but right now she's
because now
aiming at
there's
that pawn
another
on
ending.
A7.
She's looking maybe at rook to d8
No,
check.
rook to
Yes, she
d8.
has.
She's going to exchange another pair of
She's
rooks.
trading off all the rooks. She's anticipating that in the queen and bishop versus queen and knight situation, her bishop is going to be doing good.
But is that the right decision?
Yeah, but is she correct?
Moving quick.
And there she is, and she's reaching for her bishop.
I don't
Was
think
she gonna play bishop
you can
takes
do anything
h?
with
No,
the
she
bishop
can't
right now
play
because
h.
that pawn on e3 is still hanging.
It sure is.
You can exchange the queens with queen to g5, but that endgame doesn't
I'm
feel very
not-
comfortable for white.
I'm not sure about that ending either. I'd be very reluctant to play queen h5. I probably feel more inclined to dropping my queen back. But
Yes, sir. I have to say that this last few moves seem to be favoring black.
Well, the trade of one rook, I was very supportive of. The second rook trade, I'm questioning. Now,
Because queen to d2 is going to be met by queen to g3,
And
she
she's played
is
queen to d2.
retreating all the way to d2.
now queen g3, my intention, Christian, was to meet queen g3 with queen f2. You can take twice on e3, I agree, but then this bishop will capture this errant pawn on h5, and I'll still maintain the extra pawn for white. So I think queen e3, queen f2 helps white. But in the meantime, if you don't play queen g3, I'm not
You would love to play the move h4. The problem with that is that it allows my bishop to come to g4.
Right. You
And
give
that
up
is the problem.
But you will get your knight to that wonderful, marvelous outpost. A knight on G3, all it needs is one major piece, whether it be a rook or a queen, and you got a mating pattern.
The problem with that is that my queen will also launch all the way to D8, attacking the pawn on H4.
Good point. Good point. So just to help everybody, what Christian and I are looking at, the pawn on H5 is vulnerable to the bishop. So we're inclined to move the pawn to H4, and after the move bishop G4, we want to plant the knight on G3, anticipating that we can get our queen to F1 and checkmate. But what Christian points out is that with the move queen D8, we're threatening to capture this pawn with check, and there's no way this queen and knight will be able to coordinate to create a mating match. 30 seconds with 6 moves left, and this is where parents, you know, really
ticking
hold.
down.
Oh.
She's been thinking for a minute.
Oh my gosh.
Full minute.
And
oh.
Queen, finally she decided on queen B6. You like that decision, Christian? Was that a good move?
It's a good practical decision, yes.
And instantly came king F2.
King to F2.
So
now
Rochelle was ready for
defend.
that move. She anticipated it all the way. Sorry, Christian.
It seems like she was, but right now I'm looking at other ways to defend that pawn on H5.
Now you can play
Not
G6.
play the move H4.
Or she played H4.
She did, yeah.
Commentators curse the moment you're
Always.
thinking about something else. They snap out. Oh, it happens
But now my
all the
queen
time.
is much more active.
But here, I'm thinking that no matter what I do, the knight's going to land on G3,
yeah.
right? Should I be trying to counter myself with moves like bishop C2, anticipating bishop takes E4, or bishop B3, eyeballing the pawn on F7?
Well,
and it's about the
make a
time
move.
trouble too.
She's about to make a move right now.
Okay. This is where
What's it going to be?
it's not just
We
your
see-
chess experience, it's
She
your
went to
nerves.
G4, I think.
She went to G4?
Or to B3, I don't even.
B3.
She made a long move. I wasn't sure which side.
Nicely put, Christian. One way or the other.
One way or the other. Yeah.
One way or the other. She moved her bishop. That was good. That's why he gets paid the big bucks.
Yes.
You said something about nerves, did you?
Yes.
What were you saying?
Well, I mean, you have to control your emotions when your heart is literally pounding and you're...
Because we can't even control ours.
Exactly.
Just imagine what they must be going through.
And exactly, that's exactly right. And the clocks are ticking, and you know every move is so very meaningful to the outcome. And both players, they know how big this point.
Queen
Seconds,
G6
by the
is
way.
important.
10 seconds,
9,
no.
8, 7.
No.
King came back.
No, this cannot be a good move. Queen to G6 felt forced, in my opinion.
Well, the nice thing from Annie's perspective is white is tethered to the defense of this pawn on E3.
Queen to C3 came on the board, and now Queen to
Instantly?
C8 is a big threat. Big threat.
Oh, she already played it.
She played
I
Queen to
thought she
C3.
had the opportunity to play bishop to D5.
No.
I thought that was what she was angling for, to take rid of that. No, but she played Queen C3.
Now,
Sorry, Christian.
Queen to G6
19,
has to be played.
18, 17.
You have to play Queen G6.
Again?
Yes.
That 30 seconds.
It doesn't last long, does it?
It's a violation of the rules of physics.
Okay.
Those 30 seconds go faster than time normally supposed
It
to go.
seems to, doesn't it?
G6. Okay, Christian, help us out here. How would you evaluate the position?
I just simply don't like the last few moves. It seems like not putting that queen on G6 to attack via queen to G3 feels like a missed opportunity for Annie. But nevertheless, the position remains complicated. I feel like I have to do something. I really liked your move, Yasser, that bishop to D5. Maybe let's try that because, oh, and she went bishop to C2 with the same idea.
Similar idea. She says, look, you're attacking my pawn on E3. I'd like to return the favor. Now, I think Annie has to plant her knight on G3.
And
she's
she did.
done that. She did that, by the way, in, I want to say record time. I mean, she did. She wasn't hesitating.
She did. Now she's got a full minute left, so that's good.
She wasn't hesitating. And this is what I wanted to point out, is that with that knight anchored on the G3 square, thanks again to this pawn on h4. Black will be looking for a chance to line up the queen and the knight so that she can play queen f1, and that will be check and mate. So knight g3, bishop c2 attacking the pawn, and you would have expected Rochelle to be ready. She isn't, and I think she wants to play the move queen d4. Can she get away with this move, Christian? What my trick is, if I can call it a trick, is to go check and to take this pawn on h4.
Well, now
so
that the pawn is on
anchored.
g6 though, Yasser, I feel like after queen to d4, I'm going to be able to go queen to b5.
Queen
I want to checkmate
b5.
you first.
I can understand that, and if I check, king
to
g7.
g7.
Now, I could go check and maybe potentially make a draw, but this was my question.
And she's going for it. She played it.
She did play queen d4. This is the challenge, the most challenging move in the position.
Because right
it's
now,
just made by Rochelle.
She needs to calculate that pawn sacrifice on h4, and she only has 45 seconds to go. 2 more moves before we reach the time control.
As soon as they reach the move 40, then they get the bonus time. And they can go to the bathroom, reset their minds and stuff like that. But we say the 40th move is the most dangerous move in chess. It's the last move at time control. And so many howlers are made on that very, very final move. You can't believe it.
Because you just have seconds left, and sometimes you make a blunder.
Exactly.
Queen to a6 was played. I think we're going to see a perpetual.
Queen d4, queen on d4 to d8 check was our main line.
I think we're going to see a perpetual, Yasser. Queen to d8, king to g7, then she's going to pick up that pawn on h4, and then queen to e2 or queen to f1, followed by queen to e1, queen to e2, queen to e1, queen to e2.
So why is this a perpet?
Let's see.
And
she went queen d1. A passive approach allowing me to take that pawn on a2,
passive
really?
with queen d1. That is we're talking about
Was that a howler?
Move. That looks like a howler. Well,
queen takes a2.
You don't even, maybe you can just play king g7 and say, why did you play passively?
Oh, that's
but
a nice
queen
move.
takes a2 looks like a very good.
Why not? I'm keeping contact with that pawn, that bishop on c2. I'm picking up a pawn,
But
a very important pawn.
Well, I'm thinking that the evaluation just changed dramatically, and I'm thinking if you go queen takes a2, white can give perpetual check at once in the position.
Well,
she's done it.
She took it.
So now white has to give a perpetual check.
The pendulum might be swinging.
No, but it's just perpetual on the spot.
Ah, so you think she actually played for this?
Oh, no.
She wanted to just
It's not
make
a
draw.
perpetual on the side. You can actually play king to h7.
Oh, no.
Queen takes h4 check.
And knight to h5.
And knight to h5, blocking the check to the king. And at the end of the day, the bishop.
Oh, this is
Ooh,
Annie Wang.
Guys, what is happening here?
It looks to us
Swindling.
like Annie has swindled her way to victory.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, just
Another
the last
one.
just the last moves of time control. Rochelle messed up.
Let's see if she goes for it.
Okay, so she has played the move queen d8 check.
Now just play king to g7. That's your 40th move, and then make the decision afterwards.
I'll explain to our amateur players why that is such a professional thing to do, to make one repetition and then continue the move you intended to play.
Because you have much more time to make that critical decision. Once you reach the 40th move, you're going to gain an additional 30 minutes. You can go, make yourself a tea, go use the restroom, splash some water over your face, kind of unplug from the tension of the last few moves, because you've been plugged in. You've been playing on few seconds every single move.
Right.
So right now it's time to just unplug, take some time for yourself, clear your mind, and then come back and make that critical decision. And you can do that because you have this extra move, king to g7. King to g7, queen to f6 probably is going to have to be forced coming on the board. And then, of course, you can go king to h7 if you want. Let's see. Let's see what she decides on doing.
Well, now that they made the time control...
Oh, she played King H7? Wait, what?
No, I think I was just making some analysis, sorry.
Ah, you're right.
Yeah.
Queen takes A2 was the 40th move. And now that we reach time control, we have a lot of time to spend on this game.
Exactly.
Let's move on to the Brandon Jacobson one, because that one might be finishing very soon.
Very good. I was going to say, I think both players, sorry, I've got the Christopher Woo game up.
Still 3 left in the juniors.
This is the Brandon game where we've just seen, whoa, what did we just see? Something.
Well, our variation.
Yeah, our variation. But here, how's this for a spectacular move?
This looks pretty good, Yasser. What can I say?
G2, that is really visual. The idea is that a moment ago, right here, when you give me this check, my king has the square G2. Yeah. My king must defend the queen. The queens are opposing one another. The king defends the queen. Now after the game, knight H4 check, king back to G1, G2. What black is saying is, I want you to occupy the G2 square with one of your pieces. For example, if you occupy it with the rook, I'll then give you knight F3 check, and now your king can't go to G2 where it protects the queen.
Yeah.
Instead, your king has to move away from the queen, and boom, bang, boom. There goes the queen and the game. The game is over. So the move G2 is going to have to provoke some other move. And what did we see? We've seen, sorry, I should refresh my board and get caught up with the players. So what happened was, after G2, he gave up his queen right away. With queen takes H4, the resulting position of queen versus rook and knight is really in the favor of black's queen. And after check and takes, we've caught up with the players, but it's too late. A queen, and in this case, 3 pawns for rook and knight. No contest. Black will win.
Wow. Okay,
Yeah.
so Brandon's probably going to take that one.
Yeah.
What about Christopher Yu? What's happening with...
Exactly. This was the game. He's been nursing an exchange, a rook versus bishop, essentially. And because there's 3 pawns each from both sides, white, Justin, sorry, is way behind in material. And it looks like Christopher is going to keep pace with Hans and win this game.
Wow. It's going to be interesting to see those two go against each other.
Christopher?
I did.
Nobody's talking to you. We're having a private conversation.
I did, Yasser.
Nobody's talking to you.
I predicted
Who did
Christopher.
you predict again in the juniors?
I'm thinking
Nicholas.
Nicholas,
You can
who
remember?
might be drawing. Who might
is
be
drawing his game.
Oh,
Yes.
Yeah, what's going on with Praveen and Nicholas?
Exactly. That was the Queen's Gambit accepted that you had talked about, but it looks like neither side, it's a dead draw because neither side will be able to penetrate the opponent's position with their king. That position is drawn,
You do have to be a little bit careful with white. For example, if you go king to e6, let's just put that on the board to kind of showcase a good way in which white can lose.
Okay.
And that is if you go, let's say, king to e6 as black, and white goes king to c3.
King to c3.
King to c3.
Oh, you're going to do the nasty. This is what we call a pawn breakthrough.
And now I can just take on
Notice this pawn on g3 is 2 squares away from promoting.
From promoting, yeah.
All you got to do is get this g2 pawn out of the way. Yeah. And what Christian wants to do is make a sacrifice, a combination. He wants to take and then sacrifice a knight, sacrifice a pawn, and the pawn breaks through and queens. So Christian says there is a latent, there's some evil intentions that you just have to make sure you don't fall for.
I think the easiest is to just move king to e2,
king to
d3,
e2,
king to e2, king to d3.
Yeah,
and I don't see a way for black to
just to drop the king back.
Is there a name for this pawn structure here with these sort of, it almost looks like they're doing a dance.
Exactly.
Right?
Well, both sides have pawn chains that mirror one another, but we just kind of refers to them as pawn chains.
Okay.
There was this book called Pawn Power and Chess by Hans Kamak, And Hans came up with the most ridiculous names for all kinds of pawn structures. I like drop kicked this book down the stairs. This is like a horrible,
You're like,
horrible
I know
book.
a billion names already. I
don't need to deal
more.
with this. Yeah, I mean, no. I think he destroyed, a generation of promising young chess players with these horrifying names.
What were some of the names?
The double clutch pincer attack.
Oh,
Just like ridiculous. But okay.
Do you find that some of the names change over the years and maybe the sort of younger generation starts using a name and...
For openings?
Yeah, for openings or just moves?
They come up with, some expressions, like we would just say like a pawn storm. Yeah,
Okay.
a pawn storm. And they might say, oh, the locusts are coming.
Okay.
You gotta go, what's the locust? It's the pawns. Okay. And over the years, the bishops have somehow changed names. At one time, they were called rabbis, for example. So you got the two rabbis.
Okay.
The two wise men on the chessboard and things like that. But overall, no, we're pretty good at, giving credit where it's due, whether it be to Capablanca or Alekhine or Nimzovich or any of those guys.
Okay, paying respect, that's good. You were telling me a story off camera the other day about the rooks. When you first started playing chess and they were in the form of cannons?
Exactly. So somehow also in chess, we have a lot of chess sets. And over time, you see these chess sets change. So, for example, in the Indian game of Chaturanga, where chess comes from, elephants were a part of the chess set.
Oh, interesting.
Okay.
I want a chess set like that.
Exactly.
I'm
and
half Indian, so...
over at the World Chess Hall of Fame,
Yeah.
they have these marvelous exhibits. I mean, they're just gorgeous chess sets from all over the world. And you have these Indian chess sets with chariots. You have these ivory carved chess sets from China. You have the Islamic chess sets. And as chess moved on the Silk Road to Europe, they began to take the form and shape of those culture. So the rooks that we have almost kind of look like towers or maybe castles.
Yeah, when I was a kid, I would call them castles.
Yeah, of European cultures. But when I was, I don't know, I saw a chess set which was kind of like a Civil War chess set or maybe a Napoleonic chess set where the rooks were cannon. And I thought, oh, great. Like I'm the general and I've got a cannon. So I was thinking, I've got to blast my opponent. So I would play h4, develop my cannon, and it would get captured. It was like, oh, darn, I hate that. But I got two cannons, so I would go over here, and I'd lose that one too. I was really bad, right? So it was my cannon opening, and it was a disaster. I mean, a disaster.
Who were you playing in those days, though?
My neighbor, David Chapman. He was a paraplegic. He was
probably way older than you as well.
Very much so, and much more experienced. Just clobbered me like a drum.
Okay, guys, I think we're getting close to the resignation.
What do we got?
Let's move to Brandon Jacobson game, because I think we do.
Oh, that's the Christopher.
Very, very soon. Just because you're losing.
Oh, we just lost a rook.
You're losing another rook. Yes.
Yeah. Look, the rook. The queen b6, check on the long diagonal, and this rook on a7 is undefended.
Is that it?
It's over.
That's
Benjamin has resigned. Yeah.
Woo.
Wow. Sorry, I kind of lost touch with the seniors as well.
Oh yes.
If you don't mind, let me see how.
How's Larry doing?
Whoa. Larry
checked
versus Leonid, and again, these two players came in today's round trailing Gregory Kaidanov by
half a point? Yeah.
And if one of them. Well, actually, I take that back.
Because Gregory won, yeah.
Neither of these players can tie Gregory, but they can at least keep pace with him with a victory. And we just saw, what has Larry done? Larry sacrificed an exchange, a rook?
It seems that's an exchange, yes. And he's going to go with a pawn all the way to f3.
Okay, f3.
And trying to create some...
Well, good news, bad news, right? on the one hand, it's a passed pawn, and it's pretty dangerous there. But on the other hand, it closes this bishop diagonal, which means you never get to put a queen and bishop battery and
But what
mate.
do you play next is the question.
I move my knight, right?
So knight to g3, okay.
So I do have ideas of rook c5 if it's my turn.
How do I activate my piece is the question.
Yeah, exactly. So what is the follow-up that Larry has in mind?
I believe-
Doubtlessly he has some ideas. I mean...
The big problem is that after rook to f4, I think you have the move rook to c5.
Rook f4.
That might be problematic.
Yeah, with a double attack against my d-pawn. But if I ignore it with what you just suggested, Christian, rook c5.
And he went knight to g3.
And he has.
How are we doing on time? So it seems, I think Larry
pretty
has...
sure they made
I
the
think
time
they,
control,
yeah,
They did.
40,
Okay.
40 minutes to,
Yeah, they
they
made
did.
the
to
time
Larry,
control.
yeah, 16, 17.
Exactly.
Well, I have to say, maybe Larry is not...
When I left it, I really liked Larry's position a lot. I thought he was doing really well, but he must have, there must have been some combinations that went on in this game. Wow, sorry, I've just, excuse me as I play catch up with the players here.
Yeah.
So we've just seen knight to g3, and Larry's got to come up with something extra special. And while Larry's doing that, let's have a discussion.
All right,
Let's check out
Christian, you have another winner.
another winner.
Thank you, Sharon. Yes, I'm here with a very happy victor of today's round, Brandon Jacobson. Brandon, first of all, winning with black, losing with white, it's like a roller coaster for you. How would you assess your first 4 rounds performance?
I mean, the main thing for me is I feel like I've been putting way too much pressure on myself. So now that I'm pretty much out of winning the tournament realistically, I was able to just play fast and not really worry too much. I mean, I played a risky opening with in line of the King's Indian, which I thought, why not just go for it now? So yeah, I feel like a lot of it is about mindset, some of it is about nerves maybe, but yeah, glad it worked out today.
But you still have to play with Hans and with Christopher, so you do have that option of bouncing back. How would you assess your chances to do that?
I mean, of course it's possible, but I mean, even with something like, wait, there are 5 rounds left, 4.5 out of 5 might make a playoff. So just trying to take it one game at a time, and we'll see. But I mean, I think the best thing for me now is just to relax and play chess.
Relieve some pressure. In the opening, it felt like you guys have a very deep theoretical discussion. Did that feel the same to you as well?
Yeah, so after yesterday's game, I was pretty upset, and I wanted to just prepare really deep for this game because, I mean, I fell into John Burke's preparation pretty far out. So it was nice playing him because he pretty much consistently plays the exact same line every single game.
Ben Lee, that is.
Yeah. So I was able to prepare pretty deep. Queen f7 is already a novelty, but...
Was that your novelty?
Yeah, this was still my preparation, so...
All the way, I think, after bishop to h4.
Right, and now the idea is that it's pretty difficult for white after queen f7 and f5 and queen g7, as happened in the game. Because like normally a typical idea for white is to bring the bishop back with something like f3 and bishop f2, but the problem is in the game after f5 and queen g7, after rook b1, queen g7, sorry, f5, b4, queen g7. If you go something like f3 here, for example, bishop b3 check followed by queen h6 is already kind of unpleasant for white. So the queen on g7 is multi-purpose. It can support g5 and g4 and also come around to h6 at the right moment. So yeah, and actually it's pretty funny. So in this position, the computer says it's around equal, suggests something like e takes f5 and king h1, or just sort of waiting around if I remember correctly. But it's kind of funny. So I was actually just thinking, okay, well, let's just assume I get to this position. What looks logical for white? All right, I guess queen c2 makes some sense. So I put it on the computer. How am I supposed to play here? So I actually got kind of lucky. Played exactly into what I predicted he would do. Already like 4 moves after there were no games left played before. So I think that was pretty good prediction as we see. And yeah, I think this is already pretty comfortable for black. I know the computer probably says it's around equal, but I feel like for a human, I mean, trying to defend this position with white, when my knight's on the queen side, they look bad, but at the same time, they stop all of white's play with c5. So I think in a practical game, it's very, very tough to defend here with white.
And this was exactly the way we were looking at this position. It felt like you have all the play and your opponent just has to wait.
Right, exactly.
What was your plan after the exchange on b6? So let's go to that moment. We exchanged on b6.
Yeah,
and it felt like the c5 was a bit rash.
Yeah, I mean,
what was your plan to continue expanding your attack?
I mean, pretty much the problem for white is that I have all the time in the world because the knight on a6 and the pawn on b6 just stops anything white can do. So you give white like 5 moves, what exactly do you do on the queen side, right? And in the meantime, I can pretty much play for the same idea in the game. Maybe swing the rook to h6 at the right moment, queen h5, rook g6, bishop g3, and just go for checkmate. I have no idea what white's supposed to do here. I mean, to me, it seems like it's already just lost. Perhaps knight a4 was probably the wrong plan already. Maybe he misevaluated the c takes b6 idea. But I mean, already it looked pretty tough for white. But I mean, after knight a4, after take on b6, and I took back, it feels like it's already pretty close to lost. I mean, I really have no idea how white's supposed to hold on here.
I absolutely agree with you wholeheartedly. It just felt that, in fact, the knight on a6 and the pawn on b6 just is a dead end. It's just full stop, and you have a free hand on the king side, and you're eventually just going to break through and win, Brandon. Looks to me like a very nice game. And by the way, just wanted to say that I really really like this move, G2. That's like very visual move. It's like nice way to finish the game.
Oh, it's pretty funny. After G2, I was hoping he'd go queen h3 and let me go queen d1. That would have been the perfect finish.
Right.
But I guess he didn't want to embarrass himself, so he took the easy way out. But this would have been a nice crowd pleaser.
Exactly. That would get you into those brilliancy books, right?
Right.
Yeah. Nice.
Now, Brandon, you mentioned nerves. How do you keep your nerves in check? No pun intended.
Well, I mean, again, I'm not really the guy to ask, judging from my results, but I mean, I think the main thing is just not thinking about winning the tournament or anything, just relaxing, just trying to play and pretend it's any other game. Obviously, I still have a lot of work to do in that department, but you know, a win today really makes it better. So.
Do you get the chance to enjoy it as well?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, when you're not, nervous that you're about to hang your queen or something, it definitely is fun. Because again, how often do you get to play literally all the top juniors in America? So
absolutely,
it's great.
Do you have a pre-game ritual? I've been asking everybody. Is there anything that you do? Do you listen to music? Do you work out? Do you need your silent time?
Yoga.
Do you call a friend or a family member? Like, what do you usually do before a game?
Usually I'm scrambling around to remember my preparation.
Okay.
Because I usually have pretty good preparation, and then I forget it all like right before the game starts. So normally I'm just trying to get as much rest as possible, and then scramble around to remember my preparation and then take it from there. But yeah, I do definitely like to relax as well, because if I'm still like nervous about everything, then we see what the results are on the chessboard. So definitely just try to relax and take it easy.
All right, well, you need to go and relax now, I'm sure. Great win, congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Brandon.
Very nice, very nice, very nice. Great finish. I mean, we are seeing, again, it's like, and by the way, Nico did draw his game.
That's your guy.
Yes. What I wanted to say is, like, we do enjoy winning. We absolutely do, but we really enjoy winning in style and in flourish. And that was why I gave Brandon that shout out, because that final way he conducted this checkmating attack was really a pleasure. Artistic. Christian.
Yasser,
yes,
we were
Larry.
so close.
What?
We were so close to understanding that position,
Yeah.
but we failed to do so because we stopped at the wrong moment. And that is, rook to f4 was the right move, and after rook to c5, queen to e6, this is actually just completely winning for black.
He's
because I'm going
eyeballing
to
this
go
h3
rook to h4,
pawn.
followed by queen takes h3, and there's nothing you can do. This position is completely lost for white.
Wow. Nice.
So I'm out of the game then?
No.
Okay.
No. We got a lot of chess left. We've got a lot of spectators interested in today's round 4. We got one more game before the rest day, so we'll have round 5 tomorrow, then the rest day, but then 4 to finish.
Yes, we do.
Still a lot of chess.
And potentially playoffs as well.
And potentially playoffs as well. So, give yourself some credit. You might somehow hang around, and
but for
still being competitive.
For today, yes.
Right.
All right. Well, by the way, we have some cool swag that we want to show you right now.
We do.
Look at that. I'm liking that.
Oh my gosh,
Okay.
this looks like a very nice.
What's the proper name for this?
That's a fanny pack.
What?
That's a vest and a fanny pack. You see the fanny pack right there?
Yes.
Yeah. A fanny pack?
A fanny pack. That's the
You're
fanny.
killing me over here, Christian.
Yes, sir. That's the fanny pack.
Okay, you do understand that has a different connotation.
Not in America.
Not in America.
Not in America, okay? And yes, this is the best. We'd call it something different in the UK, but I've forgotten because I've been here for so long. But yes, it's really cool. And look, it's sleeveless as well. You can wear a t-shirt under it. So if you are, you know, kind of on the warm side, then you just wear it without the t-shirt.
And all of the swag is available at Q Boutique. Go shop and support your favorite chess channel, as well as World Chess Hall of Fame. They will love you for your support. Wow, I'm still a little bit stunned by what you said about the game of Larry Christensen, because truth be told, when we saw the move Rook C5, we intuitively stopped and said, we don't want to do that.
Wait, what happened there, Yasser?
What happened there? Let's go find out. I will bring that back up on my board. And after the move Rook F4, Rook C5, Queen E6, Leonid said, oh my God, this is terrible news. You're crashing through on the H3 pawn. I'm afraid of not just Rook H4, I'm also afraid of Bishop D7. Leonid decided he should give up his exchange, his rook for the bishop, and played the move Queen to D2. And I think we're caught up with the players and Larry on turn after this move Queen D2. And we'll just, before we go on break, Sharon, I'll just make a quick look at the remaining games. First of all, we'll look at the senior games here.
Okay.
And
so
wow.
this is Malexet and Alexander Shabalov.
First impressions are I like black due to the extra pawns, and I really like the fact that this bishop is covering the C pawn. So I'm going to say advantage Shabalov. I wouldn't be surprised if the game was a draw. This is Larry's game. We haven't looked at Jim Starjan's
We haven't at all, have we?
For a long while, and here
Fishbein, Alexander Fishbein, and James Starjan.
Yeah, these double rooks. 4 rook endings. Okay, extra pawn for white. So Jim trying to hold on. I would describe it as thusly.
Okay.
Going to the girls for just a quick moment.
How's Annie doing?
This is the Annie Wang game. We've seen that. We think that she is for choice. Annie's doing very well. This game we haven't seen. This is Susan's game against
Sophie.
Sophie. Good grief. This is tough, but I kind of like white. This pawn on D6 really has got my vote. Yep, definitely white for choice here.
Okay, looks like Sophie.
And any games remaining in the juniors? Yeah.
I do think we have the last one from the juniors, and that is
Please.
Christopher Yu against Justin
This is
Wang.
the extra exchange, but I think Christopher's making his life difficult for himself. Isn't he, Christian?
Well, he did manage to displace that bishop from b3, which was very nicely placed and supported by the pawn on c2. He did that by playing the move d3. That's why you don't see the pawns on d4 and on c2 on the board any longer. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if he's making his life difficult, mostly because of the fact that I feel if you manage to get that pawn on b4, this should be pretty much game over. You do have to fend off some attacking capabilities for white. But what if I just play rook to d4 right now? Do you have any sort of tactics?
His dream, white's dream, if I can call it that, is to play king h5 and g5, and on a good day...
Checkmate me.
Yes, check and g6 mate. But you're right. If you can, like you say, dislodge the bishop and pick up this pawn on b4 while staving off those threats, it should be a win for Christopher. We'll see on the other side of the break, Sharon.
Okay, yeah, let's take a break, and we'll see you back here shortly.
Can you hear it? It's the sound of hope. And health. And strength. It's the sound of compassion, of open doors, where people and machines are in tune and miracles occur. It's the sound of personalized healthcare and active communities. It sounds like life, and it's what you hear when you really listen. Listening to you, caring for you. We are Ascension.
If you have kids, you already know St. Louis has a ton of fun stuff for families to do, like the Magic House or the Science Center. And if you really want to be a stellar parent, come see all the new stuff there is to discover at St. Louis Union Station. With a new mirror maze, light shows, and the 20-story high St. Louis wheel, it's enough to make any parent feel like a star. St. Lou is always exploring.
A St. Louis public radio journalist's most precious possession isn't a notepad, camera, microphone, or recording device. Their most precious possession is credibility. A journalist's work revolves around the truth, finding it, verifying it, and reporting it. Great journalists work hard to find the facts and put those facts into context, examining all the arguments and including differing opinions, amplifying fascinating voices from our community, telling captivating stories, offering facts that may have been omitted. We work every day to earn your trust. For news, turn to St. Louis Public Radio.
Founded in 1839, the University of Missouri is steeped in tradition. The recently founded Mizzou Chess Program is a partnership between the University of Missouri and the St. Louis Chess Club. Collegiate chess has been experiencing a meteoric rise at the national level. Through its tradition of excellence, Mizzou has always strived for the best. Mizzou Chess is working towards raising the bar by bringing our institution's ethos of respect, responsibility, discovery, and excellence to the chessboard.
Welcome back, guys. Just a couple of games left. As you can see, Christopher there by himself, now being joined by Justin Wang. He was taking a little stretch.
Well, in the seniors in the boardroom, we've got down to the final games. Larry and Leonid closest to the right, and Shabalov and Melik? Yes, that's right.
Yes.
Because they're and Jim Tarjan, he's got this rook ending that he's trying to save, but I hope for his health he can. And this is really important. We're going to come to you, Christian, as Annie Wang is. When we left it, it just seemed like to be a hot potato going on here between these two ladies. What's going on?
Well, Annie is actually in pole position to take a 4-0 start. That is just incredible. How did we get there? Let's see, guys. Let's see how we got there. So after queen to d8, I think this was the position that we stopped at, because we were saying that Annie is just going to take her time, try to find her way around it.
Right.
Because she had this option of playing king to h7 and then mid queen takes h4 with knight to h5.
A move.
This bishop on c2 still pinned. You cannot, with the queen from h4, defend this bishop, so you're in trouble. She did play the move king to h7, and her opponent, Rochelle, responded with the move queen to c7. So choosing to stay close to that bishop, defending the bishop on c2, and potentially keeping an eye on the 7th rank as well. a5. The problem is, once you task this queen with the defensive task of defending the bishop on c2, well, the problem is this pawn is going to round down the board, and you're not going to have this attack on the pawn on h4, which was keeping my pieces a bit immobile.
Right.
And we have bishop to d1, knight to f5. Now I'm redirecting this knight to the attack of the pawn on e3, very important redirection. And now we have queen to b3, and this is what we have right now.
Okay.
Trade of the queens, knight goes back.
So F7
you're probably
is
going to
hanging.
have to take this.
Right.
I don't see anything else.
And then there's an a4 pawn and a passed e pawn as
I have
well.
I have an e pawn. I have an a pawn. Will
Right.
that be enough to immobilize your pieces? So I'm going to go a4.
Right.
It should be. I have to agree with you, Yasser, on this one. a3. And now I'm just going to sit around. Yeah. I'm going to wait. Now, how are you going to continue this? You have to bring the king somewhere around here, right?
I was thinking king h6, g5.
King h6, g5, even like that. Maybe even g5 first.
Maybe g5 immediately.
Let's look at that. g5, so assuming that you have to take.
Right.
King to g6.
Right.
And now let's try to create some counter chances.
Okay. Take it, yeah?
No counter chances, because after this, this, you just defend. Then you put the king to e5.
Exactly.
Then you give a check.
Right.
It's not looking good. I think this might be a losing endgame for white.
Wow.
Annie is going to go.
If she wins, she'll be perfect.
4-0.
She'll be perfect.
That's pretty incredible, isn't it?
And let's go back to see exactly that moment that swindled the position
That
in
was
her
the
favor.
queen takes a2. And
Yes.
remember, she was making these moves with just seconds to spare. I think she had actually got down to 9 seconds at one time.
Yes.
It seems like queen takes a2 was the last move
of the time control.
Before the time control. And then her opponent, Rochelle, immediately responded with a move queen to d8. Was that necessary?
No, I don't think that actually helped. I think at the time that Rochelle played the move, she was anticipating that she was just going to get away with a perpetual check.
Yeah.
And maybe now, after the time control, it started to dawn on her that queen takes h4, knight h5 would be winning for her opponent. She ended up having to come back with the queen backtracked and is in a difficult situation. Turning our attention to the juniors for a second, again, Christopher has been nursing his extra exchange for some time. While we were expecting him to win, in my view, he was making his life more and more difficult. And now I've been looking at the position for some time, and I'm beginning to think that, well, White can actually save the game. And if White does, if Justin manages to save this game, that would be great news for Hans because he would be in clear first.
Yes, it would. Pay attention to the clock as well here because 35 minutes for Christopher, meanwhile just 12 minutes for Justin. Does that make a big difference at this point?
It does.
If he can escape the Czechs.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
that's a big if.
Because in very, very short period of time, you're just playing on the increments. You're relying upon that 30 seconds. And that is a no-no, in fact. It's a really good way of losing because
that's the updated clock, by the way, which is 8 minutes, not even 12 minutes. Yeah.
And we have a breaking score, a breaking result, as Alexander Shabalov has won Christian.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. He gets his first victory of the tournament.
Shabba-dabba-doo.
Shabalov.
He can't wait to say that to him when he walks through these doors.
Exactly. It's on my...
Guys, he's pretty buff. I mean, you gotta be careful.
Don't get us knocked down.
He's on his way down.
Don't worry, Christian.
Yasser, he's on his way down.
You can be my bodyguard for today. Sharon, I'm relying upon you.
Bodyguard one time.
I'm relying on you for the rest of the tournament.
I don't know if I'm going to be any help.
I mean, protect me.
At all costs.
Oh man. Well, let's look at how that game actually finished. I think we left it off somewhere in the bishop endgame, bishop and rook endgame.
Yes.
And you were mentioning that you do prefer black because of the extra pawn. Nevertheless, you were kind of unsure due to the fact that this pawn on c6 is so advanced. So let's see how this game ended. You're using this pawn on g4 almost as a shield to kind of maneuver with your king around it. And once you capture this pawn on h2, this guy is going to be a runner. It's going to go all the way down to promotion very quickly. So white has to be extra careful about that. Now c7 seems to have been a little bit premature because after rook to c1, we're just going to exchange these pawns. And unfortunately for you, I'm also going to pick this guy up. So it seems like we got this position, rook to c2, rook to a2 was forced, but this bishop endgame is just simply losing. And it's not even close, specifically because I have these two double pawns. I'm going to be able to use one to pick up your bishop, and the other one then is going to be used for promotion. And that's all she wrote. I think after king to h4, white decided enough is enough. It's a very easy technical job at this point, and I just need to take a rest before tomorrow.
Exactly. Now let's just jump quickly to the game of Larry Christensen against Leonid, because that game was still crazy. After this exchange sacrifice, rook takes c6. This is where we left it. Queen takes c6. Queen d2. Not playing to pick up this pawn on b4. Queen takes b4 would have walked into bishop takes e5. Queen b4, pardon me, queen d2. Attacking the rook, rook h4, and again, this is the kind of swing we saw before. Larry's eyeballing an opportunity for queen e6, and after d5, just once more, he's looking at an opportunity to swing across, taking advantage of the fact that this pawn will be pinned. So rook takes f3. I'm sure this came as a great relief for Leonid, but at the same time, this is the problem. Black is crashing. Relief to take that pawn on f3.
Okay.
But it didn't end his troubles. The problem is black crashed through on the king side, and catching up to the play, Leonid sacrificed a minor piece. Well, this is just over. Black is easily winning now as Larry. He's going to come in and tell us it's child's play at this point. that he will play bishop f6, and the rook and the bishop control the pawns from queening, and that he, Larry, will end up queening his pawn. So he is cruising to victory, my pick. How are you guys doing? I'm kind of just checking.
And anyway, what's happening with the James Tarjan?
Nice. How about that QBT?
Yeah, back to the, what was it called again, Christian?
Fanny bag.
Fanny bag.
I can't say that word.
It's famous. Yeah. Well, you have this wholesome brand image. You come and you keep it
I'm
clean.
from
You keep us on our
England,
toes.
that has a particular meaning.
Exactly. So good
But
for
we're
you.
not
Good for
gonna
you.
talk
Just one
anymore
second.
about that.
Let's go back to that game.
To the Tarzan game or to the Larry's game?
Larry Christensen. What did
Yes.
he play?
He played King G6. That's a
Wait,
little surprise.
But
I thought
now
he was going to.
D6. D6. You just want to take on E6 and D7. You just give the bishop for. Okay, that makes sense.
Precisely.
That makes sense.
So is a resignation coming on this one, do you think? Or
Yes.
Yeah.
It won't be too far.
Okay.
As soon as Larry firmly establishes that he can sacrifice his minor piece for these 2 pawns, then he's going to be left with a rook and 2 pawns, 2 connected pass pawns.
Now
by
King
the
to
way.
F6 is going to come on the board most likely. King to
Okay.
F6
you're telling me there's no way Leonid can get back? No.
doesn't look like that.
Oh, hurtful. I know. I mean, chess is tough, and then you die. That's how it works.
I'm feeling it right now.
I'm feeling it. And after King F6, he does have one trick. The one trick that you can do after King F6, D6,
King
you
takes
don't
C6.
want to take with the rook. That will allow this, and white then has probably a simple draw, actually, not just drawing chances, but a draw. But rather, after the move D6, you want to take with your king. It's that simple. King takes, rook takes, bishop, king takes, and then after a rook check, you can slide your rook in the way, and in the meanwhile, you've got 2 connected pass pawns and a very easy win for Larry Christensen.
He went King H7.
I'm sorry, he did what?
King H7. So he's
Rook
deciding.
G8, King H7. So essentially he took his last move back.
Right. Wait a
And
minute.
the rook instantly went to D8. Well, now Bishop F6.
Yeah, Bishop F6 is easy now. But
Really easy. Well, okay, but
wait a minute. But
Leonid's
why
point-
not Rook to E8? Rook to E8. You go. Rook takes D5. Okay, so that doesn't work.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think
it's
that
still
after
it's still
this
over.
Bishop
It's still
F6,
over.
Now after rook check, then you can play king to G6 and king to F5, and you've got it completely wrapped up. The game of James Tarzan, for a quick second, if we will, Christian. This should be in what we call a table base.
What's that?
So a table base is an endgame.
Okay.
So 6 pieces, 2 kings. So if you take 2 kings and a combination of any pieces like a queen each and a pawn and things like that, the supercomputers of the world will analyze the position to an absolute conclusive 100% result.
Okay.
So in this position with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, it might be a table-based result. I don't know.
It certainly does feel like it. I do not have table base on this computer, so I cannot tell you with precision, but it does look like a draw. I don't think you're going to be in time to take my pawn and shield me from reaching the A8 square, which is extremely important with the king. So I'm going to pick up this pawn, and then slowly I'm going to make my way back. In the meantime, you are going to win the A3 pawn, but that's not going to help you too much.
Okay.
So it looks like a very basic draw. For example, you can try to go something like this. If you give me a check, now I can even exchange the rooks like this, and we get into this position. You do get the pawn, of course, but
you
I'm
get
getting
in front. Yeah.
I'm getting all the way to the corner, and that's just a technical victory because you cannot, technical draw, of course,
Yes.
because you cannot kick me out of the corner. So it seems to be quite basic at this point. It feels like James probably saved this one.
And then the other critical game is the one between Christopher and Justin. How is the engine evaluating this? Because again, I'm thinking more and more that that Christopher's made his tasks difficult, even impossible. Is that the way you've seen it as well? It's unsure.
Definitely unsure.
But let me just get ready for a special guest
Yes.
who's in studio.
Christian.
With Shabba-dabba-doo.
He's been dying to say that for a long
All
time.
day. For 4 rounds, Sasha, you've kept me at bay.
Thank you, guys. Yes, I'm here with Alexander Shabalov, one of our victors of today's round. Alexander, first of all, welcome back to St. Louis. Welcome to the studio. How does it feel to be playing chess again after a year and a half of inactivity?
Feels absolutely amazing. I mean, great, the things getting back to where it was before. Unfortunately, playing still bad.
Well, speaking of
Not
that,
just now.
Not today.
Your strategy actually was very contrasting in the first 2 games. You play the King's Gambit, then you play Knight f3, b5, very offbeat. Then after that, you started playing a bit more topical lines. Did you change the strategy after those first 2 games?
No, not really. Just a preparation, specific preparation against these 2 players, against Colin and today against Malik. I've seen that his French is a little shaky, and I decided to do that. Unfortunately, I mean, he played excellent in the opening. At least that's what I think now.
Let's go through the game, actually. We're going to see that on the screen right now.
And tell me, Alex, what you thought were the key moments when things were going right and when things were going wrong.
I chose the sideline again because I think it's Malik's first official database game was e5. So I did not expect it. He was playing bishop g5 before, and that's
you mean from the early opening?
Yeah,
Yeah.
right here, bishop g5 was. But he said that he quit it some time ago. Well, I didn't know about it.
It would have been helpful if you known that before the game, right?
Yeah. So I decided to play the sideline that was favored by Morozevich, because and I think he improvised and did it really well. So
Queen takes d4 for my eyes is a little unusual, right?
not sure, but yeah, well, he got a great position. So
he did.
probably,
Okay. So tell me where you think you messed up, or where.
Yes, I played bishop b7 and
Okay.
knight d4, and I think this is critical. I mean, here that's where we need a computer. Maybe I can take on e5 with the queen right away. Maybe,
we were looking at such moves as queen takes e5 and bishop g4. And it's like, it's scary.
It's scary, I know.
Yeah.
Maybe even bishop f4 and then bishop g4.
Bishop f4, you
Right.
could sacrifice an exchange, but okay, you didn't do that. You traded rooks and you just took the pawn and
I
said.
played like sort of safe. Well, there's a nice line after knight takes c6, queen c6, attacking both knights.
That's a
Attacking
strange
both knights
double.
and threaten d4.
That's a
So-
strange double attack. You don't see
And
that.
d4, so triple attack.
Wow.
Yeah.
But he-
bishop g5 was an interesting, that's something I did not expect. And probably this is the moment, this is a key moment. Maybe after bishop takes g5, my position is worse.
It's worse, or you like it?
No, it's worse.
It's
So-
worse for you.
Right.
With
I
the
think
extra pawn.
Yeah, I know, but very, very strange initiative after queen g3, and I don't really have a defense against knight c5.
You're not happy with this awkward pin.
Yeah, instead of bishop takes g5, queen d6, now I'm thinking that that was a moment where
This
I
is
could have
maybe
played
an
better.
improvement for you.
Right. That's
Gotcha.
what I think. I was worried about bishop f4. I didn't know what to do with my queen after that, but probably just bishop f6 and, slowly
Crawl back with your queen.
Exactly, yeah. I don't, it's not my kind of chess.
Exactly. Feeling a little cramped. But okay, as the game turned, we got here and
we found this amazing maneuver of queen g3, followed by knight c5.
Right.
And knight c6 looked like the only one.
Okay.
And now I have to like undouble his pawns, and now I'm just worse.
Again,
Okay.
you're a pawn
After
up,
rook-
but he's got this massive pass pawn. This
Right.
guy is not.
I'm actually surprised that I didn't lose it by force or after rook e7. Here he started thinking, and yeah, queen f4. I'm already not sure.
That doesn't feel like the most scintillating move in the position, right?
Right.
Probably you were afraid of something else.
There, rook b1 was interesting, definitely.
Rook
Okay.
b1,
It was
ideas of
C6
rook
idea.
b8.
And after g6, he can go c6. I have to go bishop c8.
That's not happiness.
Bishop c8. No, I didn't see a force loss here, but it doesn't feel
Your
really
spidey
good.
sense is tingling a little bit.
Yeah, I think
Gotcha.
that's where he should have gone.
Okay, but see, he came up with queen f4, which, you know, kind of looks pretty good because, you know, he's eyeballing a check and he wants to take your pawn, but you had a defense.
g6, yeah, here we go. And queen b8 is another move that I think gave me some time to recover.
With h5. you
Now
make
he
it-
has to go to h3, otherwise queen c7.
And now you're finally feeling that your king is a little bit in safety.
Yeah,
And,
rook
good for you that the pawn's not on c7 or even worse, but okay. And at
Queen
which
b1.
moment did you feel like, hey, not only have I escaped all the dangers, but maybe it was this breakout move, e5 that
Yeah,
started-
g4. I think in any other situation, like tournament situation, Malik would play something normal because black, despite being up a pawn, I mean, white's still better. So anything quiet, like bringing the rook back, playing whatever, rook f8, and anything would just, white's still better. But g4.
It was just inviting this.
Gave me chances. Yes.
Yeah, this looks like a really nice. I've always admired your tactical prowess, but also it's like you sense tactical opportunity. When you see the move e5, you go, oh, that's obvious. That's a really good move. But it really is a powerful move, right? Because
Yeah,
suddenly the pawn.
well, I was thinking about e5 last 20 moves, so.
been trying to get it. All right, and
yeah.
then after this, basically you got this winning.
Yeah,
position.
surprisingly, the endgame was difficult for white. I don't think it was. Rook c5 was a key move. Yeah, without it was a draw. But rook c5 breaking coordination, and white cannot keep the bishop on d5. Because if I'll take on c7 right away, rook takes a5, rook c2, rook a2 is a draw. At least, you know, drawing chances. But rook c5, just the whole construction doesn't stand. G8 is the only square for the bishop, but then I can quite. Yeah, that's what he did. But bishop g8 was
his last chance.
Yeah, and that will simply go king h4, like go towards the point.
Well done.
Thank you.
Shabalov.
Thanks.
A quick question for you, Alex. Do you have a pre-game ritual that you go through just to make sure you're in the right mindset? Is there a meal you always go for, or quiet time, music, dancing? What do you usually do?
Well, here in St. Louis, it's very simple. I'm just going to a zoo. Yeah, whenever
you go
I
to the
can.
zoo
if I
every-
have time. Yeah, if I don't have if I don't spend too much time on preparation.
I haven't seen the zoo yet, but I heard
I'll go
it's
to
a
the
great
zoo.
zoo.
Zoo is fantastic, and then just.
So being around the animals helps you calm
there's
down, get in the right.
some very specific favorites in the zoo that I have to visit every time I go there.
Well, now that you've mentioned it, what were your specific favorites? Is it the penguin exhibit?
No. Penguins.
Do they have a penguin?
Oh yes,
Okay.
oh yes, it's gorgeous.
Penguins is for Tetef.
Yeah, for Tetef. Yeah.
No, a hippo. That's
Oh, hippos. They're
and-
supposed to be the most ferocious animals in the world, by the way.
They
Well,
kill
not
a lot of people.
Not
in
those
Africa, each
sleepy
other.
beasts.
Try getting in there with them and see what happens. No, don't do that.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, maybe the zoo's still open now. And
I'm good for now.
Quick hangout with the hippos, and then we'll see you back here tomorrow.
All right.
Nice.
Bye.
Well done.
Congrats.
Well done. So one game remaining in the senior section. And
Okay.
again, I'm just going to check in on that game. And it is the game of James Tarzan. I do believe Larry has won
Oh, Larry
his
won.
game.
Okay.
I just want to be doubly sure of that. I don't want to announce it. Without
late.
It being,
Little too
being
late
at
for
the-
that,
Yeah,
Yasser.
I think so too.
Yeah,
But
it
sure
looks
does.
like,
He,
yes.
let
I
me just
see.
see. When we left it, it was the rook and bishop versus a rook and the pawns. But Larry had the pawns under control.
And I see a 0 and a 1.
Yes,
so that,
and that's the
that seems to
indication
be
that
telling
he,
me, and
that
here
Larry
he
won.
is.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
But, okay,
we'll keep on talking
yes,
while
because
Larry gets
we've got
ready to,
one game,
to chat with us and Christian.
And I do believe that Christian is absolutely right that this game of James Tarzan will be drawn very shortly. But Christian with guest.
Christian.
Thank you, guys. Yes, I'm here with a very happy winner. That is Larry Christensen. Larry, welcome back to the show. A big start for you, 3 out of 4, keeping close contact with Gregory Kaidanov. How do you feel so far?
I'm not used to having close contact with Gregory. But don't tell my wife. Okay? Yeah, we got a room together. Anyway, yeah, I'm shocked at myself. It's just the second to last blunder wins.
Take us a little bit through today's game.
Okay, I had a good prep.
Were you surprised by his opening choice?
No, not at all. That was fairly predictable.
Yes.
Did
you expect this rookie one in the opening?
Yeah, actually, yeah. I did my homework.
Very good.
About half a couple hours maybe, and then so I outplayed him. I thought he played some crazy stuff. Yeah. On the queen side, he got stacked up over there, and he got rebuffed. The queen b5 thing, yeah. Okay, so I got things going on the king side.
Once you got the bishop to d7, it felt like his play on the queen side is just inexistent.
Yeah.
a5 always met by b5. Did you feel comfortable at this point?
Oh yeah, very comfortable. I thought this was good. Ordinarily, this is like a walk in the park. When I'm
Yasser was mentioning that you will
we
say
knew
that.
you were going to say that phrase.
Really?
Yes.
I said child's play.
Oh, yeah, true. true.
Okay, I'll come up with another cliche.
We need more inventiveness. But here you've taken over literally the queen side. You've got that under control.
Yeah, I've got that.
Center, you've got controlled, and the king side, you're the one pressing. So you've got control of the whole board, Larry.
Yeah, I thought so. Basically, I had a simple plan. I don't know why I didn't follow it. It was just sticking a knight on d4 after some maneuvers, right?
Yeah, this was...
I think that would have been a Yasser solution.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the knight on h5, definitely, pardon me, I mean, the key square here looks like the d4 square, so I could see you just playing knight g7, bishop d6,
Yeah.
and bring your knight to d4. And it's very hard for white to find any play.
Yeah.
But, okay, I can understand why he lashed out with g4, because he didn't just want to wait and watch you.
No, here I should have done some thinking.
You came up
Yeah,
with
knight f4, I don't know what's wrong with me. That was not necessary, was it? I kept thinking of c4.
Right.
Was probably a good move. I didn't really c4, or even bishop takes knight, the slightly radical bishop takes knight.
Just taking away a source of counterplay.
Looked reasonable.
Right. Let's get to the critical moment,
Yeah.
because we've got one game that is wrapping up.
Yeah, I just started. Okay, go ahead, yeah.
And tell me, at what point did you feel like...
I thought this had to be crushing. Look at his king's wide open. Then I struck, and I had these bishop f3, bishop e5 shots.
Right.
I was dreaming of.
Right.
End things quickly. Plus the a-pawn distraction. Now he kept finding these cheap, I'm a little weary here. Yeah.
Great shot,
Holy
c4.
shit, yeah, c4, okay.
Great shot, rook takes a5, because he's angling for rook c5.
Yeah.
But now you found...
That was a decent move, I think.
Yeah, no, this was great. Now we thought actually it was all over until he came up with this sack.
Yeah, he has to. That's the only move. Yeah.
And at this point, I think you felt you had the game in the bag.
I think so, but it's still he's making these. So where's the? Is that reasonable?
Yeah, I
Okay.
think we
So where
thought
did
that
I
you were
screw
doing
I think
good.
your game was actually very precise.
Oh, really? Okay.
It's crazy, but and
Okay.
then this
Yeah.
ending.
Yeah, there are a few tricks. I didn't want to screw this up.
Mess it up.
Yeah.
But this is where I thought you would come in and tell us, well, at this point it's child's play.
No, not for me.
Not for me.
I felt like an old man, and seeing ghosts and.
Larry, you got you came in earlier and you joked about selling blood and just wanting to get 50% or +1. You were very happy, but now I got to tell you, I don't want to put pressure on your shoulders, but I picked you to win the tournament.
Okay, well, that's
So
a very,
I mean, I need you to believe in yourself.
If Yasser believes in you, then
I'll have to
come
go
on.
visit the Fountain of Youth or something.
Yeah, okay. Well, we'll do it together, okay?
Luckily, there's a free day on the day after.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
I had a quick question for you, Larry. Do you have a pre-game ritual? I'm asking everyone for their rituals. Is there a meal you like to eat? Maybe yoga beforehand?
I do a lot of stretching.
Oh, you do a lot of
'Cause I'm-
stretching?
Yeah, I do a lot of
Okay.
stretching. I like to. You feel better doing these weird stretches. Just self-invented. That helps a little bit.
Yeah, because you're going to be sitting down for so long with little
Yeah.
chance to
And
stretch.
I hate with wearing the dumb mask.
Yeah.
And I like have a light breakfast. I'm going very light here. Whoops.
Light breakfast.
Oh, a light breakfast.
I go to Straub's and pick up a few sandwiches and
Okay.
stash it in the refrigerator. And
Any calming music?
I like to listen to inspirational type music.
Okay.
What's that? The March of the Mountain King, stuff like that. If you want to get psyched up, or some old rock, maybe things like that.
Got it, got it. That gets you in the right mindset.
Yeah.
All right.
I like
Well, it
Rocky.
works.
Rocky?
It works. Rocky, Eye of the Tiger.
Eye of the Tiger.
Yeah,
Yeah, maybe. I don't. Quiet music, I would, or elevator music. No thanks. I have to get stirred up a little.
All right,
Got it.
Larry, we're going to see you tomorrow, and good luck.
Okay.
Keep it up, man.
All
This
right.
is good.
Thanks, Larry.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right.
All right.
right,
We do
what's
believe
happening?
that Jim Tarjan did draw that ending as
Okay.
expected. Let's get immediately to the game
To
of
the
Annie.
ladies.
Because Annie, of
Annie and
course,
Rochelle.
whoa, what the heck?
What happened?
Draw is coming. Draw is
After
coming.
all that?
After all of that, because White has 4 pawns, Black has a knight and 1 pawn. All White needs to do is trade off for that 1 pawn, and it'll be a draw. So it looks like, well, I'm not exactly sure if she blew it. Was she convincingly winning? We thought way back here that Annie was just going to play g5, bring her king to g6, and recapture this pawn and win the game. Annie took a different route with her king, moved the knight. Oh, she went after the bishop. And Rochelle said, "You can have my bishop. I will snack on all the pawns." And that's what she did. So Rochelle is definitely stopping the Annie Wang Express.
And look
I'll
at
put
this
it like
time.
this.
Look at the time going on.
1
1:30 for Annie,
Yeah.
and almost 11 minutes for Rochelle.
And again, all Rochelle needs to do, and she's just played the right move. She's played the move King G4. All she needs to do is go H4 and H5, and she will force the trade of the pawns. Now, here's the thing.
Well, right now she's playing for a win.
Exactly. Now,
Right now
here's
she's
the
playing for a
thing.
win.
Even though she's a piece down, she's got 3 pawns. That's a lot of pawns for the knight. She doesn't even have to be in a hurry, and she might think, well, look, things are going in my favor. I want to play for a win. Is that realistic, though?
It's not, at least
Christian?
objectively. But from a practical perspective,
Why
yeah,
not?
sure, why not? Let's play.
And she has played.
She
Rochelle
played
did
H4.
play H4, which is the move I would definitely pound the table for and say, get that move in, and make sure you can't lose the game with that move. And she's done it.
Oh,
But hold on, if Annie's clock runs out, but Rochelle
She'll
still
lose.
has...
Annie will lose on time if her clock runs out. That's
it's
it.
all about putting pressure in this type of situations.
Okay.
That's why.
How
That's why
likely is-
those parents watching the game, when their child's in time trouble, they have to just run away because like it's too scary.
Yeah,
right?
no
It's too nervous.
defibrillators around.
Exactly. It's so nervous. Did she miss the win, though, Christian?
There were some opportunities, and maybe we will cover them after, but it feels like with so little time on the clock, we should definitely stick with the current position and
Sure.
see whether she's going to hold it or not.
And
'Cause
she's
right now,
just played the move
knight to c5.
To c5.
Right. and now
Okay, so this is
I can
an
go
open,
h5, and that's gonna be a
yeah,
drawing
but this is an open
instantaneously.
invitation to king to g5, isn't it?
She did go king to g5.
Exactly, because now with the move king g5, I'm attacking the pawn. You probably have to play king f7.
And she did go king to f7.
And then I'm not going to play h5 immediately because there will be this knight check. But, okay, if I go g3, there'll be another knight check. I could play f5?
Yes. And f5 is probably going to be met
The
with...
best practical chance. But it's a pity that now I have these pawn islands.
She did. She went for f5.
White's chances of winning would be better if all of the pawns were connected, like 3 connected pass pawns. Right now, we have 2 pawn islands. These guys, the pawn is going to come to g4. This pawn is going to be on h4. That will represent 1 pawn island, and this will represent... funnily enough, I had absolutely 0 experience in this ending. I've never personally had bishop versus 3 pawns only.
I don't think I've ever had it either.
3 pawn, knight versus 3 pawns.
Such a strange
1 minute left for
ending.
Annie, by the way.
What?
1 minute.
Doesn't
1
make
minute?
it
Oh, yes.
easier.
Oh, yes.
Doesn't make it easier to defend when you have so little time. Now, having said that...
If she would have 5 minutes at this point, it would be child's play, basically.
We like that phrase, don't we?
It's a good phrase.
Larry
Walk
will
in the
appreciate
park.
A walk in the park.
Walk in the
Child's
park.
play, yeah. Okay, she did play knight check, king
And
was
now she's
f4.
going to take on f5. But we see
And
her
we're going to
hands are
recapture. Little nervousness there on
bit
that
unsure
capture
in
on
those
f5.
hands.
Yeah,
Knight to
and
g3.
knight to g3.
We actually
And by the
just
way,
have
I'm just-
another result in, don't we?
Yeah, I'm just told that Suzuki has won her game. Knight to
Sophie
g3.
Suzuki Morris.
Yes.
Or Morris-Suzuki, sorry.
Knight to
Beating
g3.
Susanna Ulrich.
We expect something like king f4. We want to chase this knight away so that we can get the pawns. It's a race. We're trying to get the pawns as quickly as we can to h5 and g4 before black's knight will harass the e5 pawn in combination with the king. What Annie would like to do is establish her king in front of the pawn, move her knight around so that she could capture the pawn on e5 and then capture the g pawn. If Annie can capture the e5 pawn and the g2 pawn, she draws instantly. But that's the challenge. And I'm going to go over to you, Christian, for that final position.
In Christopher Yu's game or in Morris-Suzuki's game?
I'm sorry,
I think
the
in
game on your
Morris-Suzuki's game we will definitely be looking at with her once she comes to the studio.
Exactly.
But yeah, this one.
Again,
is there a way to even try? It doesn't seem like there is much of a try at this point.
Well, first of all, it's like maybe it's just the long day of broadcast, but show me what your defense would be if you had the black pieces.
So I would probably go with the knight, let's say, to e4.
Okay, so if you go knight to e4 and I go, for argument's sake, king to f4?
King to f4. Now, let's say knight to c5. All right, I'm going
Knight
to try
to c5,
to
and
organize
I
the
go-
defense where I just give you checks.
I'm just... What
Knight
I'm
to
trying
e6.
to,
And now knight to e6.
Yeah, what I'm trying to do is avoid allowing your king to set up a throne. Oops, here I've
And
allowed
now I
it.
will go knight to d4.
Knight to d4.
I have to say I'm getting close to losing this.
It's not
96. I will go back. I'm just going to wait for it.
Yeah, it's not trivial. It's not trivial because every time you reach a position you're satisfied with, you might have a zugzwang. But in the meanwhile, we have to interrupt our analysis because we have a special guest.
Yeah, Christian, who do we have?
We are here with a very happy victor, and that is Sophie Morris-Suzuki. Sophie, welcome back to the show. Welcome back to St. Louis. How does it feel to be playing chess again after a year and a half of inactivity?
I've wanted to play over-the-board chess for so long. Like, it was absolutely miserable not being able to play over-the-board chess for like over a year. Like,
over a year.
So it's great to be back here. I don't know. It just feels so good to be able to move the pieces again. Like nothing. There's no better feeling.
Were you practicing at all online?
Yes. Like I actually practiced a lot of like 90+30 specifically online, and honestly, it's a miracle that I was able to find like actual training partners.
So you were not playing tournaments. You were actually playing training games.
Yes, I was. I think I should really definitely shout out like a specific community that is very classical chess focused, and if anybody is interested in like playing classical training games, I recommend Chess Dojo.
Chess Dojo. We have Kostya actually here in the basement with us. He's working on this tournament as well. So shout out to Kostya and the Chess Dojo.
Yes, they have like I think like every month or 2 months, it differs, but like they have like actual classical tournaments where you like play 1 game a week. I played in like a few of those.
That's really cool. How important is this first victory in this tournament for you?
Honestly, like, okay, I'm gonna be like, okay, so, I mean, of course I wanted to win really badly. Of course, like, you know, winning's good, but like, I didn't really specifically want to win just for the sake of winning. I was like, I want to win so that I could get interviewed. I want to be here. I specifically want to get interviewed.
Excellent, excellent. So let's talk about the game, because that was a very, very flashy game. Let's look at that game right now, just for the critical moment, because we do have the Annie Wang game, which is about to finish. So which one was the critical moment in your opinion, Sophie?
Which moment did things start going in your favor, you felt? I'm sorry, I'm just going to interrupt you just for a second, because you can help us analyze, in fact, because Annie, this game has been tumultuous. It's been a back and forth, up and downhill struggle, and Annie is down to 20 seconds, and if Rochelle could win this game, it would just open up the tournament. Rochelle trails by 1 point going into today's contest, and
52 seconds
52
right now.
seconds now with the increment.
And Rochelle does have 10 minutes to think about her next plan, next stage of the plan.
So jump in, Sophie. Anytime you feel like you see an idea for the defense, how do you judge this position yourself? Do you think it's closer to a draw or maybe closer to a win for white?
I must say I do not have a single clue what is happening.
A truthful person, at last. That's all I asked. Finally, it's taken 4 days, and we have an honest person in the room with myself. That's okay. We'll keep this game on the back burner.
Keep an eye on it.
But all right, to your game back to your game for just a moment. And
let's spot those critical moments. When did you feel you're taking over the initiative?
Where did it happen? Where did things go good for you? Where you just felt, I don't know why yeah, there we go. I'm just trying to get to a position. Did you like what is going on up to this moment? Is it?
No.
No.
I hated it.
Yeah, I hated it. So you
hated it.
So you blundered the pawn, but after what? You've got your pawn back.
You must feel pretty good right now with that pawn on d6, though, right?
And
It was, yeah, I was getting counterplay.
yeah, especially with the bishop too. And now you just have to be sure you don't get checkmated on the other side of the board. Okay, so here you're a happy camper, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. You're up
now,
a pawn.
now I'm fine. Now I have nothing to worry about here.
Exactly, exactly. Was time an issue at all?
Slightly. I think I had like 1 minute for like 15 moves before the time control. You know, it's all good.
It's all good. Okay. So you guys
That's where
got into
that
this
practice comes in.
ending.
Yeah.
Right.
This one seems to be pretty smooth sailing. This
Yeah, you're doing great here. Look at this. Okay, now you've got these two connected passport pawns. Now you're pretty certain of victory, right?
Well, this is just game over.
Yeah. And you got it. Well, that looked pretty good. I mean, especially the last 20 moves. I wasn't sure about your opening where you allowed bishop h2. It's like, oops. Was that a shock?
My opening was like, it was just a really big oopsie. Like,
yeah.
There's really no other way to put it.
Right, right. This was the moment where I thought that was the oops right here, where she played bishop takes h2 check and got back the knight, got back the piece that she sacrificed because you couldn't take this knight. The rook on b1 is oops. Yeah. Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
That was great.
Yeah. I love your mask, by the way.
Thank you.
Very cool. I think I know the artist who did that, a British artist. The Love Wall, I think it is. But anyway, do you have a pre-game ritual by any chance?
I'm still recoiling from the love wall.
The Love Wall, yeah. So he does these walls with all these hearts, and now a bunch of brands wanted to work with him, and so now he's doing them on clothes, apparel, etc. Yeah, my friend's cousin, but he's done very well with it. But do you have a pre-game ritual to get yourself in the right mindset? I'm asking everyone because I find it so intriguing. How do you sort of gear up mentally? Is it music, talking to a friend, family member, a pet, yoga? What do you do? Is there something that you do every day before a game?
Do you have a ritual?
Before a game, I don't have like pre-game rituals, but I do have like one. I do have one ritual that's like specifically for if I lose games.
Okay, what do you do?
So I have decided that every time I lose a game in this tournament, I'm going to listen to all of the Levy Rosman and Young Elo diss tracks.
Okay, and what does that do for you?
Honestly, I don't know. Like, they're just really, like, it helps me take my mind off of like losing a game because I just get to laugh at it. I just get to laugh at them. I hope people know what I'm talking about. By the way,
we have no idea what you're talking about. Actually, I was pretending to go along with it.
You lost me at Love Wall. I mean, come on. You guys are on the cutting edge of coolness. I'm clueless over here. Christian, help me.
I know what she's talking about.
Oh, you know, Christian. Go on, Christian. Do tell, please.
I've listened to
explain.
those diss tracks. How is this endgame though? This one? Wait a minute,
Looks
guys.
like
King
it's
G6. I think the game is over. No.
G6.
King G6
and
knight E5. King G7
to G7, right?
I'm not sure how you defend that.
Okay, so knight E5 check. King gets to G7. I'm going to go King F5, and if you go H6.
But I'm going to put you in a Zugzwang. All right, let's see. So King, knight to E5, King to G7, King to F5, H6, King to G5, H7, knight to G6, G4, Zugzwang.
Zugzwang. You mean man.
What can I do, Yasser? I've been listening to those diss tracks.
I tell you, that was it. And
so these are diss tracks, like
chess players' diss tracks.
Oh,
yes.
like dissing each other.
Correct.
And, oh, that's hilarious.
Yes.
Okay, well, thank you, Sophie. Congratulations. And
Thank
we will
you.
see you back in here sometime soon, I'm sure.
I feel like I'm learning.
This is like right over here.
You are on the cutting edge of coolness. I just didn't realize, the love wall. I mean,
Yeah, the love wall is everywhere. I'm surprised you haven't seen it.
No,
This
right over my head.
This is a big one.
I'm
if she
telling
manages
you, this
to
is
win this,
huge. If
my goodness,
Rochelle pulls this off,
what a result
and
that
upsets our #1 seed
Oh,
and
this
ties her, she will be tied
stuff.
for the lead, will Rochelle.
So
And Talia's just super happy. By the way,
20 seconds.
20 seconds.
And counting. Knight to e5 is played on the board, but there's no way to defend against that, though.
We're expecting King G7. No,
King
no,
G7.
it wasn't a howler.
Okay.
It was like
the game is
kind
over.
of expected, but what Christian is saying is now it's too late. Christian thinks that no matter if White were, pardon me, if Black were to play perfectly, it's already gone. That is to say, he thinks it's winning.
Time's just going to run out.
No, the position is going to be won. By the way, just Knight G4, H6, Knight H6. I'm just King H6, King F5,
King H5,
King H5, King
10
F6.
seconds.
Because the game is over.
Yeah, it is. King F5 on the board
with 6 seconds on the clock.
With 6.
Now we're going to see
now.
H6. I think this is over
This
now.
is where we saw that Zugzwang.
This is over now.
H6, Knight G, and she's reaching for the pawn as Rochelle.
She's going to go for it.
Push him, baby.
There's no way. No, it's over.
Yeah.
It's over.
I agree.
Annie Wang is on the cusp of defeat against Rochelle Woo.
Wow.
Wow.
And it came in, what, the 6th hour of play? I mean, these
In the last moment, she was pressing the whole game.
Incredible.
What?
Yeah, because you guys were so sure that.
We thought 5 seconds, and oops, the knight on. She's
You can start with
looking for
G4
some
if you want.
stalemate
H7.
ideas, but no, H7, and there's just no tricks whatsoever.
No.
King G5, G4, Zugzwang. You would say, I don't want to move.
The knight is so powerless in this position.
It hates H pawns and A pawns. And in this case, this H pawn on H7 is
10 seconds. 9, 8.
It's not the
King G5 has to be
what's she
played.
gonna do?
And
with
after
how much time?
3
3 seconds?
33
3 seconds.
Back to 33, but after
G4
G4,
comes.
Rochelle saw that from afar. Did you see how prepared
moves
and ready she
quickly.
was?
Wow.
She had figured it out.
This is it.
Well, sometimes you just got to tip your hat and say, "Well done, young lady." That was
Yeah.
that. I mean, this game had so many changes. I mean, big swings. We really thought that
Annie was
Rochelle
gonna
was
take
doing really great at one moment. Then Annie had come back, and Annie was winning, and then maybe Rochelle could draw.
And that is just a resignation, basically.
Yeah, no more Bobby Fischer prizes in this event, as the 3-0 stops right here after King G8. Yeah. Now, no, there's no stalemate tricks. King G6, I just make a queen, and there's no stalemate. King G5.
And resignation will arrive soon.
Exactly.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
There it
There
is.
it is.
That's it.
Well done.
I can't believe it.
I know.
It's like, yeah.
Welcome to the world of chess. Chess is tough.
And then
Then
you
you
die.
That's it.
Okay.
You see, Sharon is learning very quickly.
I mean,
I'm learning. I like it though. It's exciting.
Isn't it?
That was an exciting game.
It really is. And it's
Yeah.
emotional roller coaster, not just for the players, but again, the parents of these players, you know, like, gosh, they wear their emotions on their sleeves because what happens when the kid comes home and says, you know, Mommy, I did my best.
Yeah.
That's all we ever ask.
And by the way, Christopher Yu did draw his game
A
against
big
Justin
result, a big result as
So
well.
I
That
think
means
all
that
the games have
Hans-
been finished.
Yeah.
Rochelle must be feeling great
Absolutely.
right now.
And we're
Right
going to
now.
have her in the studio in just a second.
But and sometimes it really takes a while for it to sink in. Like, I mean, I'm sure Rochelle was thinking before the game, like, gosh, it would be nice to win, but no.
probably
I'm
not
just
gonna
it's
happen.
not going to happen. My opponent's too strong, and Annie's playing really well. So, you know, maybe I'll get lucky and I'll get a draw. And like, it slowly sinks in, and you go, oh my gosh, I'm tied for first place. And I don't have to play Annie again.
And how old
I'm
is
past
Rochelle
her.
again? 15?
I'm not sure. We just have to double check with we've got this beautiful program guide that they gave to us that I haven't
What
read.
did you do with it?
It's like
You discarded it in the corner somewhere.
No, I wanted to get the players to sign it.
Okay.
And then put it at the World Chess Hall of Fame with the signatures of all the players.
And she's 15 years of age.
Oh, she is 15 years old.
Sell
Okay.
the other copy on
Here
eBay.
she is. that's your evil plan.
For $50.
That is the wrong age.
Wait, no, she's not 12. We
That
think
is
she's
the wrong
15.
age.
We think
She is 15 years old.
2267,
As
our
a-
rating from California.
Right.
Yeah.
Wow.
What a big deal.
It
so
is.
Annie can't be feeling too great right now. But I mean, come on. She's
3 out
still
of
in
4 is
first.
still very good.
Yeah.
But
She's just tying in first place
Yeah,
now.
it feels like a huge setback for Annie at the
Yeah.
moment. And that's the other thing too. When you have these inevitable setbacks, it's how you recover. How do you recalibrate and say, look, okay, that was bad, my bad, but I'm still in first. Let me continue that good form I had in the first 3 rounds. But we have a special guest.
Christian.
I'm here with a very happy lady, Rochelle. After this emotional roller coaster, how does it feel to win such an important game against the rating favorite?
I'm still in shock. I cannot believe I won that. 'Cause, I was fighting for a draw for so long.
Mm-hmm. And how would you assess, let's say, this game from the beginning? Did you feel like you were on top at some point before the time control? Then what happened after time control, and how did it finish?
When I managed to trade rooks, I thought that I was doing better because I was up a pawn, but I was in time pressure, so I might have misevaluated because I ended up losing that pawn and she had a bunch of mating threats, so I was really scared there.
Let's look at the game right now, and we're gonna go right before the time control when those rooks got exchanged. And we see rook takes the 8, queen takes the 8. Did you feel comfortable and confident at this point about your position?
No, because I was in time pressure.
And
G6.
we had expected, I think we had expected you to play the move bishop e4 some time and try to take this pawn off the board, but you went for queen c3 and bishop c2. How did you anticipate this? What was your judgment at this point? Did you think you were struggling to hold the game, or did you think?
I thought I was fine because I missed that. I thought that if I got in queen d8, then I was doing better there because queen takes h4. But I just completely forgot about knight h5.
Right. We did too. We thought the queen d4, queen takes h4 was really good until we also saw what she played.
And I think right at that point, after queen to a6, you still had the option of going queen to d8 and actually take on h4. Did you calculate that at all?
No.
So you wanted to defend with queen d1, drop the queen to a2, and then go queen to d8. That was the plan all along. Got it.
Okay, so after queen a2, queen d1, queen takes a2, and now you realize to your horror, if you go after this pawn on h4, she has knight h5 and your bishop is going to be hanging. So at this point, you realized, uh-oh, I messed up.
Yeah.
Yeah, and king e1, and you're just scrambling to try to save the game.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you put up an incredible defense. When did you feel like she erred in the endgame?
Where she what?
When she erred, when she made a mistake.
Actually, I'm not even sure. Probably when she went when she. Actually, I'm still not sure.
We thought that.
Oh yeah, knight e3. I was really confused why she would play that.
Right.
What did you expect her to play at this point?
Something like e3.
E3. Okay.
Makes sense. Now you have these two bridesmaids, so she has to stay around with her king to protect against one of them queening. In the game, she seemed really focused on winning your bishop, something you were very happy to sacrifice.
Yeah.
And once you got here, it was like a huge relief because you knew you couldn't lose the game.
Yeah.
But did you think, nah, I can't win the game, can I?
I didn't think I was going to win. I just wanted to play on just in case.
Exactly, exactly. And when did you think, hey, wait a minute, things are really going well for me?
When she played knight f1.
When she played knight f1, right here.
Yeah.
This is where this is where your eyes lit up. What should she have played?
I don't know, maybe just like knight e4 again?
Knight e4 coming back, makes sense. Yeah, because knight f1 does look like a strange decision. The knight is now dominated, right? And, uh-oh, what happened? My board just froze. No, it didn't. Okay, there we go. And she couldn't take the pawn on g2. Did you calculate why?
Yeah, I thought h6 and then e6.
Right, exactly. And the knight's not back in time. That's just, and then unfortunately for Annie's fans, at this point, at the moment you got your king to g7, there was nothing she could do. And you played this very quickly. You had seen g4 from afar.
Yeah.
Yeah, nicely done. Very nice.
So, Rochelle, are you feeling that sort of added boost of confidence now that you're tying for first place? Yeah. You've beaten the top seed.
Yeah. When I was coming into the game, I was like, I know I shouldn't think this, but I was thinking like, I'm going to lose and then I'm going to have half score and I don't really have a chance anymore. Right. But now that I won this game, I feel like I might actually still have a shot.
That's awesome. Are you going to do anything to have a little celebration? I know there are many more games to go, but...
No, I think I'm just going to keep playing.
Okay, when you get home tonight?
I don't know. I'm going to do the same thing as yesterday and like the day before.
Which is?
I'm going to eat dinner and hang out with my friends.
Okay, you did say that, didn't you? Friends always help, having your friends around to take your mind off stuff, even though you want your mind on this, because this was a great victory. Congratulations.
Thank you.
We'll see you again soon.
Well done indeed.
Amazing stuff.
Another incredibly eventful round. I mean, it's just been day after day, 4 days in a row. Our schedule is that we're going to play 5 rounds in a row, a free day, and then 4 days in a row. So our rest day is coming up on Wednesday. Join us again tomorrow. But each round, and you just feel that tension growing. So you can imagine as we get to round 8 and 9.
Absolutely.
And let's take a look at the standings.
All right.
Starting with the girls.
So now is Annie and Rochelle tying, and Ru Yang as well. Okay,
Exactly.
3 of them tying for first place right there with 3 points each.
And the second seed, Talia Cervantes, looking at just a half a point gap. And in the juniors.
In the juniors with the top spot. Yeah, my pick. Had to remind you, Hans Niemann with 3.5.
John Burke, our defending champion, tied with Christopher Yu for second place. And then Praveen with 2.5 points
and then your
behind.
Pick.
And then Nico is just taking his time, but he's ready to make his move. He's at 50%. And in the seniors, the legends.
Seniors, the legends, as we like to call them, Gregory Kaidanov with 3.5 still has that edge.
And my pick, Larry Christensen, soaring to a clear second place thanks to a very important win today over Leonid Sokolin, who has yet to draw a game. Leonid with 2 points, but he's had 2 decisive wins and 2 losses. So he's at 50%. And Christian, another eventful day. Final thoughts?
Well, Yasser, after 5 hours, 6 hours of broadcast, we usually dip in energy. But after that last game, I feel energized. I feel ready to go back home and look at some chess because that was such a visual with that G4 move at the end. And Rochelle is just such an ice-cold killer when she sees that victory. And we have tension in every single standing.
Right.
3 players tied in the girls. Well, Hans Niemann, half a point ahead, but a lot of chasers behind him. And then in the seniors, we thought Gregory Kaidanov is going to run away with the event. But Larry Christensen is nipping at his toes right now, and we're going to have some more exciting chess tomorrow. After that, finally, we're going to get a rest day because, I mean, these games have been just simply amazing up to this point.
Well said. Couldn't say it better. It's really been so eventful, and it's been wonderful broadcasting with you. So we're going to see
So
you
much
tomorrow,
fun.
Sharon.
You will see me
Sharon
here.
Carpenter
Yes, you will.
of the Love Wall.
You like that, though, didn't you? So you're learning a little something from me as well.
I'm stuck on the Love Wall after that. You know, that's it. I'm hardwired.
I'll
but it was really great
I'll
fun.
explain. Always good fun. And you
Absolutely.
guys come back tomorrow, same time, same place, at 3 p.m. Central.
Absolutely. Good night,
All right,
everyone.
we'll see you then. Bye.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.